So let us see. We're getting ready to go live on YouTube, everybody. And then we'll get started. I'm also going to hit record on our Zoom. It's already recorded. All right. While we get started, can you guys tell us in the chat, where are you guys from? And is anybody going to come on camera? Do I see anybody? Are we going to see any faces today? Hello, hello. Yay. Okay, awesome. So you have India, Budapest, Hungary. I love it. All right. Okay, so we are definitely live on YouTube, Tomas, so we are ready to go. All right, hello everybody. Welcome to our third, Charlotte, Maine. I love it. Okay, you guys are up with us early here. Welcome to our third, I want to call it monthly DataHub Community Marathon. If you have not been here before, you can see I'm joined by Tomas. Tomas himself is in, you're in Budapest, right? Yeah, you're in Budapest. He's in Europe, and then we have a few other engineers that will join. And the way this works is we want to keep it very family and casual. So we started a new channel in DataHub Slack. Let me go ahead and share the link. Because one of the things that we realized is that, we would have questions that were being asked in the channel, and then those questions, would kind of fall off after the marathon. So what we want everybody to do, let me put it here, is please join this channel in our DataHub Slack. I'm kind of posting it here. And then we'd like for you to post your questions there, forward your Slack. That way, what will happen is if we are unable to finish a inquiry here, we'll go ahead, the engineers will go ahead and even help you with it after the channel. Okay, do we have any questions on that? If not, can we use the reactions to give me a thumb up? Where's the reactions here? Let me go find them. Oh, there they are. Can everybody give me, because I don't have, you guys are not on camera, so can I get a thumb up? Is everybody clear on that? I see 2. Is everybody clear on where we ask the questions? All right, so why don't we go ahead and get the questions going? I see you guys joining. Let me give you a minute to join. If you're on YouTube, I'm gonna go ahead and post this as well. So just give me a second here to make sure you guys know where to go on YouTube, all right? Welcome, YouTube. And if you're on YouTube, just keep in mind, you can post your questions. Welcome, YouTube. Please use the Slack channel to post your questions. Oops, I think I did a little bit of a slight typo there, but let me fix that. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I'm going to fix the YouTube welcome. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, so let me remove this, and then I will go ahead and pin this there. If you're on YouTube, I'd like to know where you're from as well, so please go ahead and post that. Okay, so we'll be monitoring the Slack channel. Again, this is a better experience for everyone. I see that we have 1 person joined. Where is everybody else? Okay, I see a few people. Okay, so let's get this party started. Could you go ahead and post your questions in the channel? Who wants to go first? You can also, we prefer if you post a question and we bring you up. Okay, Atharv, hey, how are you?
Hey, hi, Michael. Hi, Thomas.
Hi. Hello. Thank you for joining.
Hello.
Wait, you're a newbie. I've not seen you in a marathon before. You're a newbie, right?
Yeah, I am a newbie. I'm from India.
Okay. Welcome. Okay, awesome. Welcome. All right. Did you join the Slack channel first of all for your question?
Yeah, I have joined. Yep.
Okay, good. So go ahead and shoot. Tomas is here to help.
Okay, so Thomas, there is a Slack thread that is being going on that I have reported my issue. So should I share the link of that thread?
Yes.
Which issue is it? Yeah, okay.
So I am facing issues while logging out of like DataHub. I'm running on 0.11 issue version of DataHub. So
as far as I know, I think we discussed this issue yesterday, and I think this was a bug which was fixed in the meantime. So I think if you upgrade DataHub, then you should be fine. So this is the issue which was fixed in the meantime.
Okay. One more thing, Thomas, that another thread that I was going through. So if we ingest a MySQL database, the link that has been created on DataHub that contains the container ID instead of that dataset name. So the issue that I'm facing is, while if I need to update the description of a whole dataset, then I'm not able to do that because the link itself contains only container ID and not the dataset ID. So when I use GraphQL link that the API that you have built on DataHub that requires a dataset ID to update the description of any database. So that I'm not able to do.
Why you can't use the dataset ID? So in the dataset ID, you mean the earn. So basically a unique identifier of that dataset, right?
The dataset name is not coming. Instead of dataset name, it is coming as container ID and a very long encrypted kind of string is coming in the link. So due to which I'm not able to update that description of whole dataset. I am able to update the description of a given table under a dataset, but not for whole dataset.
You mean, yeah.
Could I share my?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'll
And
share.
Ralph, can you do me a favor when you get a chance? I do remember this ticket. Can you forward it in a Slack thread as well when you get a chance?
Sure. So can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see.
Okay, so if I go in MySQL, if I open this CRM, right? So if you see this MySQL database, and if you see in the link, this is URN dot
container
this ID. So now if I need to update this about section of this dataset, I'm not able to do that because of the link does not contain a dataset ID. But if you see this table, right? If I go under this table, now the link is perfectly fine. This is data platform, and here it is the name of that CRM dot the table name. This is what I need for my dataset also. So I can update the about section of dataset itself. So anyhow, idea.
Yeah, for the container, I think if you want to use like the GraphQL, I think you should be able to search for a container by name. I do hope you can, and then getting the container ID and then using that, updating the description. That's what I would do. So otherwise, the other thing what you can do, actually, yeah, we have in the Python library, you can check actually how we generate this container ID, and maybe you can reproduce that container ID actually with using the code what we use as well. But I think maybe it's like a more future-proof if you use the GraphQL API, getting by name the container ID, finding the container by name, and then getting the container ID and using that to update the documentation.
Okay. So there is no way to, like, while ingesting MySQL DB, there is no way to so that I can specify somewhere that I do want it as a dataset instead of a container.
I mean here you wanted to change the description of a container, right?
Right, correct. Yep.
Yeah, for that you have to. So basically there is no. So this is the earn for the container. So you can't have like any other type of like identifier for the containers.
Okay. Sure, Thomas. Like that's enough. I got the idea.
Yeah. So this is another round trip, but yeah, like this needs additional query, but I think that's the best way to do that right now.
Okay. Sure. The main concern was that the sign out issue only. So I guess that would be fixed after I update.
Yeah, that was fixed in the meantime. Yeah. So if you upgrade, yeah, my colleague said that it should be fixed.
Okay. Thank you so much, Thomas.
You're welcome. Mr. Miko, you are on mute.
Sure.
Hi. Could you stop sharing your screen? Thank you. Hey, Vidi. Saw that you posted. Hey, thank you, Atharf. Sorry about that. I said thank you, and I didn't think you heard me.
Yeah, hi.
All right. If you're just joining, hold on one second. If you're just joining, welcome to the DataHub Community Marathon. We do these marathons monthly, typically the first Thursday of every month. And the goal of it is to provide live community support. If you look in the chat, if you have a question, we are using a Slack channel to go ahead and track the questions. So if you could do me a favor, if you look in the chat, you should be able to see the Slack channel. Please post your question or tag the thread in there that you want us to get help with. And that way, beyond the marathon, if we're unable to resolve it live, we'll go ahead and have other engineers help you as well. Okay, so Vidi, I remember you. Welcome.
Yeah, hi.
Hey. All right, how can
my voice is audible, right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. So if you can recall, I joined office hours also. So Maggie created a channel specific for this adding path prefix in the DataHub, because DataHub comes as a vanilla application, right? We don't have any specific prefix in any of the URLs. So according to our organization, we need to add some prefix to make it distinctive than other applications. So but we don't want to touch many files and many modules, so whenever we will be doing upgrade, it will be difficult for us. We need to again maintain all those things. So like, is there any idea or thoughts that by touching minimal number of files, okay, we just wanted to add that prefix in the URL, so whenever the user will go to any page of DataHub, we can add some random custom prefix that we want, and default configuration will be empty or slash, so that others can also use it without prefix. But we don't want to actually touch any API or backend for it. Like whenever from the front end or React also, whenever we are making a call to API, at the time if we can extract the prefix, so that way overall mechanism will still remain the same, something like that. Do you have any thoughts on that? Can we go for that approach? Is it possible to do in DataHub or not?
Yeah, I think unfortunately, yeah, I'm more familiar with the ingestion side. So then this is more like I think you need to ask this from some of our like front end people. I don't know in which hour they will be here. Like maybe I think Chris will be in the next hour, Miko, or oh, Chris
Right.
is
He's here.
here.
No, he's here. Hey.
Speak of me and I show up.
We just
Yeah.
summoned Chris.
Hey.
How's it going?
Hey,
Sorry, I'm a
Chris.
little late, guys.
No worries. Vidi, I don't know if you remember Vidi. She's in office hours, but she's also, I think, in our other marathon. She had a question. There, Vidi, I hate to ask you to repeat it, but there isn't a lot of context. I was looking in the channel for Slack. You didn't put a lot of context. Could you give Chris the context? He would be the one to be able to help you.
Yeah, sure. So we wanted to add the prefix in the application DataHub. So we only wanted to touch the front end. So only we wanted to add prefix in all the URLs. So whenever user will go to any of the page, only is it possible to add the prefix at the React, and whenever we are making API call, we will extract that prefix, so that at the backend or GMS side Play framework, we don't need to touch any files. So by touching minimal number of files, we wanted to go ahead with this approach. Like, is it possible?
Yeah. Okay. So have you or anyone from your team brought this up before? I think David was working with somebody about this as well. Because right now it's not easily done. I think this was a piece of work that we were actually potentially picking up as a like to make this easier for folks and make it configurable. I don't know the status of that work, and I also don't know what else has been said.
Yeah,
Is
that's
there
why,
been-
Vidi, I asked you, could you go tag the thread? That's why we did this. Like, it would help us help you if you could go and
Yeah.
tag the thread in the Slack channel. You said
Yeah.
there's a Slack channel created for it, but we need the actual thread. So he
Okay,
Oh,
can
there's
see
a
it.
Slack
So he-
channel created for it too.
Correct,
design
yeah.
to design path prefix. Still,
Okay.
okay, let me share the link.
Okay, I see
Yeah.
it now. Yeah.
So Chris, there's the channel. I shared the channel link as well, and there's a thread here with her. She's gonna just copy the thread link and post it. That way we can take a look at it. So we
Okay,
have all the
cool.
context. That's why
Sounds
we're
good.
doing the Q&A in Slack now, so we can get all the context.
Right.
And by the way, if you have a question, again, while she's handling this, thank you, Vidi. I did post the link to the Slack channel there. I did post a link to the Slack channel there. I'll post it in Slack, Vidi. We wanted it posted in Slack, not in Zoom, but that's fine. We did have a link to the Slack channel. If you could post your questions in there or tag your threads, the team will be able to help you a bit faster. So if you guys can go ahead and start putting your questions in there or tagging your threads, I did put a link to the channel in the chat. That would be super duper helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. And this thread that I sent, right, that is more of an gateway outside. Like, so we were trying to rewrite the URLs, but the subfilters will only add the prefix in the responses of the request. It will not add in the request. So this way I was not able to add prefix for any of the entities like charts, dashboards. So user will not be having any prefix for it. But for other pages like ingestion analytics, for them, even settings page, I'm able to add the prefix this way. So this is the way, this is easy way, like it will work as a wrapper. We don't need to touch the source code to do this thing. but our team is working on it. Like even if from the DataHub side, this work is not yet started or you don't know the status, but if you can guide us how we can go ahead for this changes, that will be helpful.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so I personally am not super familiar with this, so I'd have to like take some time and look into it and dig into it before I can give any good guidance. But we can certainly get you some opinions soon. I'm just not sure I'll be able to do it live right now, to be honest. But I can look at your code, or I can look at like what you're posting and then start thinking about it. I know David, who is also going to be here at some point today for probably a couple of sessions, had already started thinking about this, and I don't know if he had specific suggestions or not.
And also I had one more question, like does DataHub support for user account and authorization UA Cloud Foundry SAML for that?
Using SAML specifically for SSO?
Yeah, Cloud Foundry, yes.
I don't think so yet. I'm pretty sure not, right, Tomasz? But I guess I don't know if you would know that. But
I don't know as well.
I think that's definitely on our, I know that's definitely on our roadmap if it's not currently supported, because right now I believe I'd have to check our docs as well. But I don't believe we support SAML for SSO yet. Let me double check that really quick.
Okay.
Again, while we're waiting, if you could post your questions in, I'll pull you up next. Please post them in the Slack channel. Thank you.
I had a question, Michael. Can I ask?
Hold on. We need to finish with Vidi first. Can you post it in the Slack channel for me, Athar, please?
Sure,
Yeah,
Michael.
you can definitely ask. But Vidi is still sorting out, I think, per question, and then I'll bring you up. I'm using the Slack channel to determine who's next. No worries.
Okay, so for the SAML and this thing, like path prefix, that is in your roadmap, right? But it's not yet done.
Yeah, I believe so. And I can confirm here soon too, but let me write this down. The SAML for SSO path prefix, just being able to configure a path prefix across your whole application. And then let me write your name down too, just to make sure that we don't get this lost. Yeah, definitely. I know SAML is on our roadmap. The path prefix, I know we've already started thinking about it. We have that channel that we'll be able to collaborate with you at least if we don't also put more effort into ourselves sooner. So we'll have paths forward for them soon, if not like depending on very soon or like before too long. That's the question.
Yeah, and Chris, I went ahead and tagged David. David's not going to be on until 2 hours from now, so I went ahead and tagged him on the thread as well.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
Okay, Vidi. So we'll do our best. I don't know if you'll be able to be here, obviously, in the next 2 hours, but if not, we have it in the Slack channel, and we'll be able to. I tagged David, so he'll work to get you some help on that as well. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Awesome. Thank you for coming up, Vidi. Okay, I don't see any questions in the channel. So Athar, if you had another question, are you there?
Yeah, Mike. I'm here.
Hey, welcome back.
Hi, Chris.
Hey.
You look like a modern actor.
I look like a modern actor?
Yeah, too handsome to be in IT.
This is the best day ever. I love being on these meetings. Thank you.
So the question I was going to ask is like there are some BigQuery tables that are being ingested on DataHub, right? So I am writing a different Python script or a script on RStudio that is using those BigQuery tables to generate some report, and that is being sent to multiple people. So I want to know how can I create I know how to create custom lineage, but I want to know how to create a custom node of that Python script or of RStudios. So is there any way to create a custom node of that Python script where those BigQuery tables are being used?
Yeah, I guess you want to create like some custom data set and some lineage edge in DataHub. So you want to show that, or what what exactly you would like to see in DataHub or have?
Okay, so without creating data set, if I'm using those tables anywhere, cannot I create the node for like custom node, whatever I want to create for a Python script or a RStudio script that is using those BigQuery tables? It is not related to data set. Like
Yeah,
just
I mean, you want like a data job or something which processing, right? So,
right,
so
right.
the data flow. Yeah, you can create those manually, and actually, I can just post here an example how you can do that. We have an example Python code to creating these data jobs and data flows from Python. And then if you set like an upstream, some data set or downstream, then this should show up in DataHub, and you should be able to see your script that, and you can say that your script actually consumes these data sets or like BigQuery table. Let me just post it.
Yeah.
And Janelle and Gustavo, you're up next. Thank you for posting your questions in the channel, in the Slack channel. And welcome to everybody who joined.
Yeah, so I had two different questions, but I'll start with one of them.
Well, hold on one second, Janelle. I think Tomas is still helping us start. Give me 1 second. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just posting it to the Slack channel, to a Q&A. Okay.
Yeah, Atharv in the Slack channel, I don't know if he can tag you, but again, if you could put your question in there, he's posting the link in the Slack channel.
Okay.
And then let me know when you're ready for the next question. Is that it, Atharv? Sorry, I just want to make sure you get your questions answered. Did he answer your question?
Yeah, he did pretty much. Yep.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Okay,
Thanks.
hello, Janelle. Are you there? Are we gonna see you? Where are you?
Sorry, I can share a video. Yeah.
Am I putting your name correct, Janelle? Because it's so funny. My middle name is actually Janelle with an E.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Yeah, you're
it
spelling very cool spelling. Your spelling is pretty unique. Super cool. Okay. I thank you for putting the long thread in Slack. That's why we're doing this. Tomas, she did post in the channel, but go ahead and ask the question. This is super helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, so for the first one, whoops, sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. For the first question I had, we're getting different results depending on the entity type in DataHub. So we're using Athena, DBT, and Looker, and all three of those are coming in as three separate entities, but the lineage is different across those three. So it's getting pieces of the lineage. Is there a way to combine those into one so we get one full lineage picture?
I think currently for like the DBT, we are creating like this type of siblings, so basically merging nodes. But yeah, there is yeah, I think from the UI you can't really merge this. I think maybe we have now from the command line to creating siblings to basically merging nodes into one. But I'm not sure if that's what you want, to basically seeing all these entities as one. If the only thing what you want is basically just copying the lineage like basically to those data sets as well, then that's something what you have to do manually. Actually, currently there is no support for that.
I think we would want to combine them all as one entity, I should say, because from a end user perspective, it's really confusing for them to see three different entities and not knowing which to click on. So yeah, if there's a command line way to combine those, that would be super helpful.
I think as far as I remember, I need to check actually, but now we have some on the command line to basically setting siblings to nodes, to saying that this node is a sibling of these other nodes, which might work for you. So yeah, I would experiment with that in your case.
Awesome. Thank you. Can I jump right to the second question?
No.
You're on mute, Miko.
Yeah, I unmuted everybody. If you could unmute yourself, Janelle. and Tomas and Chris, that'd be great. Let's try that again. Okay, much better. Somebody had a lot of background noise. Okay, go ahead, Janelle, with your question.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, the second question is around LookML lineage. So we have most of our LookML table or views coming in through like the regular LookML code, not derived tables. And with this, I just added a comment on added a note on the thread in Slack. But ultimately, we're using this like kind of a hidden feature in Looker where we actually have a commented outline to determine which SQL table we grab from Athena. So if it's in dev, we grab one table. If we're running in prod, we grab a different table. Because that's commented out, DataHub is not able, or from my perspective, we haven't been able to grab any lineage for that table because it has that logic in there. Is there a way to read that comment in DataHub?
I don't think so, but if you can, I don't know if you have like like if you wrote on Slack earlier about this issue, but if you can do that, I can ask or Looker expert if
okay.
If he knows.
Janelle, is there I saw that you posted the code. Is there a previous thread with this question?
Not a previous thread, no. So
okay, that's fine.
Okay, I added the code that we are using within that LookML view on the initial thread in the DataHub Marathon QA Slack.
Okay, I see it. Tomas, so is it someone that's coming later on should be able to help, or you just need a chance to look
I
at
think
it?
Herschel should be. Yeah, he's the one who knows the most about Looker
okay,
and
I'll tag him.
So yeah.
Okay, I will tag. Partial is in California, so I think he's coming in. Let me check the schedule. Sorry about that, but I did tag him. That's why we put it in Slack. He's not going to be on until 12 p.m. Eastern today. I don't know what time zone you're in, but I did tag him, Janelle. So that means that when he does come in, he'll take a look at the thread, even if you're not available. But if you can join at 12 o'clock again, he'll probably address it live for you. Sorry about that.
No worries. Just checking. Yeah, I can join from 12 to 1. So I can.
You can? Okay, yeah. I tagged him too. So, and he's up pretty early, so I'm sure he'll check it, but he's not scheduled to be live until 12.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No worries. Thank you so much for joining. Yay! Okay, Gustavo. Gustavo, were you on YouTube the last time? You sound familiar. Is Gustavo there? I see that you have the question.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that you? Were you on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're from not Argentina. Where are you from?
Brazil.
I remember. Okay, welcome back. Okay, so I saw you posted your question here. Are you coming on camera or no?
Yeah, I could. You're in the second place.
No worries. Take your time. It's early morning. We do like to see folks if we can. Not required, but it's just better experience.
Oh, it's a fantastic experience.
We
can travel around the globe intently.
I know, but I think we all wish that we were by Brazil doing this. Don't worry. Okay, we see your desk. But I see for Chris and Tomas, the question is in the Slack channel, but you can go ahead. Hey, good morning. Go ahead and ask your question. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So basically, I'm trying to figure out what's the connection that I need to use to connect SAP for a demo purpose, because I'm actually using the ARPL connector from DuckDB, but when I try to connect SAP HANA, it's presenting. Let me try to figure out what's the
Gustavo,
error.
quick reminder to everyone, this is being streamed live on YouTube, so let's make sure we're not sharing anything we don't want the world to see.
Yeah.
Okay,
sure about
I just need to remind everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's presenting an error, but I think I can share because there is nothing confidential here.
Okay, good.
Let me see. Screen is that.
And by the way, we'll be doing our first swag giveaway in 30 minutes at the top of the hour. So if you are here, hang around.
Yeah, I hope so. So that's the error, I think.
Hmm.
Samantha, are you talking? Because I don't hear you.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was on mute. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, I see your mouth moving, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm just trying to check why it can't install in the following young version. Okay, that's fine. In the following version, there is a different Python version. Which can you scroll on the top just to see which Python version it is using?
Yep.
Because yeah, let me just 3.10, that should be fine. So maybe that's and then can you scroll further down? Because maybe it's not, maybe it's normal. So yeah, what is this CLI major version? One thing what we can do when maybe specifying a specific version. I don't know actually what this CLI major version and where it
Yeah,
came from.
just let me do one thing. Maybe it's on my recipe. Just 1 second.
Mhm.
Let me try to hide my URL here. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Another thing what we can try basically just setting for the UI ingestion which DataHub version to use. Yeah, you.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
I pass here. Which data hub should I use?
No. Just go to the next screen.
Okay.
Next, and then go to the next screen, and advanced. And there,
I
I
see.
think there we can specify a specific version. Let's try to change that version. It's weird actually why you have these issue, because by default it should use the default version from which I don't know actually exactly where it comes from, but I think it's an environment variable of the DataHub Actions container. But I think if you here specify like 0.12.1 and try to run, hopefully.
Sorry, just double check
0.12.1, I think, or like.
Okay, I verbose also. I try to do it again.
Yeah, let's try.
Yeah, and Gustavo, you could do it. Yeah. By the way, if you're just joining and you look in the chat, I did post the link. We are taking your questions in the Slack channel. That's to make sure that we have continuity, as we do have engineers on schedule. So feel free to post your questions in the Slack channel, and I will pull you up after Gustavo is done. So welcome to our marathon. And as a reminder, if you are on YouTube watching, you can post your questions as well. I did post the link to the Slack channel there. So feel free to post your questions there, and we'll also go ahead and address your questions. Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, everybody. And by the way, hang around. So we're about 26 minutes away from our first DataHub swag giveaway. Right. And I guess some. Hey, is your name Dav? You're not too late at all. Welcome. There is a link there. If you have a question, scroll up in the chat, or I'll post it for you again. If you could go ahead and post your question, we'll get to you. This is where we're managing the queue. feel free to go ahead and if there's a previous thread, just go ahead and post a link to the thread. And so that helps us to have continuity because we have engineers on shift. And so if we can't address it here for some reason, then one of our engineers coming in later will. So feel free to go ahead and post your question and we'll get to it. I think Gustavo's doing a quick update. I don't see another question. Well, I see Manuel is writing. Okay, let me see. I remember, if you have a previous Slack thread, just link to it. You don't have to write the entire question over again. I see YouTube is building up. So if you are on YouTube, welcome, welcome. I post a link in YouTube as well. Feel free to post it there. All right. Thank you, Manuel. We will get to you after Gustavo. Gustavo, do you need a lot more time? Should I bring you back on later or?
Yeah. I keep you posted. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Manuel, how are you?
Hello, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm
Can you
good.
hear
Why
me?
do I feel I can hear you? Have you been in a marathon
Great.
before? You look familiar.
No, this is my first time.
First time? Okay, well, welcome to the DataHub Marathon. I did
Thank
see
you.
you posted your question in here, so go ahead. You can go ahead and ask. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So we are setting up a DataHub in our company, and we are having a little dissociation between what we are seeing in DBT and Athena that shows in the same page, and what we are seeing in Glue. The thing is, if we go to our cloud, in Glue and in Athena, we see the information linked. But in DataHub, we see this dissociation in the tables that are being used by DBT. I did a little investigation in our modeling team, and I see that they are using identifiers for some tables, and the identifier match this discrepancy that we are seeing in DataHub. So I was wondering if anybody else has had any problems using identifiers and this breaking the lineage in DataHub. Like, is this a normal thing, or the issue may be somewhere else?
Yeah, I think here, if I'm getting your question right, so your problem is that you have like some data set in Athena, which has some like AWS data catalog, company staging, blah, blah, source data set, and you have the same data set as well registered in Glue, but there it shows up like company staging and company source data set. But basically what you want, it's basically having these two data sets being the same data set, right, in data, but not two individual data sets, right?
That's right. That's correct.
Yeah. So I think this is a problem. What actually we would like to support in the future with siblings, and if you use like DBT, then you can use these sibling features where, you know, like a DBT node is merged with the corresponding data set. But I think it would make sense as well to like having the same with Glue and Athena, and even like Athena and I guess like an S3 node, which basically might be the same. So like these things should be merged. Currently, it's not happening. I think, as I mentioned, and I will add post it to this Slack channel. Actually, there is now in the CLI you can specify siblings between datasets, but it's not captured automatically. In the future, we would like to have it, like because I think this is the same problem or Athena or Presto, Trino, and in these similar sources. So yeah, in the future we would like to support. Currently, we don't. These aren't individual nodes, even though like these should be somehow grouped together.
Okay, so this is not a DBT thing, but if I wasn't using DBT and I had the same information in Athena and Glue, they should also be separate.
Yeah.
Okay.
We only just merge the DBT with the corresponding the data set, which is defined in DBT. So that's the only place where we're currently using this siblings feature, what we have.
Okay, thank you.
But I fully agree with you. But this should be merged and this should be like grouped together. Currently, it's not happening. I will post a way how you can do it manually, but I think ideally we should do it automatically for you during ingestion.
Thank you.
Okay, Manuel, did you get your question answered?
Yes, it's pretty clear. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't a mistake in our end. So,
no, it's not on your end.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you so much. And I see we have the question in here. Someone else asked the same question. Okay, so let me check back in again. I think Dav, I don't know if I pronounced your name correctly. I did post a channel. I thought you were going to post a question. Let me know. You're definitely not too late. We're going to be here for the next 5 hours and 18 minutes. We have an exciting day ahead. I do see Gustavo back. Gustavo, has there been any progress on you doing the update, or should we check in? You're on mute, by the way.
Yeah, I'm trying to check what the parameters I'm doing wrong, but now definitely I have progress, and I try to check this on the afternoon also, and I keep you informed by in the channel. And I do have another question, and I will address on the chat regarding how can we make DataHub public for some cases. But I will address on the chat.
You said, how do you make DataHub public for some cases? What kind of cases?
Yeah. You know, if you go Google online, if you go Google right now, you see a lot of data catalogs or a lot of very ugly catalogs to have some information about some ARPs. Definitely, I can mention SAP, and there's a lot of propagandas and a lot of things. My question directly is that if I could put on my webpage some data that I can that I could collect from those ARPs.
Okay, who on the team can answer that question for him?
Yeah, so can you explain a little bit more exactly what you're looking
Sure.
to do? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure how it goes in US and Europe, but when you in Brazil, just to give you an outlook, in Brazil we have 10,000 different vendors of ARPs, and major of them don't have a good data catalog or don't want to share that. The most famous ones, of course, around the globe is SAP, and I would like to make like a kind of community to help us, me as a BI developer, to build interchange for dictionaries, for versions, etc. For SAP is very easy because they never delete a column, but for the small ERPs are very difficult.
Yeah, I'm not positive exactly. Yeah, would you mind posting? You said you're going to post this in chat as well.
Yeah. I think it's better because it's not an easy question.
Yeah, it might be.
Okay.
It's one of those we got to read and digest, figure out what we need to solve here.
And while we're doing that, we do have another question. And welcome, Sudhakara. I don't want to call you out, but one of our DataHub champions is here. Hello.
Hey, Miko.
Hello. Hey, how are you?
Doing great, Miko. Thank you.
All right. Sudhakara is my DataHub champion hero. His support in the threads, you guys have just seen him in the community, is unparalleled. So thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay, while we are waiting, I do see we have another question here from Avinash. Gustavo, what are you working on? Avinash, are you there? Where are you? Let me see here. Let's see, we have a question from Am I saying that right? Maybe that's your last name. Someone is asking to look at a GitHub. Are you actually here? Nope. All right, so I think someone may have posted the question in the channel without joining, or maybe they're on YouTube. Let me not say that.
YouTube.
All right, so I don't have your first name here. I don't know if Avinash is your first name. So you may be on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, could you say hi? Chris or Tomas, the question that he or she has is, hello, would somebody please look at, there's a PR here for getting metadata from Prefect. It doesn't look like it's actively being worked upon. I might need some official assistance. We use Prefect extensively, so it'd be great to get visibility into the various flows we run and their metrics. And he posted the link in the channel, or he or she, sorry, posted the link in there. And again, this could come from YouTube. So if you're on YouTube, thank you for posting the channel.
Yeah, I think so. This is something what we, of course, we would like to have. It really depends on on our priorities. It is actually. So if somebody is using that and can take it and fixing those review comments, then that can basically can speed things up to get these source out. But definitely we would like to support Prefect and as well like Dexter as well in DataHub.
Okay, and so the comment there is that we don't do it today, but it's something, is it even on our, I'd hate to ask a timeline question, but is it even in our futures request, or?
We would like to support, it's really just, currently it does not have like that high priority than like other items. So we would like to work on in the future, but if somebody can pick this up and like help us out, that can speed things up.
Yeah, we already have this open PR. It looks like that has a good amount of the work done, just like some changes that need to happen before we can merge it.
Nice. Okay,
been commenting on that PR so far.
He's been commenting on it. Okay, so a little bit more feedback and then we can push it through. A little bit more updates.
Yeah.
Okay, so so I think hopefully you got your question answered. Avinash, like I said, I think you may be on the YouTube because I don't see you in here. But essentially, if you could keep working on it, or whoever's working on it has been given feedback by Harshal, then the team is ready to push it through and we can get support going for Prefect. So if you're able to contribute to that project, if it's not you, I didn't click on the PR myself, go ahead and do that, and it's on our radar. All right, super cool. Okay, welcome. All right, I'm looking through here and I don't see any questions. If you just joined, you can feel free to post your questions in the Slack channel, and we're happy to bring you up. We are here to serve you. We have about 10 minutes left in the getting started segment. So these are just questions around getting started. I will also award our first swag box. And then we have DataHub ingestion that is coming up after this. We'll focus on ingestion for those who have ingestions questions. Oh, Janelle said, okay, good. Oh, perfect. Okay. Thank you, Janelle. Perfect. Thank you.
No
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. All right. So if you have any other questions, we have about 10 minutes left in the getting started. Let me see here. Victor, could you do me a quick favor? We're trying to post, I'll just post this in here. Do you mind posting the question here and you can come up and ask it as well? So we created a Slack channel because with the engineers doing shifts, we have more engineers come in as we go through the day and they're able to give input. So if you could post the question in Slack channel, that would be helpful. But I'm happy to bring you up as well, Victor. Welcome. Are you there?
Yes, Abia. Thank you so much.
Hey, Victor. How are you?
Very well. Thank you. Yeah. So I can go ahead with my question, right?
Yeah, go ahead and ask it. Just make sure you post it
okay.
in the channel as well for the edification of everyone who will join later. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I'm trying to build DataHub front end locally on my machine. So the documentation says that I require Java 11 to build it. But when I try building it with version that's Java 11, I run into an error saying that I should use Java 17. But when I try to build it with Java 17, then at runtime, I get this illegal argument exception error saying unsupported class file major version 61. So I really want to clarify what Java version is expected to build DataHub frontend.
Yep. So it is 17 now. I'm surprised that we haven't updated all of our docs for that. I think in some places we have, but maybe we must have missed something. But yeah, now for GMS and DataHub frontend, it's Java 17. And sometimes there's an issue if you have like an old container, for example, that was built using Java 11 originally. And even though you're rebuilding and then trying to like restart the container or something, you can get issues if the original container was built using Java 11, but now it's running on Java 17 code. So you might have to issue a command to like fully like rebuild from scratch, essentially, that container. But I'm not sure exactly what error you're getting. But if you want to share that in the Slack channel, that would be helpful.
Yes, I'm trying to connect to the Slack channel and then drop the error message there.
Cool. But yeah, confirmed it is 17 that you need nowadays for the most recent version of DataHub.
Okay. So is the Slack channel get it started?
Oh no,
is that the name?
Miko just responded to you in this Zoom chat with a link to the channel.
Yeah, I'll put it here again. Hold on. I'll put it here. There you go. There you go, Victor.
Okay.
And Janelle and your colleague, I see your questions. I see two of them actually. So we'll get to that once we're done. I see Atharv had a question as well. So yeah, we'll get to those questions. And don't worry, if this bleeds into our ingestion, we just keep going. So don't worry. We just have specific people that are joining with questions. Yeah, we'll just keep going and then we'll get to ingestion after. So it's not a problem.
Yes, I'm dropping the error in a second.
Okay.
No worries. I think while we're waiting, there was a good question here from Atharv, which is how can we contribute code to open source? For anybody that wants to contribute code, I saw Tomas posted it in the comments there. We are open. We love DataHub, so feel free to contribute code. Like that's how our community was built. So the more the merrier. If you're not doing it, feel free to start.
Oh yeah.
Sure, Miko.
Yepers. All right. Let's see here.
Yeah, Tharv too, if you have any questions after reading the documentation about contributing, let us know. But
yeah,
highly encourage anyone and everyone to contribute.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking forward to work with DataHub.
Hey, welcome. All right, so I see we have questions piling up here. Victor, are you going to post? Or you want me to circle back with you? We have about 3 questions piled up here.
Yeah, I just posted it now.
Oh, you did?
See it? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey, Victor. Okay. Yep. You guys see the error? Thank you.
So that's the error I get at runtime.
Okay. Is that the full error? Or is there anything else like with that?
I think that's the full error. But I can try to just throw this stack trace there.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
I think there is maybe a piece of code which is compiled in an older version of Java. Might be causing the problem. Better you build the whole code with the Java 17 instead of trying to build just front end.
Sorry, can you come again? Sorry.
You can build the whole DataHub code instead of just a front end.
Okay. The whole DataHub project plus the other dependencies. Okay. Okay. So how would that solve the problem?
I think maybe some interchange library which is built in old version of Java being used in the front end when you're trying to just build the front end.
Okay, thank you so much. I would definitely try that. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, Victor, and we'll be here. We'll be here for another 5 hours. So if you try it and you want to come back in, feel free to come back in. Okay? I think you heard me.
Yes, thanks.
You did hear me.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. So let's do this. We have a pile of questions here. I do need to give away a swag box because I don't think the next question is going to take 4 minutes. So without further ado, I want to give away our first swag box to Atharv. So Atharv was our first one to hop on, and now he's contributing to Cove. So let's give him a round of applause. Atharv, hello. Thank you. I think you're on mute, but thank you for joining, and we're super excited to have you contribute to the code as well. It's always courageous to be the first one to join and ask the question, so thank you. So if you could do me a quick favor, yeah, I see people are applauding for you. If you could do me a quick favor and just DM me in DataHub Slack, I will send you your unique URL to retrieve your swag, and you should be able to go from there. Yay!
Sure.
All right.
Thank
you. Yeah, and you don't have to run off, by the way. You can stick around, but just DM me and I'll send you your link. Okay, so let's continue here. So Janelle, let me make sure I don't skip anybody. Your colleague had a question. There was actually 2 here. I saw one. I see Tomas addressing it. I see there's a question here. Thanks for organizing the session. More generally, we see lineage break across systems and even with single tooling, possibly because of the design choices we made along the way. What is the best way to manipulate the DataHub lineage manually? And is this stored in a hosted DataHub, or are there any guides for tinkering? Janelle, are you still around? Are you here?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, do you want to come on and maybe represent your colleague? I don't think he's here. Is it a he or she? I'm sorry for saying he or she, but I don't know. Okay,
no worries.
do you want to, could you continue the conversation? We can get it addressed.
Yeah. So part of that, as one example, is there's some cases where we're writing a DBT model to multiple schemas, and it only shows up in DataHub under one, or sorry, let me rephrase that. 2 different entities get saved in DataHub for the one DBT model, but the source definitions and lineage and everything only goes under one of those entities. And that's one example of what Avinash is referencing there. And Tomas, I saw that you posted the link to GitHub, so thank you for that. And I wonder if that would be part of that solution of being able to mark those 2 entities as siblings.
Yeah, actually in the future we plan to basically improve all of these sources to basically do these automatically. So basically doing this merge. So I think it definitely makes sense, and this is a problem not just with Athena and but as well with like Trino, Presto, and these other sources as well, where basically you can have even a MySQL database which is used from Presto or Trino, but basically those tables should be the same tables, even though the execution engine is like different. Yeah, so this is definitely something we would like to improve in the future. Currently, these are like separate individual nodes. Yeah, either you can manually basically group this together, or you can wait until we will improve our connectors.
Got it. So currently, even with that link you sent in the CLI, it'd be a manual process.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there you can say that, okay, here is this urn, and this other urn or data set is basically a sibling of these data sets. Basically, that's what you can manually.
Got it. Yep, that makes sense. And do you have a timeline for when you're hoping to release a feature where that could be automatic?
Yeah, I don't really have like an exact timeline, but we really would like to have this.
Got it. Thank you.
I'll also share a quick link to a GraphQL endpoint that allows you to manually update lineage as well. I think Tamash's is more around like creating siblings and merging nodes, while mine will be like if you want to add upstream or downstream relationships, etc. If if a link is missing between things, but Tamash's will be more about the merging situation.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, cool. All right, Janelle, does that answer your question? Or your colleague's question? Okay, awesome. All right, thank you. All right, I'll mark that one. And you guys probably see my emojis in here. I see Victor that's posting in here as well. Okay, I see Victor, you have one thing. Yeah, let's try to keep it single thread for single issues. That way it's easier for people to track. Okay, perfect. And then I see we have another question from Gustavo. You did post your question in here as well. Can you go ahead?
Yeah.
I think you're.
Oh,
you're back. Okay.
So basically, if as I mentioned, we have a lot of different ARPs, and a major pain for us, when I said, I mean, Power BI or business analytics consultants, is to retrieve the metadata correctly from the model, and also know the database model, where I should select for invoices, where I should select for customers, etc. My intention is to build a kind of network or community to interchange this data without, of course, the numeric and the samples and the profile, but at least the metadata for that.
Yeah, Tomasz, do you see his question in chat? What we're trying to do?
Yeah, I can see, but here I don't know. So basically what you want to have like an open site where people can interact with each other and can have this, or
Yeah, for example, Tomasz, if you have SAP HANA and I have SAP HANA, and I map some special table here to report production. You are looking for report production. I don't need to go on Google on ChatGPT asking for that. I can see you did kind of Slack for.
Yeah, I think what I get. So basically, Chris, I think the question is that what we have the demo, the datahub.com, something similar, but for this.
Oh yeah, now I understand. I was thinking like ingestion, how do I get all this data? But if you just created like bypass authentication, allow anyone to log in, and then they can like register their own data from the different ERP vendors that they have. Yeah, we definitely support like bypassing auth. Obviously our demo site does that. Let me find a link or some docs explaining how you could do this, because I know we posted this before. So yeah, just give me a minute, but I'll get back to you on how to bypass auth, allow anybody to come into a site that you deploy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. And just while we're doing that, I do want to mention that we have crossed over into the DataHub ingestion section. That doesn't mean that you can't ask getting started questions, especially if we don't have a ton of questions at the moment. If you're on YouTube and just join us, welcome. If you're here on Zoom, welcome as well. I did post a link in the chat for you to post your questions. We do have a Slack channel dedicated to the questions. I'll go ahead and post it again. So if you have a question, we're officially jumped into the ingestion segment. Feel free to post it here and we will line you up in the queue and get back to you. And it's great that we're doing this because, like, as you guys know, if you haven't been here, we have different engineers that are on schedule. And so if you're unable to get an answer here or it's unresolved, we have other engineers that help to pick up the conversation. And I wanted to say as well, Sudhakara, thank you. I saw your helping Victor with the error message. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, so feel free to post your questions in there and welcome. I see we have some new people that entered probably for the ingestion segment. So please join the DataHub Slack channel and post your questions in there. Similar for YouTube, I did put the link there. So if you're on YouTube, feel free to use the link and post your questions and I'd be happy to get back to you as well. And if you are watching on YouTube, if you could say hi and let us know where you're from, that would be great. If you just joined, let us know where you're joining from. That'd be awesome. Very global event we have running here. All right, while we're waiting, one of my favorite questions is, Tomasz, what are you working on right now for the project?
Yeah, I'm actually currently working on improving our Spark Lineage plugin and basically get out to the release our new Spark Lineage plugin, which supports like column level lineage and as well capturing schema, and yeah, there are a couple of features what will be in that plugin as it will be released, and also there Also, with this, we would like to release the Open Lineage endpoint as well. So if you want to send Open Lineage event to DataHub, you will be able to do that as well. So this is something what I'm currently working on.
Awesome.
Thomas,
Okay.
Thomas, these changes are coming to open source or to
Yeah. That's what I'm working on, to be on the open source. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I just want to welcome Vitor. Hi, Vitor. He's from Brazil. He's on YouTube. Let's say hi. He put I'm from Brazil. So again, we do have people on YouTube. And so just welcome. And again, if you need any help, just I post a link there. Feel free to post your questions. Okay, so you're working on Lineage. Chris, I could see you're into something. Are you able to tell us what you're working on for the project?
I'm looking into the issue for.
I can see that.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to.
No worries. Janelle has a question.
Talk about it
Janelle, you can. No worries, Janelle. You can ask as many questions as you want. Are you, do you want to come up?
Yeah, sure.
All right, go ahead.
So another element that we're working on is trying to ingest Meltano data into DataHub. I know there's no out-of-the-box recipe for it. However, it is a JSON schema. However, the format of that schema is not exactly the same as the JSON parser in DataHub. Is there a solution or a workaround in order to get DataHub to read that schema from Meltano? Oh, I can't hear you, Tomas.
I think you might be on
shoot,
mute. I think he was,
yeah. yeah. So yeah, can you post an example of these JSON schema and to basic or the error message or the error message as well, but then we can basically debug this. Why?
Yeah. Let me hunt down what that JSON schema looks like, and I might be able to put like a non-confidential snippet in the comment in the thread.
Yeah, sure.
We are not getting an error message for what it's worth, but let me hunt that down.
Yeah, okay. Then you can give me something with which we can use to reproduce this issue. Then we are happy to check it out.
Okay, thank you. It might take me a minute to complete.
No worries. All right. So while we are waiting, feel free to post questions in. Does anybody else have any other questions while we're waiting? That is what we are here for. Welcome to the ingestion discussion.
All right. Also, Gustavo, I just responded to your Slack. I found the environment variable that you need to set to basically disable authorization using JAS. So basically, anyone can log in as a default user.
Nice.
Thank you.
No problem.
So that one may be resolved. That's awesome. Yeah. All right. Do we have any other questions? We are technically in the ingestion end. Any beginner questions? I know that some people are just here to learn. So those people who are just watching, I don't want to call you out. Are you just here to kind of learn about the project? I see we have Steve, we have Kristen. Are you guys in learning mode?
Definitely, we're still in learning mode. Would love to see like some example of best practices on ingestion. We have a variety of data sources, like namely Redshift, which is I consider a little bit older data warehouse. I know most of the ingestion are more pointed toward like Snowflake. We have relational database, so that's a bit more straightforward, and like Glue, Kafka, Confluent.
Okay, so you're here for best practices. Thank you for that. And then Steve, I know you've been hanging around. What are you looking for?
Yeah, so my team, I'm here from WB Games. We just completed a POC, so we just were onboarded to DataHub and Acro, and yeah, we're using some of the same stuff that the young lady before said. We're using Redshift, S3 as our main data warehouses. Well, S3 is our data lake. But you a lot of the things as far as like getting started, you guys have seemed to have resolved for us. Like our, excuse me, we have our LookML lineage issue that we had resolved, as well as we had an issue where our like spectrum tables weren't showing, but you guys resolved everything so far. I have more questions about like assertions. Those are the questions that I have. But yeah, everything's good so far. I'm learning from everybody's experience. So
okay, I mean, do you have specific questions? So let me take these one at a time. Thank you for joining, Steve. Let me see if there's anybody else that hasn't talked as yet. Dav, I don't know if I'm butchering your name, and someone named F. Borden. What are you guys here for as well? Because it can kind of help me to prep who's coming on. You guys say, well, maybe butchering somebody's name. Dav or Dave? I don't know how that pronounced. They're on mute. Maybe they stepped away. Okay, and if you're on YouTube, you can put what you're here for as well. All right, so let's take one at a time here. Tomas and Chris, in terms of best practices, what can we share with Kristen? And then Steve, and sorry here, me going through the thread. Steve, we'll get back to the assertions. And thank you for letting us know about your experience. What can we share in terms of best practices for DataHub and ingestion? They've got Snowflake, she said, Kafka. What can we share?
Yeah, Kristen, I think as you've heard from Steve, so we have like support, even though like you said, like Redshift is another like data warehouse. It's one of like of our main source, so it should be very well supported. If you have any issue, just let us know. I think how I would get started with that, like just setting up like some kind of UI ingestions, and then based on that, just start basically starting with one source and then going to other source, and basically checking out if you are satisfied with the output, what you can see there. I would like gradually add, like if you want like ingesting just metadata, and then maybe you can go and ingest lineage as well, or just enable by default lineage, and then you can go even forward by enabling usage or if you want like profiling as well. Yeah, and I think you should just get started with it and start basically, and maybe what can help you if you are just getting started, just checking our YouTube channel, where we have like tons of information about different features, and as well there you can get some understanding about how this works and what you can expect. And I think based on that, it really depends on your use case, how you want to set up, and what you would like to see in DataHub, and basically tailor it onto your need. Hopefully, DataHub is very flexible, so hopefully you can tailor to your need. And also we have like on our YouTube channel, you can see other companies are talking about their use cases and their implementation, and I think that can be helpful as well to see how others.
That would be great. Do you have a link for that? Because I'm still trying to get my company to adopt Acro. And one of the thing I have to do first would be like to show the, why we want to use a managed service versus do it ourselves. I mean, clearly all the, technology behind it is pretty, involved. So rather than hosting all those self-host on AWS, so if anyone have some data that they had done for the cost analysis or anything like that, because I would prefer just go to the
if you want, I think we can connect you with Ben. And Ben is the perfect person who can help you with these.
Let's do that. Let's connect her with Ben. Ben will have all the pros and cons. He'll give you like a fair assessment of what might make sense for you guys, and compared to how other people have weighed the managed versus self-deployed.
Okay.
Yeah, Kristen, if you could do me a favor, could you just post? Are you in DataHub Slack by any chance, or no?
No,
you're not. Okay.
My email here.
Okay, yeah, because if you could DM me or send something, I can get that done.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah.
We're
still at
thank you so much. Okay.
We're trying to get a demo, but thank you. I just want to listen.
Yeah. Ben will be perfect for that.
Sure. And then we have 2 of these sessions depending on what your time zone is. And so, we have people come in, like the West Coast will come in after the 12 p.m. session. So that's great. Steven, thank you so much. Steve, sorry. Thank you for attesting to DataHub flexibility. Again, we love the project. I think you guys know we have like we're the number one metadata platform because of our flexibility, because of the community, because of the extensibility. So thank you so much for letting everybody know how great the project is. All right, cool. All right, I see here. Thank you, Kristen. I got your email and I will connect you to Ben. I see we have, did I miss anybody? Dav wrote me and said he's shy, but he's here to learn. I see we have Maxwell. So Maxwell, if you are just joining, just FYI, we did post a link to a Slack channel that you can post your questions in, and we will help you from there. If you are just joining again, we are using the Slack channel DataHub Slack for continuity. So, feel free to use it. And then what happens is as we have different engineers come in, they will help you with your questions. All right. Let's see here. I'm just seeing, I don't see any new questions. Does anybody else have any other questions? Just making sure we addressed everything. Hey, Jenna.
If no one else has a question, I will ask the question.
Oh, okay. Was Sudhakara? Oh, you're back. Okay, good. And Jenna had a question. Go ahead, Sudhakara.
Thomas, there is a requirement to ingest represent the CSV files and the Excel files as it is, and create some lineage. So what do you recommend? What kind of entity we can use in DataHub? So the exact CSV files, and they need a profiling as well, showing a sample data. And those CSVs and Excels may contain lineage, linking to the different Confluence pages or different dataset, even datasets as well.
Yeah, actually, I think our S3 source can work with CSV as well, so which can like read up files from local file system or from S3, and it can get the schema if it can get from the CSV files as well. But for Parquet files, I guess you can do something similar, like creating like datasets.
Yeah, but our part is this file should be in S3 to use S3 ingest, right?
But you can do locally as well. So if you have like a local file system or you have a shared file system, which is mounted into the machine where you run the ingestion.
Yeah, got it. What you're saying, yeah. And is that supported for the Excel as well?
No, not really Excel. So I think Excel we can infer the schema, even though it can, I guess, ingest the file itself. So maybe that's something that you have to implement on your own, or maybe you can just extend or that source.
The one easy way I can see is to convert them to Excel to the CSVs on runtime and
if you don't want to change the code, I think that's something what you can do, or if you don't want to write any code
with SDK, means SDK.
Or as well, you can just either this is already existing, or you can use our API and writing some Python code which can just scrape your Excel files and ingest to DataHub. Because I think at some point you have to ingest the lineage as well, which you want to set between these documents.
Anyway, we have to use the SDK for that. Yeah. Cool. Thank you so much, Thomas.
You're welcome.
All right. Welcome. I see we have new people joining still. So I think while we're waiting, if you're new, do you mind telling us why you joined? So we have some new people that joined in. Welcome. And Jenna, you had another question as well?
Yeah. There's just a follow-up.
Yeah, 1 second. Sudhakara, did you get your question answered, or we'll come back to you?
It's answered, Nico. Thank you so much.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. And Sudhakara, by the way, for those who are new, is one of our DataHub champions. We only have a handful of them. He's coming from Zynga. They're super awesome. He's also our #1 support in the channel. So you've probably seen his name. He's pretty amazing. So happy to have you here. And he's joined us from India and works for Zynga. Super cool gaming company. Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Jenna.
Yeah, so following up on that Meltano ingestion, Tomas, I posted a screenshot of what that raw schema looks like in DataHub for us. So we're not getting any errors. It just, yeah. So we're not getting any errors on it. It just like can't seem to read that JSON script.
Mm-hmm. Can you send me like in a DM your script and not a screenshot? Maybe that's easier to me to work with.
Like the JSON output or the Meltano recipe that we ingested it through?
Yeah, I think the Meltano recipe, if you can. If not,
okay.
I'm just... So basically what you want to pass in, to basically get parsed by DataHub.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Then I can just run and locally debug what is going on.
Okay, yep, give me 1 second, I'll DM you.
Thanks. If you are in Slack, I think it's better there. Then.
Right. Just checking to see if hi, I think we have somebody on screen. Hey Jeff. Hello.
Morning.
Hello. Jeff is on the Acro team as well. Thanks for joining the party.
Hi everybody. I'm on sales engineering team.
Hello.
Good to meet everybody.
Yay. Hello, hello. Yeah, we're just rocking and rolling here. We're in the ingestion cycle, but we're definitely helping with any other questions.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, did you see our channel? Just want to make sure I did share that. We're posting the questions in our DataHub. We have a channel just for the questions.
Oh, okay.
So we can
I'll go take a look.
Yeah, look, you can look in the chat so we have continuity. Yeah.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think Steve maybe had a question about assertions, but he didn't seem to.
Yeah, sorry, Steve.
Like...
Hey, Steve. So let's circle back and thank you. I'm so sorry. You had a question about assertions. You said you kind of got everything answered. Do you mind just asking that question again?
Yeah, no, no worries. Yeah. So my question about assertions is, for one, again, just attesting that with DataHub, we've basically had a lot more flexibility and insight into our data, like data governance and data discovery. We're able to discover things that we didn't have before from a previous company we were working with. So your team is awesome. We love your product so far. We've only been using it for like a month, so we really appreciate it. So my question is about, oh, you're very welcome. My question is about assertions in the way that, so I guess out of the box or the default assertions are what's called smart assertions that use ML. And right now, what we're seeing is the adjustment period. So for example, we ingest game data, right? And our campaigns are usually for games is like 2 weeks, right? Where we're getting like, a big influx of data, 2, maybe 3 weeks. And so what we've been noticing is that as we're ingesting like bigger pieces of data into our data sets, or our assets, I should say, the smart alerts for volume and columns are going off as they should, because we're getting way more data. But we're noticing that the adjustment period for the machine learning algorithm, it takes about 2 weeks. And so by the time it adjusts, the game is like we're moving on to the next asset, like next game that we'll be working on. And I was wondering if there's a way to adjust, I guess, the adjustment period, for lack of better words.
Yeah, actually, yes. You should just ping me, and actually, if you can ping and let me know what you would like to get achieve, and then, yeah, we are actively working on this feature as well. And even today, we can just tweak these defaults. So we might can change in the way you would expect, but I think if you can just ping us on Slack and let us know your use case, and like having like I can involve some other colleagues as well, then I'm quite sure we can figure out something.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Stephen. Sorry that I missed the assertions question. I was looking in the Slack channel. All right, so I think we're about halfway through assertions. I will be doing another Slack giveaway in about 30 minutes, just FYI. And so, Jeff, welcome. I'm looking at the channel here. If you're just joining, I do see some 1 or 2 people that did just join, and some told me that they left and they'll be back. We do have a Slack channel for you in DataHub Slack for you to post your questions. So feel free to post the questions there. I will post that again. Same thing for you on YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you can post your questions in that channel. We'll get to it. Jeff, however, why don't you tell us, well, you're not working on the project. Chris, what are you working on in the project? I'm circling back to you. You're too busy just now helping Gustavo.
Yeah, for sure. So I talked about this last time, how we were trying to bring the structured properties and metadata forms, like allow people ways to fill out structured properties, and then soon other metadata as well in entities in a like structured manner in a form. Bringing those back to OSS, and those have officially been merged. So now they're in open source, and they're going to be out with our next release. Right now, I'm extending those 2 main features to other entity types. They were originally released just for data sets, but now we're going to support them for all entity types that have profile pages, essentially, where you could like go to fill out a form, or where you could go to like check out properties, etc. So that's like what I'm getting across the finish line right now, is extending those to the rest of entity types. Very excited about it. Otherwise, we're looking at some cool things around updating our policies, etc. There's more information to go with that later, but getting like stronger on our sense of security on the platform is something that we're concerned about as well, that I'm looking into.
Chris, could you double click into one of the use cases that kind of let this feature, the structured properties?
Yeah. Yeah, so basically—
And by the way, hold on 1 second, Chris. To everybody who's coming, we have incoming. Welcome. I think we hit like the half-an-hour mark in ingestion, because we have 3 new people. If you, Abhishek, I recognize you, so welcome back. But if you're new, we are in the ingestion channel. We do have a DataHub Slack channel for you to go ahead and post your questions in, versus Zoom, so we can have continuity, because I see people joining on YouTube as well. So please use the channel. It is in the chat, and we'll get back to you. So Chris is talking about, for those who join, custom properties and what he's doing. Go ahead, Chris. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so with these like structured properties and forms work specifically, we had already previously supported what was called custom properties, which was very limited in its functionality. It was just a string to string map. It was just like a list of options. You could just assign arbitrary properties, but there was no validation of any kind. There was no way to like set up a list of allowed values. There was no way to set up different types that you could set for these different properties. And there's definitely no way to say like these things are required for this entity to be like metadata certified, whatever term you want to use, or verified. Verified is the term that we're using. So we wanted to be able to we had heard from multiple people, both open source and Acro customers as well, that they were interested in being able to be more structured in about like what types of metadata they want to be able to set on different entities, in order to say, all right, this entity is now properly like set up and verified as far as what sorts of data we have set up on it in DataHub. It's like a very strong tool to allow you to be more like strong about your data governance on DataHub itself. So with structured properties, you can now define properties that you set on assets with specific schemas for each property. So you can make it open-ended, you can make it like choose from a list of items, you can have single select, multi-select, you can allow them to select different entities on the platform to reference as a value. And we built our own custom validators to ensure that whenever you're ingesting data with these structured properties, it fits the schema for that property that you expect, which is a very powerful tool. And we built that validator in a way that you can go and continue to add your own custom validators. Shout out to David, really smart dude. So now we have metadata validation as a general concept that you can extend yourself, and something that we will continue adding as well. But then the forms piece is just like making it much easier for users to fill out the metadata that they need to fill out, and allows admins, data governance admins, to say this entity needs this metadata filled out, and then you can assign it to people to go fill it out.
So let's say I'm in an organization, a regulated industry, and I'm used to having to fill out a spreadsheet across the tables I might own that says, what is the data retention policy? Who might own this? You know, any number of things that I might need to do outside of, you know, a traditional metadata system. I could now set up a governed way to have my owners and users both participate in this additional exercise that so many places are doing, especially the larger organizations, right?
Yep. Oh, definitely. Yeah, yeah. Instead of living in a spreadsheet, you can integrate that data directly into your data catalog. So everything's in one place, which is obviously one of our big goals, is to be the data platform, the central data platform. So yeah, instead of having that governance initiative live in its own place, it now lives in DataHub and is much more powerful and a lot easier and nicer to use than like filling out generic spreadsheets for a bunch of entities that you don't know anything about. Or you may know, you may have to like search on different platforms to get more context, so you know you're filling out that information correctly. Here, you're on DataHub already. You get that context, you just fill out the things that you need to fill out for it.
Nice. It's exciting.
Yeah, very nice. I'm hoping
can we get a demo later?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, we do like I'm curious. Okay, so before we do that, I see we have a few new people. I see Abhishek here. I see Tao here, trying to pronounce the names, and Anil. So if you guys don't mind, if you're shy, you can put it in chat. I'd love to hear what you guys are here for. Harry, you're here. I don't know if I saw you. Let us know what you guys are here for. Are you just here to learn? Do you have questions? Welcome, welcome. Oh, I scared Anil off. It's like, I'm just here to learn. Welcome, welcome. Okay, thank you, Atharv. Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for joining.
Thanks,
and if you're on YouTube, save as well. Thanks, Atharv. Have a great day. All right. All right. If I don't hear from people, I just assume they're here to learn, which is perfectly fine as well. Let me see here if we have any questions.
Hello.
Okay, Abhishek.
Can you hear me?
Hey. Who's talking?
Michael, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Who's talking? Sorry.
Can we? Hari Vishwadeep. Can I
Hey,
share?
Hari.
Hi.
Yeah,
can
sure.
I ask something here, or do we need to post on the Slack channel?
We try to do both only because the engineers are on shift, and it does continuity. So as we have new engineers come in, they can help. So you can actually, if you can do both, it'd be great. But you can go ahead and share your screen. Just keep in mind, we are streaming on YouTube. And by the way, hey, Joshua, we have Joshua on YouTube. I don't know which Josh. I have like 3 Joshes. Welcome, but I think I know which Josh this is. I think this is the San Diego Josh, who's in good weather all day, every day, but welcome. So we say hi to you on YouTube. Yeah, so Hari, you can go ahead and share your screen, but if there's a previous Slack thread, can you go ahead and share that in the DataHub Slack channel? It'll just give the team context, and then if we have other engineers will come in later, they'll continue to help you beyond the marathon, okay?
Okay, thanks. So actually, my question is not related with a particular issue. It is related to observability platforms.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm currently working for the DataHub observability platform. Basically, we are doing in the Grafana, Prometheus, and PagerDuty. So right now, what I'm doing is creating dashboards for DataHub. So what I felt is struggling to find a official DataHub dashboard and alert rules which we can set for, which will be helpful for the optimization of the performance, those kind of criterias. So do we have any, documentation for that? I couldn't find it officially, but it will be great if you could, someone could share that.
I think
on the performance perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody from the platform team should be able to answer this question, but I don't know actually. Miko, do you know when they will be online? So Davi or Anton? You're still muted.
Yeah, Miko, you're muted.
I'm sorry, my dogs were having fun. David will be here, Harry, in 25 minutes. So what you could do is you could go ahead and post the question in the Slack channel. I'll go ahead and tag David, and when he gets in, he'll jump right on the question. Do you need the link to the Slack channel?
I got it. I was just typing in, so in between, I thought we can ask here also. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you. Yeah, and we'll get it addressed. Even if you're, hopefully you're able to stay for the next session, which is hands-on troubleshooting. But if not, then you put it in here. David will still get it addressed for you, or someone from the platform team. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. All right. I see we have 2 questions here. Vidi's back. Hello, and we have Abhishek. Abhishek, are you the Abhishek that I know? I'm sorry, my dog's having a fest. Are you there, Abhishek? I see your question here.
Yes, Miko. Hi. Hello, everyone.
Hey.
I'm Abhishek from Airtel. We had a chat a few days back.
Yeah, you were on our last marathon, correct or no?
No, I was not in the last marathon, but we had a case study with Airtel. Vivek and Shikhar did the case study with you. And
yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
I remember you.
so I was part of that.
Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, so go ahead and ask your question, and thank you so much for posting it in the Slack channel.
Yeah, so I was asking about if there are any plans for adding DataHub usage and query support for sources like Oracle and Hive.
Does anybody want to take that?
Oh, sorry. So yeah, I'm taking it. So basically, I was again on mute, of course. So
no worries.
We would love to have actually like this for Hive and as well for Oracle. We just don't really have it in our immediate roadmap. If you would be open to like work on this, I think with the current API, and it's quite easy to. So if you can get the audit logs from Hive and or from Oracle, then it would be pretty easy to integrate to a current source, to the current sources, and yeah, so we can help in that if you are open to contribute it back and work on this.
Okay. Well, I'll have a look internally with our Oracle and Hive teams to check how if we are actually auditing the logs. If we are auditing the logs, I'll see if I can help in this.
Yeah. So the one of the requirements is to have like to have the audit logs about the queries. Right. Otherwise, we can,
because the audit logs take a lot of storage to store, and the scale at which we work, I doubt if they are in Oracle we have, but I doubt if in Hive they are enabled or not. I'll have to check.
Yeah, actually, I think what usually happen, like for example in Redshift or like in other data warehouses, they usually have audit logs stored for like a couple of days, which can be fine if you like ingest like in a daily basis these audit information or the queries. So then if you can only store like a couple of days, I think you should be fine. So you don't have to store it forever, I guess.
Sure. I'll check it and I'll get back to you. Thank you.
Abhishek, I have an example of a different use case where I mocked up usage data that I will like post a gist in the community Slack for you to take a look at. So could be a decent guide. Yeah, it's like I for a different thing, I had to populate kind of mock values for usage, and so I populated all the aspects to make them populate on a Snowflake table. So I'll ship that over to you.
Sure, Jeff. Thank you.
Great, no problem.
All right, awesome, Abhishek. And I hope sounds like you got your question answered here. Okay, Vidi, thank you for coming back. You had another question for us. Are you on audio again? Where's Vidi? All right, so she's not here. She might be on YouTube though. There's more people on YouTube now. All right, so Vidi had a good question. Can you confirm the UAA SML, which is there in roadmap, that is Cloud Foundry, is the Cloud Foundry one? See here. Chris is saying that he's going to get coffee, no problem. Chris is answering her and saying that this is indeed on our roadmap. However, we can't confirm the timeline, but we've talked about extending out SSO support for a bit now, and I know it's something we want to do, but we're not sure on a timeline. Okay, so Vidi did get the question answered, which is great. I guess I know she hopped off for a call, but she is still posting her questions. Okay, so welcome. If you are new, again, we continue to have, as we get later in the day, we usually have more people join as well. If you have any questions, we do have a Slack channel for you to post your questions. If not, then definitely let me know why you're here. If you don't mind in the chat, or you can unmute, and we just want to make sure we help you. We know we have people here that just joined to learn, which is awesome. If you are on a marathon before office hours or have a Slack thread that you're trying to get help on, feel free to post it, and we'll help you. Okay, no problem, Harry. I'll go ahead and tag David actually on your thread right now. So when he joins, he'll be up soon. David, do you mind taking a look at this? All right, so I tagged David, who will be here hopefully in about 20 minutes, and he'll be able to catch up here this question. All right. Okay, just look in the chat here, and there is another swag box that we're going to award in about 20 minutes. So please hang in there. We do one every single hour. We already had our first winner this morning, which I posted in the channel. So feel free to hang in there. All right, YouTube or Zoom, any questions? Or let us know what you are here to learn. It's a very rare event when we get all our engineers here. Everybody's here to help. So this is definitely the time, even if you're a newbie, this is definitely the time to ask us questions or let us know if you're just looking for basics. Like earlier, one person said they just wanted best practices. This is definitely the time. Otherwise, like Tomas.
So one more question from my side. Are we actively developing the actions framework? Is it still under development?
Yeah, definitely. We are.
Okay. Because we were trying to implement, we were trying to implement a use case where for any schema change in a DataHub schema, we wanted to audit it in our Elastic store and have our end users do a visualization on top of it using Kibana. So for the users to know what exactly changed in there, although they can see it in the DataHub UI as well from the versions tab, but we wanted to ingest it in the Elasticsearch so that the users that are not using DataHub, they can have a visualization from Kibana. And to drive more use cases on top of that.
Right.
So we were trying to implement this internally.
So your schema specifically of different data sets, so you want to see the different changes of them over time?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, so right now, and you might also be aware of this since you've already started looking into it, the schema version history is driven by our the different versions of aspects that we keep track of. You said it's not in Elastic, which would make sense. The current version of the schema is in Elastic, but not all the history. Is that what you're saying? That makes sense.
Yes, we wanted all the history so that we can see how our schemas are evolving over time, and we can drive use cases on top of that. If something changes, we wanted to do some more event-based use cases when a schema changed. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's an interesting feature request. You said, have you guys started digging into building it?
Yeah, we have created a requirement doc today, and we will be implementing it soon internally.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean that's very interesting. I'm sure we'd love to see what you guys have to offer.
Yeah, if any help is required, I'll post a question in the Slack channel for sure.
Sounds good. Yeah, definitely.
Awesome beans. All right. Thank you, Abhishek. Appreciate that. I'm just looking at Slack channel. All right. I'm not seeing any new questions. So do we have any ongoing questions? I know some people have questions after questions. Please don't be shy. Hey, Maxwell, how are you? Yay. I see your hand up.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. By the way, I won't call your organization, but I love what you guys do. In a previous life, I was involved with someone from your team, and what you guys do is very important.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a question for you, if you don't mind. Yeah. My question is, I'm do POC on DataHub and install on our AWS cloud running on EKS, right? But I migrated to RDS, Kafka, and OpenSearch. Before I do migration, everything looks good. And right now, after migration, only one issue is called analytic. Usually I can see user activity, but after I migrate, I cannot see user activity. I post on Slack now to the troubleshoot, the one posted here. And you see the analytic is just the my testing data, my circle and glue. And the user activity I could not see.
Did you say you posted it in the Slack group somewhere? Is it in our channel?
Slack troubleshoot.
Oh, could you tag it in our channel? Let me send you the link. So we can we have a dedicated channel.
Oh, I don't. Okay, I can.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Just you don't have to re-tag it. Just the link. Just do the link to the thread.
Yeah. It's just a launch. Okay. Open this link to the browser.
Thank you.
And which one? DataHub?
Yeah, I put the link in the chat for Zoom there, Maxwell.
Yeah, there are a lot. I don't know which one.
Let me see here.
Yeah, post a link to your thread.
DataHub Marathon QA, right? Join. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me copy paste here. Okay.
Thank you.
I have a few more questions if I may ask.
Yeah, sure, Abhishek. Give us 1 second. Let him post in here.
Yeah, I posted there.
Okay, and Abhishek, do me a favor. Can you post it in the thread as well while we're waiting? Okay, Maxwell, thank you so much. Do you guys see the screenshot he posted here?
So after you migrated to a different deployment system, you're not seeing this user activity in the analytics page.
Yeah, analytics.
Right?
Only this one. All other are testing, CLI, ingesting, everything looks good except this.
And you'd say so everything else looks good as far as you can.
Before migration is good. Everything looks good.
And then after migration, is this the only thing that looks off after migration?
The migration only the Elasticsearch data. I don't do the backup and restore. The reason we run CentOS is too much trouble. It's old version, CentOS 7, the EC2. So I'm not sure. I just guess the Elasticsearch, the data is not store user activity, right?
So it does store user activity. It's in a time series index, so it's not going to be easily viewable, kind of like your data set index.
The history data I don't care, right? I just the testing. But when I click and see, I don't see any user activity, even myself.
Right.
So I only see there's I post the screen snapshot. I'm not sure you see it.
No, I see it. Yeah. So if you're not getting this user activity, then somehow that user event tracking data is not getting captured properly in this new deployment. So there could be multiple different ways that this could, or issues that this could come from. There could be an issue with Elasticsearch in general. So sending messages to Elasticsearch, maybe it's not picking things up. One way to test that it's not just a general Elasticsearch problem would be, if you go in and add a glossary term to an entity or something like that, and then ensure that it shows up in search properly, do manual updates, you can see if things show up in search properly, then Elasticsearch is updating. There could be an issue with this specific Kafka topic, because Kafka is how we pass messages from our backend service to Elasticsearch, and that's where we store all this data. Because the endpoint that we're hitting in order to get this user data is just requesting Elasticsearch to get me all this user event data, which is just time series streams as you do stuff throughout the platform. We're tracking all that. And the final thing is just making sure that you're issuing this, like you're making requests or calls when the user does stuff. And you can easily check that in your network tab in your UI. If you open up the network tab, you should see when you start clicking on things like go to the search page or something, we should hit the endpoint that ends in /track. And if you're doing that, then that means like we're making like a call to try to store this user event data. So I know that was a lot of things. Let me respond in your comment or to your post with a few places you can start to troubleshoot.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Of course.
I think we lost Miko.
We lost Miko. Tragic. All right.
Chris, should we take a shot at Abhishek's last question?
Yeah, right now I'm responding to Maxwell's final response. And then we can take a look at Abhishek's because he posted a few there too.
Okay, great.
I don't know if you want to look at that first, Tomasz, while I finish responding.
Yeah, in the meantime, I can answer Abhishek's second question about which says that is there a way to increase the number of sample values visible in the stats tab of a dataset? Also, why profiling a dataset can I mark certain fields as PII so that the sample values for these columns get masked? So I'm not sure if you can increase the number of sample values. I can check it actually. And also I don't think so you can say that don't show sample values for certain columns. What you can do is basically setting about allow and deny filter profile filter for those columns, and then those columns won't be profiled at all. I think that's what you
Okay.
can do.
Yeah, that is available. That is available to yeah. Allow deny is available for a column, I guess. But
So basically
masking is
profiling.
yeah.
So that would be
I don't think so.
That'd be part of the recipe, right? Like the ingestion recipe, Tomas.
Yeah.
Yes.
You would do the allow or deny list feature of both schema, either it's schema or column in the recipe, right?
Yeah, you can basically set a filter, and even you can specify the column name as well.
Hey, sorry about that. We're having a big storm here and I literally got thrown off.
Huh.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's been pouring cats and dogs here. So sorry about that. There's a monster storm going on outside. Okay, what did I miss? Yeah, I spent like the last 5 minutes trying to get back online. Did I miss anything?
Nothing specific. We're working with Maxwell on an issue that he was seeing around tracking user analytics. We're
Okay.
still responding on Slack there. And then Tamash started trying to help out Abhishek on a couple of the questions that he posted in the Slack thread as well.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so you guys already went through that. Sorry. So make sure I don't repeat. And I see Alan has a question as well. Did Abhishek already ask? Did you already ask your question? Sorry. Abhishek?
Yes,
Did
yes,
you already
yes,
ask?
we had a word.
You did.
Yeah.
Okay. I see Alan has a question, so I'll just wait. And by the way, oh, it's time to give away swag. So before we it's that time again. I came back in time. It's a swag giveaway time. Okay. So if you are just joining, welcome, welcome, welcome. Every hour we do have a swag giveaway. We do it whether you're on YouTube, if you introduce yourself and participate, or you're on Zoom, we do the swag giveaways. And so I wanted to award, hold on here. Let me look here. I did have someone that I'm awarding a swag giveaway to. Hold on. Hey, David. All right, I wanted to award a swag giveaway. Let me see if the person is still here. You have to be here to get it. Hold on. Me getting my act together. Yeah, okay, Janelle, you're still here. Woo! Are you there?
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Well, you are gonna get a lovely DataHub swag box. If you could do me a quick favor, just DM me your email in our DataHub Slack channel, and I will go ahead and give you your link to redeem your DataHub swag box. And nice it is. So let's give a round of applause, everybody. Yay! Awesome, Beans. Thank you so much. And also not just participating, but you also started to help people. So thank you so much, you and your colleague. Thank you for all the support in the community, and love that you guys are contributing to the project. Okay. Hello, and then we will welcome, oh, I see a lot of familiar faces, and David. Hello. Hey, how are you? Welcome. All right, so we have 2 questions that are happening right now. I know we're trying to help, we're gonna continue on here, Maxwell. I know we're trying to help you. And then we do have some questions from Abhishek. We are at the top of the hour as well, so we're gonna continue with the support for that. We are at the top of the hour here where we expected to be shifting. Tomas, are you going to be heading off now? I know you've been on since this morning.
Yeah. I can stay for
you
a
are?
bit, but yeah.
Okay, well, you're off duty at the moment, but yeah, if you want to hang around, nobody pushing you off. So let's give Tomas a round of applause.
Yeah.
All right, and David, welcome. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, you're breaking up a little bit, Miko, and I was about to inform those that don't know that you're going through a storm right now, so your internet connection is a little shoddy. But
Okay,
you're looking all right
sorry.
now. You were just pausing for a second.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm going through a storm. Let me kill my video. I'll kill my video before I reconnect, but I wanted to go ahead and get Alan's question answered. So Chris, while I reconnect, can you ask Alan's question for me? And I'll be right back, okay? I gotta reconnect.
Sure thing.
Cool.
All right, Alan. Yeah, what are you looking for?
He did post in Slack. He is a
Oh, it's in Slack. Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
He's a comment.
Let's take a look at
All right,
that.
I'll be back.
Do you want me to read it, Chris? I've got it open.
Sure.
Hi, guys. I'm attending to learn. I am starting to evaluate DataHub or developing a custom app to track data assets. No option for hosted solution because of closed network. I'm more inclined to use DataHub. The users do not like the front end. But as a platform team, we are not well versed in the front end development. Do you have any advice on where to start learning to work on the front end? Some feedback by users are one data set cannot be in multiple domains. And we have a different persona, but the views function can only filter data sets. And 3, users were asking for semantic search.
Okay, cool. got a couple of different things here.
Yeah.
I'll take the first one or two. So one data set cannot be in multiple domains. So this is going to be, some front end work as well as some GraphQL API work. We've heard this before. And when we originally built this feature, it was just an opinionated, like we just had an opinion on it. We thought that we're going to have one domain and that's what we're going to allow right now. The way that the data model works is we do support multiple domains like at the low level, but in the UI and in our API, we don't. So luckily, like that is something that is changeable. It's not like it's a flexible thing under the hood. So we'd have to talk, like I could give walkthrough steps, but basically like there is a set domains GraphQL API that would have to be updated that you could like take in multiple domains. And then the front end just would require some minor React code changes around the like section where we display domains on the profile page, as well as in like search cards and a few other spots. I can respond in Slack here as well with specific.
But if I may ask, or just kind of put this out there, one of the reasons that data sets are shown as kind of being one data set to one domain is because we introduced subdomains. So we often found it's easier to kind of enforce a folder structure, right? Because domains can have any amount of nesting, and we support that. So what you might find, rather than adding this complexity, is you might have a higher level parent domain that does match the correct intent of your domain.
Yeah, great point.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can respond in Slack as well. But I think that's a great point that they should definitely check to see if using nested domains solves their use case first before they go in and fork the repo and make changes. Because I'm not sure that at this moment we'd be taking a change to accept multiple domains, just because we did that intentionally so far.
Yep.
And question 2, Alan, is there anything more that you'd like to go or add into that before we move on to your second question? Okay.
And by the way, Chris, I forgot to mention we switched into hands-on troubleshooting. If I didn't mention that before, but we'll continue to take questions. I see some people have been joining on YouTube and stuff. So we are finishing up, I think, ingestion questions. So you can still ask those. If you're joining new on YouTube, because I see some newcomers, we do have a Slack channel. I did post the link to the Slack channel. Feel free to jump in there and post your questions. Maybe just mention that you're on YouTube and we'll address it. And if you're just joining here in the threads, feel free to do the same. All right, sorry, go ahead, Chris. We have some newbies in here. So just want to make sure we keep things flowing.
Cool. So Jeff and Alan are going to talk about use case 1, and it looks like they're talking on the thread a little bit too. So the next piece is we have different personas, but the views function can only filter data sets. Can you explain a little bit more what you mean there? As in it can only filter data sets. This can filter, like you can choose any type of entity, right? It's just like overall filter that's applied to all search, right? Yeah, you can choose different entity types to filter down in views. Just double checked that.
Yep.
I might also be misunderstanding the situation. Either way, I think 2 should be taken care of. You should be able to apply any filter that you can apply in search using views, and it will just be like a sticky filter essentially. And then David, do you want to tackle that last part, semantic search?
So obviously the product doesn't support semantic search. We do have an engineer, Harshal, who has kind of looked into what it would take to support semantic search, but it's very early experiments at this point. There's no support in the product for semantic search. If you're looking to actually implement it, we can definitely have a chat and kind of come up with a design or ideas for implementing it. But right now there is no semantic search.
You said it's a UI thing. Okay.
Alan, is that to say that it's it seems like it's just for data sets when you're like building a custom view. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you should be able to do any of the filters, and even more than like it's like any of the advanced filters. So, which is all the filters that we offer in the UI at least, using views. Cool.
All right. Alan, did that answer your question?
Yep. In the chat.
Right. Okay. So let me see here if we have additional questions. Sorry here. All right. Okay, I'm not seeing any new questions. Let me just make sure I search in the chat here. Again, we do have a DataHub Slack channel, which I posted the link to in the chat on Zoom and YouTube. If you have any questions, please post them in here or previous Slack threads, and we'll be more than happy to try to support you in those questions. All right, let's see here. Okay, we do have some newcomers in here. So if you're new to the channel, both on YouTube and Zoom, do you mind just telling us where you're from? Would be great. And if there's something specific you're looking for, even if you're just here to learn, definitely let us know. In the middle of questions, we do our best to kind of address generic stuff like best practices or something specific. Let us know, please. If not, I'm going to turn to data jokes, and I don't think I'm as good as Maggie. The data joke competition. We had a good one. I don't remember if Josh did that last one, but like last marathon, we had good data jokes. We had some good comedy there.
Since we don't have any open or new questions, I should say, we do have one open question from Maxwell that we're still talking about in the Slack thread where he posted a screenshot, and I might implore David to come and help out. And I can give you a quick rundown. Well, yeah, so it's the screenshot talking about like showing the analytics page. The problem is that when Maxwell and their company migrated from one way of deploying DataHub to another, which we need to get that information, I forget which, like how they were deploying it one way versus the new way, they are no longer seeing usage data, like user data in the analytics page, such as like unique users per month and like those sorts of things that we track using that like DataHub usage event stream.
So is there information in the thread about how they're installing it?
Nope. So we're gonna need that. That was mentioned.
Yeah, I
by
can
Maxwell. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. First of all, I install DataHub on EKS, right? EKS,
Sure.
I testing, everything looks good. User activity I can see. Then I back up MySQL database, right?
Yeah.
And also use Terraform, install MySQL, OpenSearch, Kafka, right?
Yeah.
Once up and running, I'm testing those RDS, OpenSearch, and Kafka. User client all works well. Then I upgrade by harm install upgrade values.yummy, right? I change the setup all false and keep other default and point use the endpoint OpenSearch endpoint and RDS in SQL section, the resource and the Kafka section I change in the global section.
Okay.
And after this, I'm testing. I do search. Everything looks fine, except user activity. I post the screen snapshot there, and I also check DataHub and score analytic and score in label is true. So
Is it true on the front end? So the way that analytics works is that in your browser, you might notice some calls that are like /track. The
Okay.
way that the analytics data gets into OpenSearch in your case is that those /track calls are routed to the DataHub front-end pod. The DataHub front-end pod has to have analytics enabled using that environmental variable, as well as connectivity to Kafka. And those messages will go from the front-end pod directly into Kafka. After that, it is read by do you have standalone consumers or GMS or just one?
GMS, no
So
consumer.
then there is a consumer in GMS which will read those and write those to OpenSearch. And so you also have to have the analytics flag turned on for GMS as well. So at some point along the way, we're missing some configuration setting. A lot of times it's the front end pod. People forget to turn on analytics on the front end pod.
I think the default I don't change. The only thing I change, the default value in the values.yami file. I only change the setup job to false. Then change the okay, I can tell you. I only change, right, global section Elasticsearch. I come out the original one is a pod, right? Is a local one. I change it to OpenSearch endpoint.
Yeah.
Pod
and then so when the Helm chart installs or is upgraded, I guess you could check to see if the indexes are being created, but the indexes should be created. So it's a matter of troubleshooting where those messages are getting lost along the way. In OpenSearch, you should have you should be able to query the DataHub_usage_events index. That's where those events should be. If that's completely empty, so there's a couple things, like maybe it doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, then the Elasticsearch setup job hasn't run against your OpenSearch cluster, and that index doesn't exist. If it does exist but is empty, then I would take a step back and okay, let's take a look at GMS. Is the analytics flag enabled? Are there any errors? Specifically errors reading from Kafka or errors writing to OpenSearch? And then I would take it a step back further and say, okay, if there's no errors there, then let's take a look at the front end pod. Are there errors for the front end pod writing those messages into Kafka?
We're doing Core using GMS API, and I can see the data running on OpenSearch. I also list all index in OpenSearch. I can see DataHub.
The DataHub usage events?
Yeah. So everything, OpenSearch side, I see. I'm just the entry level using OpenSearch, but what I see, OpenSearch works well, right? The other thing you mentioned is Kafka, consumer or that one. I'm not sure because I don't know how to back up Kafka import side and restore.
Well, it's not so much the restore. Are you saying that you're looking for historical events and you're not seeing historical events, or you're not seeing new events?
New events. I don't care about history.
Historic. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
So I don't.
And this is the all topic. The topic is exactly the same as the pod side, right? So if I go to the Kafka client, I can list the all topic, and if I go to the pod side, I list the all topic and the message. I see exactly the same for new one, not history message. So Kafka side.
So you see Kafka messages for the DataHub usage events.
Yeah. So that way I'm sure Kafka, is with the Amazon don't call Kafka, they call MSK. Works okay.
Sure. Yeah. Let's. Do you have access to the system right now?
Access. I can
Meaning,
share.
Yeah. Let me get a query for you. So I just want to validate that there's data in the index first. and then we'll start from there. Let's see.
I need to log in.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
And while we're waiting and doing that, welcome Jay. Jay's on YouTube. He's in Boston. He said he's listening now, but he's interested in the ingestion session and getting started. That's coming up again. So you guys know that we have essentially 3 sessions. We're repeating over again. We've already finished the getting started. We had the ingestion, and now we're in troubleshooting, and then we'll get to getting started again. However, whether you're on YouTube or in Zoom, there is a Slack channel for the newcomers. You have a lot of newcomers where you can post your questions and we'll get back to you. I see that don't quote me on this pronunciation, Evgeny. Oh gosh, jeez. Pronounce your name? Sorry.
Evgeny, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I see that Guinea posed his question. So once we're done, I will go ahead and call on you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I see Ren. Hey, Ren. I think this is Ren that I know. Welcome back. I think you've been our marathons before, so welcome back. Yay.
Hey.
Yeah, I love to see repeats here. It's good to see. And I see Ryan in here. I've seen you in the community as well. So awesome to see people here. And if you're just joining, hey, if you're just joining again, we do swag box giveaways at the beginning of the hour. So do hang in there, do participate. It's good. No worries, Ren. If you have questions, Ren, because you've been here before, we do have a slightly different way that we're doing it now to make sure there's continuity. We have a Slack channel. I put it in the chat. So if you guys have questions, I know you come with your team, feel free to post it in the Slack channel and we will get back to you. I can repost it again. And we're kind of going through the Slack channel. So welcome on YouTube and Zoom. Oh, Josh, you are here because Ren is here. Hello. Hey, Josh. You joined us. Good weather, Josh.
Hello. I just had to temporarily jump out, for a call. I came back. I missed you guys so much.
Yeah, he's back. He was on YouTube. Welcome. Yeah. Good weather, Josh. Meanwhile, I have like Armageddon Reed here, and I'm disappearing on and off the marathon, which is not great. But climate change is a real thing. It is very real. Okay, so continue. Sorry, Chris. I know you were helping someone, and then we'll get to the questions in the DataHub Slack channel.
Yeah, so I dropped in a little snippet into the marathon, DataHub Marathon kind of channel, but I can share my screen here and kind of show you the steps that I was going to have you walk through. In case you don't want to actually share a screen, I'll just go ahead and share on our demo site. Let me do that real quick. So basically, I'm going to use the Open API in order to look at some DataHub usage events. So if you go to DataHub, you can usually get to the Open API by clicking on this little icon right here. It'll switch you over to, it might pull up the Open API v2 by default. But as soon as this page loads, we're going to switch over to the default. And these are just kind of like miscellaneous. We'll organize these better. But I'm particularly interested in this DataHub usage event here. And so what we typically do is this is used for debugging purposes. And so what I can do in here is I can say, okay, query the DataHub usage events index. And I'm just going to drop in this, just return everything. It's only going to return a few records at a time, but this will work for our purposes. So if I go ahead and execute that, and it'll give you a curl example of that request, you should see a response that looks something like this, where you have multiple hits. And so these are the tracking events. These are the events that directly power the analytics on this page. And so the first thing I would check to see, is there data coming back from this query? And if there is, and analytics is turned on from the, on the GMS side of it, it should show here unless there's an error. And so what I would do is, if we're not seeing information here, but we do see it in the Open API, then I would start to take a look at GMS and look for either errors or misconfigurations. And so that's kind of what I was hoping to kind of go through. Any questions, or is that enough information to kind of get you started?
All right, do we have any questions or
Okay.
comments here? Does this work?
We can follow up in chat directly as well. We share logs and things like that, screenshots at a later time
Okay.
if you don't want to show right now.
Okay, and we have that's why we're putting it in the Slack channel as well, so we have continuity. Okay, let me go into Slack here. I think we have a question. Is it NG? Hold on here. Let me go through here. I see Ryan. Hey, Ryan. Welcome. Okay, NG, are you there? You have a pretty good question here about metadata deletion. Are you there still?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and say your name again. Jenny? Just say it again for me.
Yeah, Evgeny. Evgeny.
Evgeny. Okay, where's your name from? Very unique. Where is it from?
It's a Russian name. Yeah.
Guinea, nice. Okay, awesome. Well, welcome. All right, so you had a pretty detailed question in the Slack channel. You can go ahead and ask, and we'll get you some help. And then Ryan, you're up next.
So yeah, I've already asked this question before at the previous event, and I have same problem with metadata deletion. While I executing a command to hard delete my metadata, it's actually deletes, but the placeholder in the user interface doesn't. And you supposed on previous calls that it would be problem with connectivity with GMS and Elasticsearch or MySQL database. But I asked our DevOps team to check this, and they said that they can't indicate any issues like this. And they checked logs and said that, yeah, there were some misconnectivity, but it was while restarting the servers, and it's okay for a short period of time. So now, yeah, I would like to ask maybe there are any other problems that could cause this issue, yeah, or not.
So I was looking at this briefly too, for just now, I mean. A couple quick questions. So I see that this is always after doing the DataHub delete -- earn command, and then you pass in an earn of a container, correct?
Yeah.
And then I see you sometimes do the recursive command and sometimes do not. When you do the recursive command, are you still seeing this behavior where not all of the entities underneath that container are getting deleted? Or that is the case? Okay.
Yes.
Because if you didn't do the recursive command, I would definitely expect the screenshot that you posted where you'd have like the container earns showing up in the sidebar. Because at that point, the reference to that container would still, like if those data sets underneath it still exist, they're going to keep showing up in the sidebar, and they're going to reference that container earn in their browse path v2. But if you delete those data sets altogether, they shouldn't be showing up in the sidebar, which would indicate some issue with updating Elasticsearch when you're deleting, at least was what I'm thinking.
So yeah, firstly, I recursively deleted all the datasets inside the container, and then I tried to delete the container itself also in that way. Yeah, and this still persisted. Yeah, and then we tried to restart firstly on the Elasticsearch and then the whole system. Yeah, and the problem still persisted. Yeah.
Okay. And you can confirm that all those data sets were in fact deleted. Okay, it looks like with the screenshot, when you like try to filter on one of those paths, it shows 0 search results, but it says that there's like X number of results still expected. Okay.
Yeah, I have the same situation like on screenshots.
Yeah, and I confirmed last time, I believe, that this behavior definitely arises when the containers and data sets are indeed deleted from your database, from your MySQL instance, but not updated in Elastic for one reason or another. And that can happen for a couple of different situations for sure. But I think that's like the root of what you're seeing here is you called DataHub delete. It deleted everything that you expected from your database. but then for some reason Elasticsearch did not get updated. So that would be something that we'd have to try to reproduce. It might be something that like you could see errors when you call DataHub delete, if that's something you'd be willing to do on like something else that exists about updating Elasticsearch. But ultimately that I'm pretty sure is what's going on here. Why that's happening is now the question. At least we know generally like what the issue is, I think.
If you're interested in just trying to resolve the behavior as quickly as possible, probably what I would do is I would just log into Elasticsearch and basically just delete those particular documents manually. The API is like for Elasticsearch, I just dropped the link in the channel. You would basically run that against, if you're trying to delete a container, for example, the container index, there's a index that's like container index underscore v2, something like that. And then you would run a delete query against that for the specific urn. So you would write a query that says where urn equals your specific urn. And then you could run a select as well manually in Elasticsearch to make sure that that delete was actually processed by Elasticsearch. And then the other thing that can also kind of hit you is caching in GMS. So the search results could be cached. And so I would go ahead and bounce GMS just to make sure that cache is cleared out. Then I'd run the query again and make sure that the search results are expected. That's probably the quickest way to just resolve the situation if you have access to those systems.
Okay, yeah, right now I don't have, but I think I can try it later. Yeah.
And then as far as like trying to reproduce it, if we could like create another container, add stuff to it, and then try the recursive delete again and see if it reoccurs. If it's something that can be reproduced after having fixed the original problem, then obviously we'd need to know like what version, and then we'd also want to grab the logs from a GMS at least, and then probably like if you're running standalone consumers, then we want the MAE consumer. But if you're just running a single GMS, then just the logs from GMS when you're running that delete command.
Okay, got it. So yeah, I'm using 12th version.
Okay, so that's fairly recent, so that's good. So yeah, what I would want to see is first fix the current situation manually, then try to re-ingest that container, and then rerun the delete again, and let's take a look and see what's going on in the logs.
Okay, got you. Well, thanks. I will try this way. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
I think
Thank you so
Maxwell
much.
is ready to share a screen, and I can talk
All
him
right, and
through.
then Ryan, Maxwell was here. I don't know how long you've been here.
I'm willing to share my screen. No problem. Okay, I can share my
Okay, go ahead. And then we'll get to Ryan.
Yeah,
No problem.
how to share a screen?
Sure. On the bottom of the
share
Zoom.
screen, I see.
Yeah, no worries.
Desk 1, desk 2, okay. Which one? Desk 1, desktop, okay. Open. Zoom.
All right, and Ren, I saw you also have a question here, so we'll do it in order. Cool.
Hold on, okay.
Take your time.
It's modify setting. Oh, it's asking me quick and reopen. Okay.
Yeah, so he's probably got to exit Zoom and come back again, so maybe we can take another question while he does that.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so Ryan, you posted your question. Thank you, and also Ren as well. So if you could go ahead and ask your question. Thank you for posting it in the DataHub Slack channel. Again, if you're just joining, we do have a dedicated channel. Oh, he's back. Hold on. We do have a dedicated channel to get your questions answered. And I see we have Guru in here as well. So I am putting emojis of thank you, and that means we will definitely get to your question. Okay, Maxwell, are you back? Oh, there we go. All right, he's good to go. Cool.
Okay. So we see the project documentation. So can you go to your DataHub instance? There we go. Cool. All right. And so, okay, so scroll up to the top. Okay, default, great. All right, so search this page for, what's it called? Should be DataHub usage. Or you could search the page for DataHub underscore usage underscore events. It's probably towards the bottom. We're not getting any audio from you if you're talking.
Yeah. Hey, Maxwell, we can't hear you. Are you talking? Can you
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yay, there you are.
Okay, good. So you said default server.
Yeah, you're in the right spot. It's on this page somewhere. Can you search for DataHub underscore usage?
Okay, give me a second. DataHub
underscore. No, underscore, not slash.
Oh. This one, right?
That's the one, yeah. So hit that little down arrow on the right.
This one.
And then click on try it out.
Try out, okay.
And then paste that string in there.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Second, I post yours. Okay. Copy. Paste, right?
Yep. And then go ahead and click, scroll down a little bit. There should be a button that says execute. Yep, click that. And then scroll down a little bit more. Okay, cool. So this shows events there. Can we actually take a look at the analytics section of your site? So if you scroll back up, or actually hit back to get off of the Open API view.
Oh, where?
So we want to go back and take a look at your analytics page.
Okay. Go to the page, right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. Oh, no, it's not here. Give me a second. Okay.
Sure.
I share the wrong screen. Hold on. Okay.
Oh, I said no worries. I was on mute.
Yeah. Here. Can you see now?
Yeah, we do. We see DataHub. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at the analytics page. Yeah. Nothing. Can you?
This one can see if I choose all.
That is odd.
Yeah.
So we do see some analytics here.
Yeah,
Just
but not all of them.
All right, so let's eliminate. I don't know, Chris, have you seen this kind of odd state where there's like one chart?
I have seen something like this before. So not everything we get from the analytics tab comes from that usage event index.
Okay.
Some of it is just like aggregate data we pull from MySQL, I believe.
Gotcha. Okay. So that might explain why there's partial results. I was going to check real quick to see if there was failed calls. So failed network calls fetching the data. So if you go back to the analytics page, and it was F12 to show your debug console in your browser. Or I think if you like right click inspect. No.
No, this one.
So hit F12 or
F12.
Yeah.
I'm not using Windows. This is a MacBook. F12.
Just right click and click on inspect. Anywhere on the page. Right click. And the very last one.
Inspect.
Yep. And so click on so there's a couple of tabs. Yeah, it's highlighted elements. I'm going to go to the network tab.
Network. Okay.
Right.
This one.
Down.
Let me.
There you go. One. Okay. Now can you refresh the page?
Sure.
All right. I just want to make sure there's no failed calls. It looks like everything is fine. So the data should be coming across in one of those GraphQL calls. We'd have to click on each one to figure out which one it is, but there's no failures here in running that. So do you have access to the logs in GMS?
Yes.
Can you maybe grab the logs from GMS and probably post it back in Slack and mention my name so I can take a look at those logs?
Sure. You want to see log, right? Give me a second.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. Let me log in my AWS. Okay. Hold on. Because we use everything is circular network.
Sure.
Give me a second. Let me log in. Okay.
Yeah, and just make sure you're not sharing your screen when you're
I was gonna
doing
say
that
I'm
stuff.
gonna this is being streamed on YouTube,
It's
Maxwell.
okay. It's a random. It's a random the one. Okay, hold on. It doesn't matter.
All right.
It's give me a second. Okay.
No worries.
You can see my screen, right?
I see your browser.
We're seeing the DataHub browser, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's okay. And you want to see the
So there
log.
should be at least one pod running GMS.
Yeah, I know.
And I would be looking for, basically I'd like to see like all the recent logs, maybe the last couple hundred lines.
Sure.
Just to see if there's any
Give me
exceptions.
Yeah. Give me a second. I post there, okay. Cube control get pause. So you want to see GMS log, right?
Yep.
Okay. CTM. Give me a second, okay.
Sure.
No problem. If you are just joining, we do have, I see some people joined on YouTube and Zoom. We do have a Slack channel. If you look in the Slack, if you look in the chat for Zoom or YouTube, where we're having you post your questions, and then we'll take them in the order that they're posted, and you can come up and ask your questions. So feel free to put your questions there. Right now we have 3 questions in the queue, but feel free to post your questions and we will get back to them. And by the way, in about 22 minutes, we're going to give away another DataHub swag box. Yes. So make sure you guys hang around. Oh no, Jay, if you guys have Slack block, go ahead and post your question in YouTube. I'll go ahead and make sure it gets answered. No problem. Jay on YouTube is saying that they have this Slack block at work if there's another way. Yep. Interesting. I didn't know companies block Slack. That's good to know.
Where should I post the log?
Well, since it's larger Slack, if possible.
It's not that big log.
In the thread.
Yeah, I would still try to do it. So in our Slack channel, there's a DataHub Marathon QA channel.
Okay.
I think that's what we're using.
Okay. Hold on, okay. Copy paste, okay. Oh, it's so many. I'm not sure. It's got a lot of warning. I don't see. Okay.
If you save it to a text file, you can attach it. It might be
yes, CSV.
If it's too large, might not fit.
It's harder. Let me see. You can see here, right?
Yeah. Okay. That's
so many.
Okay. So there's some things that are not related. So these are not related. There wasn't an open search exception towards the bottom that I saw for a second. So something's definitely trying to talk to DataHub that is not authenticated, and so that's why you see those. But I'm interested in there was an open search exception in the log that I saw for like a second.
Oh, you want to see open
scroll-
search one?
Yeah, scroll back till we can see the exception from open search.
This is I put a log. I can't do that.
Sure, dump it to a file. Yep.
Yeah. It's let's say log, right? February 8 log, right?
Sure.
And got a txt. Okay. This is done, right?
Yep, all done.
8. And then what do you want to see?
I go to the bottom, so I think like capital G.
Yeah, go to bottom.
And then I would start paging backwards, because it was towards the bottom and it said open search and said exception, but I didn't have time to read it.
What do you want to see? Open search?
So okay, so what is this? This is okay, so this is definitely related. You see, this is saying there's an exception trying to get to the DataHub usage event. So let's go back a little bit. It says all shards failed. So go up, yep. Okay, hang on. Runtime exception. Failed to retrieve analytics highlights. I think somehow there might be some invalid data that's preventing you from querying this index. Not sure exactly why it should be highlighting with this query, but the fact that it's trying to highlight it at all, time-based highlight, interesting. So it's definitely a problem with the data. I'm not sure whether or not it's actually a problem with your actual data or a problem with the code that's running this query. Since I haven't seen this one before, I tend to think that there's something in the data that it doesn't particularly like processing.
I can send this log to you.
Sure, you can send it to me. Probably the next thing that I would do is, since you don't care about the history, the first thing I would do is I would just delete all the data from that index, the DataHub usage events index, and then start creating some events again and see if the analytics appears. If it continues again, then there's something here that's reproducible that we need to debug. Exactly which message is causing the problem, or which tracking thing is causing the problem, or whether it's a problem with the query. But at this point, it's definitely like throw an exception. So now we know why, or we know where the problem is, why you're not seeing that information. Now we just need to figure out, okay, does clearing the data in there work or not?
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, David.
No problem.
Thank you, Maxwell. And feel free to come back.
I send the log, post log over Slack. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. All right. We have 15 minutes. And as I said, we'll continue right through to our next shift. So don't worry if we haven't gotten to your question before the 15 minutes, we are going to finish it. We do have a few backed up questions. I did tell Jane YouTube to go ahead and post this question in YouTube. Ryan, hello. Are you still there? Yes, you are. Hello.
Sam. Hello.
Hello. Morning. I recognize your name from the community. So go ahead and ask your question, and thank you for posting it in Slack. And then Ren, you're up next.
Yeah. So, yeah, Chris, I saw that you waited on this a little bit, and David, excuse me, sorry.
No worries.
Yeah. I don't know. He's gonna get a water this morning or something. Anyways, David, I know that you kind of contributed to this thread a little bit as well and put your 2 cents in, so I really appreciate that. So my question is kind of around Browse Path V2 aspects. So my organization, we recently did big leap from DataHub 10.4 to 12.1. Loving it so far. Everything's, most part looking pretty good. During the upgrade process, I think there was some issue with the system update job that the backfill of the Browse Path V2 didn't kind of complete exactly as expected. Probably due to some timeouts in a pipeline or something. But through kind of David's help, and Chris, I know you touched on this. Rerunning the backfill job doesn't really seem like that's hard. Was able to set that backfill browse path v2 variable and just kind of rerun that pipeline and have those things backfilled in. The issue of where I'm kind of working on now is somewhere in here we're seeing some, I guess, inconsistencies in how browse path v2 aspects are being created for newly ingested entities. I think there's a good chance this could be an environment issue or some sort of environmental difference that might be causing this. But I wanted to just get kind of a better idea of kind of how the whole process of like creation of these aspects in different scenarios works. So I can kind of keep that in mind as like I'm debugging this, because I think that would really help.
Yeah.
So
yeah, for
I'd
sure.
love to know, like, for standard ingestion, like how should these be created and what happens if they're like not created at ingestion time?
Yeah.
I do have a question. Just
Mhm.
the ingestion client version is relatively recent as well. Like
Yes.
it's not like an old 10. Okay, cool.
Yeah. The CLI version, that was the first thing I double checked too.
Sure.
It's also 12.1, so it matches the deployment version.
Cool.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, I can give you a quick rundown of like browse path v2 aspect in general, just like how we create it. So in general, what's happening is like for the majority of our ingestion sources, we have like that nice way to generate these or the aspect for each entity that you ingest based on other data that's coming from that ingestion source, such as like a data set. We like to set the containers above it in that path itself. So most ingestion sources take care of this properly. I believe not all ingestion sources do this well. We try to take our like most heavily used ones and tackle those first. But the situation is if it's not being generated by ingestion, we do have a default generator on the GMS side that checks to see when we're ingesting an entity. We check to see, does this entity have a browse path v2 aspect? And if it does not, we run a like pretty rudimentary, like basic way of creating a default browse path. If it's a data set, we try to pull information from the urn itself, and we'll just like set, like, so for example, like containers may be in that urn of the data set. So we might pull containers out of the data set urn and set that in the path. I will say in ingestion, we try to set urns of containers in the path, so that way you can reference the container itself if you use an urn, and then we can like resolve that entity in the path and show that in the UI, and you can even like click to go to the container page. But in the default situation, we're not going to like set the urn. We're just going to pull it out of the data set urn. So we're just going to pull like the name. So when you ingest entities, they all should, in theory, have browse paths on any newly created entity. But some may be created by this default way, and some may be created from ingestion. From a singular source, it should all, if that source supports creating default browse paths, they should all be created in the exact same way. However, I will say there have been some issues where we've seen race conditions in the ingestion itself where maybe an entity gets ingested before we create the browse path for it. So we see, oh, this entity doesn't have a browse path, and then we'll create the default browse path. So we've seen situations where some entities will have the default browse path, which is less powerful, less useful than the browse path we can generate in the ingestion source. However, so like that may be an issue that you might be seeing, inconsistencies in like how these paths are created, where you expect two entities to be in the same place or something. But we did recently do some more work in order to resolve some of those race condition issues. I forget exactly when that came out, if that would be included in 12.1 or not. But that's just like a high level. Do you have any like specific questions or follow-ups from there?
Yeah, a couple. So I think that was really helpful. So one of the things is, through, I know David sent me a specific file to look at. I was able to kind of like trace back that and was looking through the code base. So for the ingestion time, so I guess for building these browse paths, I saw like I was able to find this function like build default browse paths v2. Is that kind of the function that is generally used throughout the process for building these?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
That should be only triggered if the browse path v2 doesn't exist. There should be some logic there that says if it doesn't already exist, run that code. So like for example, if the ingestion code has a better opinion about what that should be, that should take precedent. That should be written first.
Okay.
That should only be the backup in case we don't have any way, because we need a browse path in order to have it be discoverable in that browse sidebar. So it should just be a backup for sure.
Okay. So because I saw that function was used, I guess, in the backfill function, and it has this like parameter to determine whether it builds it off of the container path or container hierarchy or from the urn like you were describing. And the and then the function, I guess what you're saying, if it doesn't create one in the ingestion source when it gets to the backend, because it needs to make that, I saw there was a function generate default aspects of missing. I'm guessing it's going through there. And I did see that one had the like generate from container urns like set to false, like hard coded to false there. I guess I'm wondering, like, what's the situation where you would want like it's set to false to not create from containers, even if they do exist for an entity?
So that if they do exist for the entity, it would make sense, in my opinion, to turn that on to true. Like if those containers already exist in your DataHub instance, like I think that makes sense. Obviously, it's like some more work if you're doing like a heavy amount of ingestion at one time. Like you have to do an additional like recursive lookup if there's multiple containers above it to find what containers belong to this to create that browse path. But if you're looking at a reasonable amount of entities, it shouldn't be a problem. The reason why it's false in that like generate default aspect is because when you're ingesting an entity, we don't know whether or not there's going to be any containers for this entity that already exist in DataHub. So we might ingest an incorrect browse path in that default situation. If like, for example, you ingest the data set first, but not its parent container. So like, what if that parent container has containers and then we like try to set that parent container in the browse path, but then we don't set that parent container's containers because we don't know about that parent container yet.
Gotcha.
So it's more erring on a side of caution for that default situation.
Okay, that makes sense. So I guess I'll reveal like the last bit of context here for the situation. So the version of 0.12.1 I'm running in like an actual one of our environments in like a Kubernetes cluster, and then ingesting into that from like a generic Linux pod that has the CLI version 0.12.1 installed on it as well. And when I run an ingestion using like a SQL Alchemy recipe, like basic SQL Alchemy recipe, connect to like a Greenplum database, and ingest in just one schema as like a test. All the stuff from the backfill that was created, great. The new tables that created in there, I guess the ingestion source for some reason is not creating the browse path v2 aspects at the ingestion time for that source. And so it becomes those default aspects based on the urn like you were describing. So that does make sense why that is happening. Now, I guess the piece I need to figure out is, so I did spin up a version of the same version of DataHub just on Docker on my local laptop and ran the exact same ingestion recipe, and then added again a new table and ran that again. And at that time, it was creating all of the tables perfectly with the urns at ingestion time. Or from the source, and they can see in like the source report output of the CLI, like it lists like what aspects it created, and the browse path v2 aspects are listed there as well. So I guess that I'm assuming it's some sort of environmental factor based on that.
Okay.
But I don't know if there's anything that I should be looking for that you guys have seen before.
Let me make sure I understand. So you're using the same CLI, two different environments. One environment works, your local environment.
Yes.
Okay. So when you're running quick start, it is possible that it's pulling down a newer version from head instead of the 0.12.1, right?
Okay.
So there could be changes in your local system on quick start that are not present in your production system yet.
Okay.
So that's one
that
possibility.
Very well could be.
If you want to do like for like, there is a environmental variable that you can set. I want to say it is DataHub_version. It's an environmental variable. You put DataHub_version equals, and then you can give, or actually no, sorry. The CLI actually has a command line parameter where you can actually say run quick start -- version and give it the exact version string that you want to run. And it will download the appropriate images to match your production environment. And then I would rerun that test to see if.
Now, let me just double check this right here, because actually I believe I have set both of those things. So I believe I set the environment variable and also gave it in the DataHub CLI command. Yeah, because when I'm looking at the container images here in,
do they have the tag?
Yeah, the tag is
0.12.1.
Yeah, 0.12.1.
Okay.
Is the tag for all the images. Yeah, because I was thinking something along a similar route there. So I mean, largely probably something I'm gonna have to dig through, figure out, all right, what exactly is different about these ingestion environments, but I wasn't sure if there's specific things that you think maybe could impact that off the top of your head.
I would also maybe look at a potential multi-threading issue. Let's say there's a race condition here. So it's the exact same version, but there's a race condition with that default aspect creation logic. One way to test this is in the ingestion recipe, you can set the maximum number of threads to 1 instead of the default to 15. If you do that, ingestion is going to run slower, but if you're just testing something out, and you could run that in both environments, right, in your recipe, to set max threads on the ingestion source to 1 and to eliminate a multi-threading race condition.
Okay. And that's a configurable setting in the recipe itself?
Yeah, it's a pretty common. I think it's reused in several places. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, and I can look into the documentation and check for that. That would be a good test to run. Yeah, especially since, with what you said before, Chris, about potentially some race condition issues in certain sources.
Yeah, and we've made efforts to fix that in a couple different ways, and I'm trying to look to see right now when those were introduced. There was like 2 different PRs that were like, one made it a little bit better and the other supposedly got us across the line, but I don't know if that's going to be involved in your version or if it's later.
Okay. Yeah, I think I did see some stuff maybe on Slack or in some PRs that I was looking through that was related to browse path v2 kind of enhancements for like 0.12.1.4. So I don't know if that'll come out in like a future release.
Gotcha. Yeah.
All right, Max.
Okay, I'm gonna drop the link in Slack too. Let's see.
I need to kind of do a swag giveaway. Is this a good time? Can I do it now, and then you guys can continue? Is it okay? Hello, hello.
I'm cool.
Can you guys hear me?
That's good.
Yeah.
Why not? All right.
Wait, you
okay,
can
let
only
me
do
make
it now
sure.
if I win.
Well, right, you may have to stay wrong. I actually have another winner. Okay, so again, I'm doing these swag winaways on the hour. And so we're gonna have a get started session happening soon, and somewhere in the middle of the session, Maki's gonna take over. Just FYI, the lovely Maki. And I have another giveaway, and I want to give it to Alan Kwa. I don't know if I pronounced your name properly. Alan, is that correct? Hope so. I don't know if he's still there. I see him. He might be in a meeting though. Let me see. Yay. Okay. Hey, Alan. All right. So the only requirement, congratulations. Can we give him a round of applause? Woo! Give him a round of applause. The DataHub swag boxes have all been tested by me a few times. So I can verify the elements. So we shouldn't tell anybody that. And all you have to do is send me a DM in Slack, and I will go ahead and send you your unique URL. So thank you for joining and participating. Again, if you are on YouTube, you're eligible as well. I'm looking for participation, and you just have to say hi and let me know who you are. So welcome. And because it is 12 p.m. and we are starting another session, just FYI, we're going to continue. I know, Guru, you have a session that's pending. A question. I know that Ren, you have a question as well. So we're going to continue through. We do have quite a few people that said they wanted to come to this 12 p.m. session. So please post your questions in the Slack channel. Let me post it here, and we're just going to continue through. We also have a change of shift here. So let me go ahead and check who's coming in. We should be having, I think, Davi and Anton. Chris, are you going to be heading out?
I can stay for a minute, but I do have to head out. I've been here since 8.
You've been here. Yeah, you're such a trooper.
I gotta take care of a couple things.
You never left. Yeah, you're supposed to have a break. You never left. Thank you. And then David, are you sticking around?
I might have to drop off a little bit, and then maybe I can drop on come back a little bit early.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I'll wait for Davi and Anton as well.
Right. Yeah,
to
I'll
come
wait till
in,
they
but
show up.
let's continue. Let's continue forward. We're just gonna keep going. I post the Slack channel. We are taking the questions in the Slack channel. So please, if you have a question, post it in there. And if you don't have access to Slack, as one person said, especially on YouTube, go ahead and post the question there. All right, getting started. Let's go. Let's continue with Ryan. Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah.
I see
Thank
Jay
you.
posts his question here. All right, Jay, I see the question. Yeah, we have some pretty, we have a lot of people that posted their coming with questions. So let me go check the Davey. This is actually the most subscribed session coming up here. All right.
I'm gonna try this this max thread test and run that. And if you guys want to take like another question too, I don't want to monopolize everyone's time. I know there's a lot of other people got questions.
No, you're fine. That's what the marathon is for. Okay, we could circle back if that's okay with you, Ryan. You want to circle back? All right, cool.
That sounds good.
All right. Let me check here. So welcome. I see UVL is back. Guru, are you still there? I see you here. Hey, Guru.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you. How about you guys?
I'm doing well. Thank you for your patience and thank you for posting the question in the channel. I know that Chris started helping you here. So Chris, do you want to maybe just continue?
Yeah, no, there's just a PR that's open about capturing Hive source table and lineages. And it's not a huge PR. This is from you too, Guru, right? Yeah, it looks like you wrote it. So I'm gonna get somebody from our ingestion team who's familiar with this to check it out. I tagged Tomash, but I know he was on a lot of marathons things, so he might be on a break. But yeah, we'll get somebody to take a look at that.
Yeah, we should have the afternoon shift coming as well, Chris, as well. So yeah, let's see where that goes here. Okay, Davi's in the house. Great. Just gotta find Anton. Hey, Davi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can Davi help with that at all, Chris, or no?
That's probably not in Davi's wheelhouse.
Let's see if we get Anton on here. Okay, cool. Hey, Davi.
Or Anton.
Where are you?
This is going to be an ingestion situation, so we're looking at.
Oh, that's Harshal.
Herschel, Andrew, Tomash are going to be the big.
Tomash, yeah. So Tomash is done for the day. He said he might come back in. He's been on all morning, so he's in Europe, so he's kind of morning shift. If he does come back, we can address it. If not, Harshal's going to be on at 12 p.m. Harshal should be on at, in the next hour. He'll be in the ingestion channel with Andrew, so we can definitely get it addressed then. Okay?
Either way, I'm not sure if anyone will review it live, but we'll get somebody to review it because that's the biggest thing is we just want to review this code.
Chris, could you tag them for me? Go ahead, Guru.
No, you go ahead and complete. I'll follow up.
No, what were you going to say? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, I just had another question that I actually wanted to discuss here. If you have time for that.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is regarding one kind of inconsistency situation that we recently faced. That is actually, we are yet to kind of, prove it to the point, but certainly believe that could be the case. So this is a scenario where, let's say you have an entity that, we believe that GraphQL, through UI, a lot of edits can be done, and that goes through directly through GraphQL APIs, right? It doesn't go through the Kafka way, right? The updates can directly hit the ES, and then it can do things from the GraphQL API. Now we had a situation where the same entity was changed from UI as well, maybe during the ingestion, right? So the ingestion goes through Kafka, but UI changes comes through GraphQL. Now when we go to ES, we kind of see that there is a change of order of events because let's say you did GraphQL update, the UI update at 12 p.m., right? And then you actually updated your maybe at the source or somewhere that is coming through Kafka a bit earlier, right? But the GraphQL goes directly. So it's taking the priority and it's kind of, the order of events is changing. That kind of causes a bit of inconsistency. So that's why we were trying to think what was the rationale behind doing, letting UI events directly go through GraphQL API without really getting them queued up in Kafka, so that there is an order maintained, but in this case it isn't so. So you guys have any thoughts on how do we handle it? Or
the GraphQL changes absolutely go through Kafka as well. It just does both. So the UI changes are executed directly, so it would update the Elasticsearch in SQL, but then it also generates an MCL in the Kafka log. So but it's still going to be a race condition, even if it's in that Kafka topic, right? Like if ingestion happened and generated that value after the UI edit or before that UI edit, ultimately there's going to be some ordering there. And so you have a race condition regardless of whether or not it's done immediately or not. The rationale behind having the UI make that change synchronously as well as dropping that message is that most folks are expecting to see that change immediately and not expecting to see some kind of a lag, which could be happening in the case of a large ingestion run where there might be a backlog of things. And so somebody interacting with the UI expects to see that change reflected immediately versus having to wait minutes to worst case scenario, like it could be an hour, right? It just depends on like your size of your queue and consumer processing speed. Does that make sense to you? Or
I do agree to it, David, but still, I'm just trying to figure out how do we handle these inconsistencies if it happens, right? How do we handle these race conditions? Let's say we are dealing with some, metadata or kind of entities that are business critical, right? And being the owners of the metadata, we run the enterprise catalog system, and we would be answerable for all these inconsistencies. So it becomes very tricky to really understand why this is happening, kind of debug this and go back to the root and try to fix it. So this might add a lot of effort. So
I
that's
guess so there's a couple of different ways, right? So like the ingestion code, I'm not sure if you're using out of the box, but if patch logic is used, it depends on exactly what we're talking about here. So let's take a description, for example. Description is actually separated into two separate fields. Ingestion has one field for its description, and the UI has its own editable description. So those are kept separate. That's one case. Another case is like tags, for example. Ingestion can run can add a tag, remove a tag using a patch API so that it's just modifying that one tag and not a complete list of tags. So those are generally the two strategies, but it depends on exactly what piece of metadata you're referring to.
I think we were looking at dataset, if I'm not wrong, dataset prescriptions and few things, but I'll get back to you. But this was something that we recently observed, and as it called out at the outset, that we still have to prove the point. But this is our understanding, right? There could be scenarios where we would have these race conditions popping up, but I'll come back to you with more concrete examples.
Okay. Yeah, I mean there could still be some field that is being, changed on the UI and changed by ingestion, and it's not using patch interface. And so there is that race condition there. I guess, one of the questions I would also have is like who should be correct? Who should be providing that value? Which value should be correct? I don't know.
Right. I mean, yeah, I do understand the situation, but yeah, we probably have to figure out something. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So Guru, did you get your question answered, or did you get some level of solution here?
Yep. I think I'm just waiting for the Spark thing, so I'll wait for Harshal. Yeah.
Yeah, Harshal should be in the next session. No worries there. And we tagged him. Okay, welcome. So Davi, hello. How are you? Welcome, Davi, from our team.
Hello.
You ready to roll? Because we're all ramped up here.
Sure.
And then thanks to Matt for coming back. So I know Chris and David, you guys might have to jump, correct?
Unfortunately, soon. I'm looking at something for Joshua.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not running you off. I just want to make sure we do a smooth transition here. Okay, so we have Davi and Tomas here. Let's continue. So the next question that we had in the queue, and we have a lot of people that just joined. So again, I did put the link. We do have a Slack channel where you post your questions, and for continuity, because we have different engineers, whether you're on YouTube or online, we do ask those questions in order. All right, let me go ahead here and see what we have next. I think next is Ren. Ren, are you still here? Ren and Josh, you guys here? Hello, and are you coming up here?
Yep. Can you all hear me? I joined it differently today.
Yeah, you're loud and clear. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, Ren, welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. I think my question today probably will be a 101 question. This is about, let me try to share my screen again. So this is in regards of ingestion while the
Hey, Ren,
token is in.
I know you know this, but a quick reminder, we are streaming to YouTube for the world to see, so just make sure it's nothing confidential, okay? I know you know the drill, but I just want to put it out there.
Sure. So we have personal access token enabled, and whenever we enable the token, one observation that we have is when we do the ingestion, we end up running arrows with accessing the GMS. Like I put out the arrow in the Slack channel, and I just want to kind of circle back, just want to make sure. I know there was some feedback in regards of we don't need to include the token in the URL, but any ingestion through UI just fail whenever we enable the token.
On the UI, when we were setting up the UI ingestion, you did not specify anything, right? Because you should not. So it should work.
No, we did not specific any sync. However, even without specific on the sync, we are getting that DataHub GMS failure error.
Yeah, actually, unfortunately, I'm not that familiar with how this works from like how do we connect from the DataHub action pod to our GMS server. I don't know if anybody else here is familiar with that, but I never seen such an issue actually.
So
before.
We would have to take a look at the recipe. Like, are you sure it's talking to the right? They GMF. Oh, yeah. We should touch.
This is the arrow that will essentially fail our ingestion job.
Yeah, I don't know. I never seen this one as well. If you create an ingestion from zero, does it have that issue?
From zero, you mean from CLI? Is that the question?
From the UI without configuring any token or anything, does it also fail?
Yeah, the arrow that I'm sharing right now is without any token configure. And this is for any data source.
But you modified it to remove the token, or you created it without a token and never added the token to it?
Maybe this will clarify. So token is enabled in the environment. The arrow that I just shared, this is the ingestion recipe. So I did not declare any token at all.
Okay.
And this is the arrow that's presented whenever we have token enabled.
But what happened when you did not have token enabled, or what you said, or you enabled token?
So if the token, if the token is not enabled, the ingestion works fine. whenever the personalized token is enabled, that's when ingestion through UI fail with the error message I'm presenting.
Which user are you logged in and when you generate a token?
DataHub, like the admin user.
Oh, you're generating a token for the admin user. And when you generate a token for the admin user, ingestion no longer works. Is that it?
Let me clarify the question. So the personal token that you see that's being enabled in the environment, it was enabled through the CLI command. It was not enabled through the UI.
Okay.
When you
But-
say enabled, do you mean like you're generating that token through CLI command, or you're setting the environment variable to like enable token-based
Setting the
authentication?
environment variable to enable, then using the DataHub admin to generate the actual token.
Okay. Gotcha. And when it's just when you turn the environment variable on, that's when you start seeing errors. It's not generating the token that's causing the errors.
Maybe I'm only observing it through UI, so a lot of time it's really where the tokenization, the personal UI is enabled. That's when our ingestion start having failure behavior.
Okay.
Can you show which environment variable you're enabling?
Let me see. Let me see if I have any of my teammate that can help me and back me up here.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I'm a little bit confused of exactly what's being done.
Okay.
I would say like get the clear steps of how we can reproduce it, because we basically need to be able to reproduce it. If you have the clear steps that we can do on a test data hub, then that would be really useful to us to like identify what the problem is.
Nisha, that's
Oh
you.
yeah,
Yeah,
so the problem is like so if we if we have like this token enabled, right, whatever happens like from the UI, it doesn't work, right? Means we get the error unauthorized, right? If we disable the token, everything works fine, right? So the problem is like very simple, right?
Hey Nisha, do you recall what is the step in the command that we run in the environment variable that generate this token enable? I know this one is the main person.
No. In environment for generating the token, we just went to that screen and generated the token.
Enabling the token.
For enabling the token, we there were like two places in the GMS as well as on the front end where we said metadata auth enabled is equal to true, something like that we did, right? So if you want, I can give you the exact flag what we did it.
So you guys weren't using authentication and then you enabled authentication?
Yeah, we were not using the token authentication. Yeah, we were not using the token authentication.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would probably guess it's something related to that. So I think there's like a secret that is shared between the components. And I'm gonna guess the actions pod has the wrong secret. You guys might have changed it inadvertently or something when enabling authentication. That would be my guess what's happening.
So when we enable the authentication, right? So there are only two variables, right, which we change, like two places, that metadata authentication true, right? There are two places where we change it in the GMS as well as on the front end side, right? That will make the UI, like, show it, like, make it enable. Right?
Yeah, like, but we
Yeah.
also need to enable it for ingestion.
Oh, for the ingestion too? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because ingestion is talking to GMS, so it needs to have access like to the secret that it's gonna talk to GMS, for example. How are you guys managing the installation is
Through the Helm chart right now. Yeah.
or Helm chart?
Yeah.
Can you check if the pod after you enable the authentication, can you check if the ingestion pod, does anyone know what's the name of the ingestion pod? If the ingestion pod was like redeployed?
No, I don't know about that. I can look it up. So yeah, so the flag which I was talking, right, that is metadata service auth enabled, and that I enabled it true at two places, like GMS as well as on the front end. So you are saying like I need to add the same flag on the ingestion too, like on the action part?
Oh no, it needs to have bounced. Let me try to rephrase. Right, so you have a separate component that runs ingestion, right?
Correct.
It's gonna talk to GMS.
Correct.
GMS now has authentication, correct?
Correct.
So the ingestion needs to know what's the token it's gonna use to talk to ingestion. I'm not exactly sure how that mechanism will work, but it needs to have access to that token. Like, and it's supposed to happen automatically. And I'm guessing that somewhere that token is not matching what you're using for GMS because at some point you didn't have authentication. Chris, you wanted to say something?
I was just saying, you can set the token on the ingestion recipe, right? Is that that should happen automatically?
So if I do like command line, I believe it works. Like if I do from the command line, if I pass the token, right, it works.
Right.
So it doesn't work from the UI only.
From the UI.
Yeah.
So for background, there's a pod where ingestion runs. I'm guessing it's one of two things. Either that pod doesn't have the correct token, or it doesn't have a token configured there.
And that pod is which one? Action pod? Which pod?
Yeah, it's action pod.
Action. So how I'll know, right, what I need to configure on the action pod for authentication? Is there anywhere there's some documentation?
You don't need to configure anything. It should happen automatically. But maybe Helm didn't like restart the deployment or something like that.
I'm sure we restarted it like 100 times. So,
let me check the Helm code actually and see how that works.
And I know, Jay, that you've been waiting for a little while, so we have not forgotten you. For those who are just joining, welcome, Josh, the other Josh Garza. I recognize you from the community as well. Very active. We do have a dedicated Slack channel that was put into the chat, whether you're on YouTube or on Zoom. Feel free to go ahead and post your questions in the Slack channel and we'll take them in a queue. So once we're finished with this question, then we have Jay is next. All right, Chris, thank you. You've been on for hours. Thank you so much. Take care. Thank you for all the help today. Awesome beans. Bye. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, have a great day. Thank you.
So just sharing, I'm sharing my screen. So what you probably enabled was this, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So yeah. So that should it's a global, make sure it's under global data hub. And this actually affects the action pod as well. So what you're gonna want to make sure that this is set to the same system client ID that DataHub is using. And then we can actually go here and see what does that affect. Let's see. So So yeah, so there's gonna be a data hub, and this secret has to be the same. That's the important one. So like the action pod is gonna be using this environment variable that is inside the actions pod. What I'm guessing is that this is either not set or it's set differently from what is set for GMS.
Okay, so this data system client secret, that's what you're saying?
Yeah.
So what is the value, like from where this value is coming? This database?
It looks like it's coming from a secret, a Kubernetes secret.
Kubernetes secrets. Okay.
Yeah. I think the Helm chart in some cases generates this or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I would suggest, DataHub GMS, which is the same one. It uses the same thing. Let's see here. Yeah, it uses database. Yeah, it basically uses the same secret. So I would add Zach into the pod and make sure that the environment variable is set and they have the same value for both GMS front end and the actions pod. Does that make sense?
Correct.
Yeah. And both of them, like the client ID and the client secret.
Okay, give me one second. Client ID and client secret. Okay. So, but what one thing so you are saying, like, because of this, because the token which we generated from the UI, and this token is not placed anywhere, right? Means it's just then we copy this token and use that token, right? Means
so the one you generated on the UI should be unrelated.
Oh, should be unrelated? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Although there's a minor wrinkle that you're using the admin user, I don't know if that can have an impact, but they should be unrelated. So you can actually use just a curl command actually to test this. If you get the client ID and the secret, you can make a curl request, and you can make a curl request to GMS itself, and then you can like play with it and see what's happening without using the ingestion.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sure. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll try. Like, we'll try
You
and
guys have a thread on Slack around this, and then you just tag me and we can follow up there.
Quick question: is this the same thread that Ren? This is your thread, right?
Yeah. This Ren's thread.
Yes, I generate a thread already on that, so I will tag Davi on this, and hopefully we can get passed through this.
Thank you.
Okay, that sounds good. And welcome back, Desi. Good night, Alan. Alan told me it's 1 a.m. Enjoy your swag. Have a good night. Thank you. All right. Okay, so let us go forward here. I did see Josh. Thank you. Joshua Garza is providing, I think, some help here. So I was hoping you could post that in the thread in the channel. There's a thread from Ren, and I believe this is the same thread falling up here. So welcome back, some familiar faces. Okay. Thank you, Jay. I know you waited for a while and you were on YouTube. Thank you for joining the channel. Let's go ahead and get your questions answered. And like I said, we will be giving away another swag box in 30 minutes. So if you're able to hang around, please do. And also, if you have a question, please go ahead. If you're on YouTube and or Zoom, we do have a dedicated Slack channel called Data. It's in our DataHub Slack. It's called DataHub Marathon QA. Please feel free to post your questions in there and the team will address it. The benefit is that if we are unable to finish addressing it here, we'll have a continuity to try to close those out, as well as the fact that we have other engineers that are joining later for other sessions. It's by shift. And so if someone here is not able to finish it, then we can have another engineer pull it up. I think we already have before we get to Jay, David, I think Maxo was waiting on you. He DM'd me, so he's hoping you take a look at his inquiry. He was on a lot earlier, so I'll tag you. And then Tomas, thank you for coming back. I don't know what time it is in Hungary, but thank you. Hopefully you had dinner.
No, it's just before dinner. It's just 5:30.
5:30. Okay. And Davi, thank you for joining. Apparently it's very early in the morning. Davi's like, here we go. Okay, Jay, you still around? Let me see. Are you here? Where is Jay? Hello. Let's see if Jay is going to unmute.
I'm here.
Okay. Thank you, Jay. And thank you for getting Slack approved. We do want you in our Slack. All right. So you asked a pretty in-depth question. Let's go ahead and knock this out. We have all the right people here.
Yeah, so I guess to summarize, we're looking at DataHub to serve a couple of different purposes. I think it has some broad utility from what I've seen so far. So there's two aspects to it. One aspect is for more of the end users because it helps with data discovery, understanding. We're a hedge fund. We manage $120 billion. We're a quantitative shop, so our models are pretty complicated. So the UI has broad utility to our end users because it gives them a way to easily try to, discover like what we have, what the relationships are, et cetera, and that's great. But also on the other side of the fence, we have this custom metadata store. Our data API is all metadata driven, and so we have this custom like wonky metadata store, and I'd like to replace that with just by using the GMS or the GQL or a combination of the two straight out of DataHub, which I've been fairly successful in so far. I've only been at this for like a week, and it's only a fraction of my time, but it's been pretty good. But the one place I am stuck at is I'm trying to push these custom attributes into a schema, so a custom schema for a data set. We have like a couple of fields, and I posted a code example in Python, like where what the idea there was, I thought that I should be able to kind of just override the schema field class and then poke in my own attributes and have those propagate back up. And then on the other end, when I try to pull them out in GQL, adding those fields back to the field class in the query. So on ingest, it runs fine. Like it doesn't throw an error. I'm not confident that my fields are to the schema are getting populated on the back end because I can't pull them out in GQL. It throws errors. And so I wasn't sure if I was on the right track, on the wrong track. Is it not supported? Is it supported? I have no idea. So I didn't know if there was any kind of feedback on the approach I'm taking here.
Yeah, I try to reply to your questions. I think I'm not sure what you wanted to do there. So if you want to create like a new data set with some predefined schema, then check out our example code where that's a working example, which I think you can use as a base code to have it, because I think here the problem is that I can't really see.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're doing here.
So basically there you can just define a new data set with the schema, with the fields, defining fields and field types and all these things. What you try to do, I guess, in your code as well.
I guess what I'm trying to do is here's I think maybe I didn't articulate this very well. So in the schema field class itself, so we have these field path type, native data type, description, and last modified attributes. I want to poke in other attributes on top of those attributes. Is that something I can do?
I think like if you want to use custom models, I'm not really sure how you can do that, but you should be able to do that. Maybe David knows more about that. If you want to add like additional fields to the schema metadata. Mm-hmm.
Sure. So custom aspects are creating brand new aspects, not modifying existing aspects. So you can create another aspect that is like, my information, and you can store what you'd like in there. The support on the API side to pull that back out is really limited to the RESTly API at the moment. OpenAPI is in the works, and eventually I think GraphQL would catch up, but I think we're a ways away from that.
So I actually prefer the REST API. I'm only doing
so it's RESTly.
RESTly.
Yeah, so it's not the Open API, which is also a REST API. So we actually have two different REST APIs. RESTly is a LinkedIn framework essentially, and it has support for like these very flexible data types, right? Allowing you to manipulate these custom aspect objects, both at the write and read time. The OpenSearch implementation that we have is not quite as flexible today. We are working on that part next. So eventually Open API would also support reading and writing custom aspects. I do know that there has been some recent changes to the Open API to at least retrieve the object, a data set, for example, without throwing an error, but it's still not able to return the actual custom piece that you added.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Yep.
So until we have support for OpenAPI, the RESTly kind of endpoint is really the only the only way to get that data out again.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'll look into that. I don't mind using whatever tools are there. And I'm pretty okay with. I can usually I'm usually pretty self-sufficient on trying to splunk my way and hack my way through these things. I didn't find any examples, and I was the source code is. There's a lot to it, so I've been going through it. I was gonna
sure.
I toyed with the idea of basically forking it, but it has a lot of downsides, so that's probably not a route I want to go down.
So let me drop a link to the RESTly API documentation. So at least you'll have some examples of what does that API look like? It is RESTful, so there's curl commands and things like that you can run to get started, or Python. But let me make sure that is in this channel here.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, Jan, thanks again for joining. I know you were on YouTube for a while, and thank you for the patience. It took a little while. We definitely had a bit of a backlog there.
Oh yeah, no worries. And while I'm here, if you don't mind, I was curious about one other thing. So one of the other things we do is when we run our ingestion, which is all Python driven, right? Because it's a Parquet data lake model, so there's no way for us to automate this without using Python that I can think of. Anyway. So one of the things that we do is when we're running our ingestion, we build our data sets, we build the lineage, and then we go through and at the same time also push up examples. And we're using the examples in the UI, to push. It's actually Python code. It comes out fine. And then we've kind of hacked it so that it basically it sets a link. So it will open up like a Jupyter notebook that's hosted up in K8s, and so people can get a running example. All great. However, we haven't figured out a way to actually delete the query examples programmatically. I didn't know if that was something that there was a specification for or not.
So delete should work for query via the OpenAPI, RESTly. Not sure about GraphQL though.
Okay, I'll check it out. So our solution so far has just been whenever we instead of doing an upsert, we basically do the delete for the entire data set, which deletes all of its relationships first and then re-ingest everything. But I was hoping there would be a better way. I'll look into it. Thank you.
Yeah, I can. Actually, it does look like I can give you a link here for that as well. So at least the Open API. So I'm dropping this into the DataHub Marathon QA channel. So I got two links in there. One is to the RESTly documentation. The other one is to a link in our demo site of the actual Open API endpoint for deleting queries, for example.
Got it. I see it. Thank you so much.
All right, Jay, did you get what you needed?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
All right, cool. Okay, so just a couple of things. Welcome to those people that joined. We have the lovely Maggie Hayes, which if you do not know her, she is both our product manager and our founding community lady. So Maggie, quick hello.
Hi, it's hopping in here. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's great to see everybody. Ryan, I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. It's good to see you, man.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of a party here, and I have to admit she's wearing the DataHub swag sweater. So can we show that motivation? She is wearing the swag. That is what we are giving away here. So
this is my proudest achievement of working in this community is asking someone else to design this and then asking other people to print them. It's
All
a,
right,
Steve,
so
it's a good sweater, man. I'm serious. I've been wearing it like on a weekly basis
yeah.
for the past 2 years.
So Maggie, I have that one. I have the Acro one, and then I'm just to find a data guild one soon. So I was mentioning to everybody that I've tested the swag. I'm the swag tester. I haven't got
Yeah.
it busted yet, but when it comes out fresh, I try to get it. Yeah.
It's an important job. Someone
Benefit.
has to do it.
Okay.
It's critical.
Someone has to do it. All right. And Steve is like, I have to get that sweater. Okay. Well, it's participation and showing up. So definitely post the questions. Okay. So you lovely people, Maggie is going to take over as host here. So she will be hosting you guys going forward. I have transferred over all of the information. I'm actually going to go ahead and make her the host here. And Maggie, I know Desi wants to test the swag. Yeah, I hear you. And so Maggie will be taking over. I have told her everything that is happening here and everything that needs to happen. So continue to please post your questions in here. Maggie, we do have quite a few people that have been sitting in here. So I always just try to understand what they're trying to learn here, but you guys rock and roll. I need a bio break and some food, and then I'll probably be peeking. All right, you guys, thank you so much. Yeah, enjoy.
Thanks,
you.
Nico.
Thanks.
Now you're all stuck with me. All right, so we've been kind of managing or kind of sending all the questions through that new channel in Slack, correct?
Yep. The DataHub Marathon QA channel.
QA, perfect. Okay. And is anybody missing anything in there? I mean, there's a lot of activity in here already, but anything outstanding? Looks like not.
Nishit, did you get your question answered? Sorry, I know I'm supposed to be gone. Nishit and Ren, was that question answered, or were you waiting for an engineer? And I know Ryan, I don't know if you had another question as well.
I think we will do a few testing that we suggested, and if we have more questions, we will tag him on our thread.
Okay, cool. Just want to make sure you got that answer. All right, I'm
Okay.
going now.
So Ren, this question around personal access tokens, you have something to work with right now?
Yeah, we have a few things that we need to test internally before triaging more. I hope everything that we tested will resolve the issue for sure.
Okay. Then I'll add a little check mark here. That's great. Folks, it's a big day in Chicago. It's over 40 degrees Fahrenheit. It's huge. It's sunny out. It's like a whole new world out there. Of course, I'm inside the whole time. That's okay. At least it's sunny out.
Actually, it's so warm that my tulips just sprouted.
Really?
Yeah,
Wait, Dobby, remind me where you are.
Seattle.
You're in Seattle. Why did I think you were in Alaska?
I was in Alaska for vacation.
That checks out. Okay. Okay. I was just thinking it's time for me to start getting some veggie seeds going so we can start my gardening adventure for the year. So exciting.
Yeah, this is like a El Nino winter, so it's like it's been warmer than usual.
Yeah. I don't mind it, that's for sure.
Yes, same here. It's like spring now.
Yeah. I mean, well, we have in Chicago, we joke that we have like 3 or 4 false springs where it's like nice for one day and then it goes back down to like 10 degrees and it's just an emotional roller coaster.
I think that's just anybody who lives in like an area with a generally temperate climate. Because
for sure.
I've heard that from literally somebody in almost every state in the US.
So that's not just a Chicago joke. Dang.
Richmond, Virginia has it as well for sure.
That's funny. Thanks for joining. Have a lovely rest. Oh, I need to keep an eye on our YouTube channel, make sure that we're good there. All right. The weather thing is real. Wait, Desi, did you get swag last marathon? Were you here last marathon? I can't keep track. You did. Okay, so you're officially a community swag tester. You're already in the mix. It's an important job. I'm assuming you've already gotten it, or that it'll be coming to you. If that didn't happen, let me know. We've been having some weirdness with shipping. Oh, you did get it. Okay, great. So we're twins. We have the same sweater. It's wonderful. I just realized I'm not actually sure which session we're in right now. Okay, so we're in hands-on troubleshooting. Cool. I mean, I'm sure Miko asked before, but I'm curious, like, where are folks in kind of their adoption journey? You can put it in chat or go off mute. We like in initial implementation, testing it out, running in production. It's always interesting to contextualize that. You have a production instance now. That's amazing, Ren. Well done. Very well done. Just want to make sure that we didn't miss any other ones in the channel.
Actually, speaking of Ren's, we can get David's input into it.
Yeah, I don't think I was around for that question. What was the question?
So
Which one?
basically, I'll give a quick from Ren. So basically, when they run ingestion, basically they didn't have metadata authentication enabled. They enabled it, and they generated the token for the admin user. But when they run the ingestion without specifying like a token, which is the normal case, it fails authenticating with GMS. So I was thinking one of the issues there could be that the actions pod doesn't have that environment variable that is necessary, or maybe has the wrong one. Is there anything else that would cause the actions pod to not be able to authenticate with GMS?
No, the actions pod, okay, so the actions pod should be picking up the system client credentials, which actually I did think I saw the tail end of you explaining where that particular secret was. So it has nothing to do with the admin credentials. There's actually that credential is involved for like inter-component communication. So if like the MAE consumer, one of the consumers are talking to GMS, it's using that credential. If the actions pod is running and talking to GMS, it's using that credential. So as long as like in that that secret is getting mounted into the actions pod successfully, it should be using it.
Yeah. It's weird. Anyway, if that secret, that environment variable is the same in GMS and action pod, and they have the same value, then that should be working, right?
That should be working,
So
yes.
I do have Deslin, who is on our platform side. Deslin, are you on audio that you can provide more input? Not sure her audio is coming through, but yeah, we have a few takeaway from our internal that we can definitely test. We can hear you now.
Okay, hey, this is Desi. Nice to meet you all. I don't think I've spoken before. I don't believe that we've actually have that variable in the action spot. So right now I'm setting up to do a test in our sandbox environment to see if that will resolve the issue, because it sounds like that's what the problem here is.
So how is the actions pod being created? Because the Helm chart's going to mount that into the pod by default.
The secret or the token?
So when the Helm chart does the install, by default it's going to create that secret if it doesn't exist, first of all, using a random string, assuming you're not overriding it in your Helm chart values. And then it's going to mount that secret in all of the pods where it's needed, like automatically as part of the Helm chart install.
Yeah, so right now, yeah, we haven't changed anything with the default setting for the secret. So I mean, it theoretically it should be there then when we enable.
So So I would check to the Helm chart values to make sure that you enabled it in the Helm chart values and then reinstalled using the Helm chart, and that should make it consistent.
Okay, I'll give that a try. Thank you.
I can even let's see, I can go and try to find that value. Like the default is turned on, at least with any, I think, recent version of that Helm chart. I'm pretty sure that that's been the default, at least for a while.
Okay, the one we're using is the version 12.
So the Helm charts are versioned independently. So the Helm chart will refer to a version of DataHub, but the Helm charts receive more frequent updates. The current version of the Helm chart does have 0.12.1 as the default DataHub version. And I'm taking a look. So I'm going to drop this into the Slack channel. This is a link to the actual value that is actually supposed to enable the metadata service authentication. So the idea is that if that value is true, which is the default, it should, first of all, create that secret if it doesn't exist, and then also mount it in all the required pods, including the actions pod, unless it's overridden somewhere else.
Okay, I'll take a look at that.
It is not, it doesn't, so the default chart doesn't override it. Let me take it one step further. Take a look at the actions pod, take a look at the deployment template, see if I can actually find the actual line where it's using it. So while I find this, we can definitely move to the next. Yep, here's the section here. Oh, let me drop that into. Okay. All right. So setting that global variable is going to set that variable on the Helm chart automatically on the pod. So the question is that happening as expected? Maybe, maybe not. Oh, during the Helm chart install, it'll also restart all the pods. So that's also required as well. Like if you update the secret and then restart one pod, it's not going to work. You actually have to update the secret and then bounce both GMS as well as the actions pod.
That makes sense as well. All right, thank you.
Amazing. So yeah, Desi, follow up and you can follow up in the channel if you have any other follow-up questions there. And then Jay, I jumped in your thread on the column level lineage question you had around omitting that. I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we have a SQL parser as well that auto detects column level lineage during ingestion. And so yeah, if you have any questions on that, we can chat through that as well.
Thank you for that. We're not using SQL. It's kind of an API that we've created in-house.
Got it. Okay. Not using SQL. Gasp. Just kidding.
I mean, there's an upstream piece that basically goes through CDC, and we have is event driven, and that refreshes our materialized data back on in the data lake. But it's not really it's upstream from us really.
Yeah. Very cool. All right. All right, so we're a few minutes to the top of the hour, and we will start to transition over to well, what time is it?
Which time zone?
What time zone am I in? 11. I'm in 11, so 12 o'clock. DataHub ingestion. We will be talking DataHub ingestion. I just got so confused for a minute. So yeah, we'll kind of transition over to chatting about ingestion in a few minutes. We'll probably have a rotation of some engineers in and out, but also, whatever questions y'all have, you are welcome to shout them out. And Maxwell, welcome to the event. I'm just sending over a DM to you to tell you where you can post any questions you might have.
One update I had from my question from earlier. I know I tried for I guess David, I tried the max threads setting that you gave me. I did try that. So one thing I forgot to mention is sync we were using was Kafka sync, so it doesn't have the max thread setting. I switched it over to the REST sync to test it. I'm like, let's just try REST sync. We'll try that with or without max threads, and that did not seem to have any effect. So it is interesting. One thing I'm gonna try next is pulling an older version of for ingestion into our Kubernetes environment. Run it, all those like ingestions run just from like a Linux container. And so I'm going to pull an older version of that container and then install an updated version of the CLI on that and run that and just see if that works and if there's something that happened between an older version and a newer version in terms of something else going on in the container that can be affecting it in terms of where the command is running from. But I'm not sure if you have any other noodlings.
So I just thinking through the Kafka ingestion process, it's still picked up by GMS. It's still going to go through the default kind of like, does this exist or not? Because of the way Kafka topics are keyed, it should be processing those on the same thread, which means that it'll be serialized. So I don't think that there's a race condition there. So then I guess the question in my mind is, are we actually seeing like the ingestion code producing multiple browse paths, and some of them are correct and some of them are not? One thing that we could use for debugging is, I believe and again, the ingestion folks who are about to join might have more insights into this, but you can run an ingestion run and just write the contents to a JSON file, a local file. And then you can take a look at the browse paths that are in there. And do you see more than one? Are some of them correct and some of them are not?
Okay. Yeah, that could be a good question for them too. And I can write that output to that. I know in the ingestion where I run it and it works in my local environment, I always see, and actually maybe this is an interesting piece to learn about how this is generated. I always see double the amount of browse paths as any other aspect. Happens every time. It's like it always emits two. One is just with IDs, and then one is with the container earns. It's like it writes the ID aspect first, and then it goes and it writes an updated one with the actual container path earns, which is interesting.
Are you seeing like a browse path and then a browse path v2? Like, is that the duplication?
No.
Actually the same.
They're both browse path v2s. Like you can see it in the source report output, and it'll be like, yeah, ingested 110 data sets, generated 110 container aspects, 110 data set key aspects, 220 browse path v2 aspects.
And it's always double from your
It's always double.
Yeah, I would hang on and see if somebody from ingestion has an idea about that.
Yeah.
So maybe it's actually the ingestion side that's kind of showing some odd behavior here, and the server's okay in this case. Not always the case.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because I think if that's the case, like in terms of the behavior that in terms of what shows up in the UI maps correctly to the idea of like whatever is getting to kind of the server end is not, it's recognizing that, we did not receive a browse path v2 or browse path aspect for this entity, and we'll just create a default one. And that behavior seems to map correctly. So it's just, I think it probably is something on the ingestion side in terms of like what is being produced and sent there.
Yeah, we should have Andrew and Herschel joining in this hour. And I believe Andrew worked on the browse path v2
Oh, cool.
original implementation. So let's see if he's able to join and give us some direction there. In the meantime, Ryan, I'm just going to add a placeholder reminder in the Slack channel for us so we don't kind of lose sight of that.
Nice. Thanks, Maggie.
Yeah.
And thanks,
Mostly
David.
for my own benefit. All right, so Gustavo Leo was here before. I don't think they're here any longer, but they've had a question in chat about if we have any plans to develop ready-made implementations on other cloud providers such as DigitalOcean or Cloudflare, excuse me. Is that on our radar?
I'm actually not sure what they mean by that.
That's fair. I was hoping you would, because I don't either. All right, so ask for more context there, and we can just resolve that in Slack maybe. And then Ren, you had a question around IBM DB2.
Yeah, I think Tomas is answering me on the
Yeah.
side, and it's more general question. I understand we need to custom develop it, so just trying to get a head start before we develop ourselves.
Yeah, it'd be worth, I mean, if you haven't already, it'd be worth taking a search through just through Slack threads for folks that mention DB2, just to see if, if you could like reach out to them and see if they've built anything.
Okay.
But if you get to a point where you actually want or are interested in contributing that back, we're always here to kind of like help facilitate those contributions. And like Tomasz said, the Teradata source is probably a good starting point for a point of reference of what you would build out.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, actually,
any pointer.
yeah, actually, I think there is high chance. So I can see like even PRs fixing IBM DB2 metadata ingestion, which was like
we have PRs for that.
We had PR, which was merged in November, like in 2023. So it seems like somebody tried, and it seems like he or she had some issue, but it should be fixed now. And so I think it should work. So, or at least there was somebody who at least made.
Okay, I would definitely scout out the DataHub project on that PR, and maybe we can work from there. It's better than starting from scratch, so I appreciate the guidance.
Tomasz, do you want to can you link that PR in the Slack thread so Ren has the just like a quick way to get to it? All right, Gustavo, thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure. Actually, I'm checking the website. I think it has been updated. The question is, how can I evangelize DataHub fast? How can I tell my customers to test it very fast, to test it as soon as they can? Like if they use DigitalOcean, what's the fastest way to test it? I suppose it's Kubernetes, isn't it?
Oh, the fastest way to set up something to evaluate it for like a production environment, or just to like play around with it locally.
To play around. Actually, I'm not a techie guy. I have a background in business. I use Docker. I followed the guides and everything. I could perform the test. But for a guy to make a PLC, for example, what's the best recommendation for that?
Sure. So the first thing I would start with is always like our public demo site, just to start like, hey, this is what it looks like. Next thing you're probably like, well, I want to see my own data. in the product. So the next thing would be the quick start stuff. So I can find the links for the quick start.
Yeah, definitely. I know that. But when you say quick start, you recommend cloud solutions or locally?
That's local. Quick start is local.
Okay.
So you would need Docker, right? So if you're on Mac, it'd be like Docker Desktop. If you're on Linux, Docker. I'm sure there's a Windows.
Okay.
As well.
Okay.
And you can do quick start on a box in DigitalOcean or somewhere else. As long as you have Docker installed there, you can do it on that box as well. And after that, the next best one is to use our Helm chart. And I think I believe you mentioned Kubernetes. So as long as you have Kubernetes, you can use our Helm charts, and that's gonna get you also a POC installation of DataHub. Have you seen the documentation about using the Helm charts?
No. Actually, I don't know what is it, but I definitely I'll ping you on LinkedIn, David.
Yeah. So Helm charts is just a way to deploy an application to Kubernetes. So you basically just execute some commands, point it towards a Kubernetes cluster, and it's gonna bring up DataHub on that cluster. And I'll share with you on Slack the documentation about using Helm charts.
Okay, I do appreciate that. That's it, Maggie.
Awesome. Thanks for coming back to be live with us.
Yeah.
So Davi will follow up with you in Slack. All right. So Harshal, welcome to our ingestion session. Are you available? Or are you gone?
I just have to unmute. Yep, I'm here.
All right, so we have a couple of ingestion related questions. Janelle just joined us again. So Janelle, if you want to kind of catch up Herschel on the LookML related question you have.
Yeah, sure. So I can re-tag it in the Slack thread if that's easier. Just for a reference point, sorry. Okay. But ultimately we are ingesting Looker data into DataHub, and most of our Looker views are not derived tables. So when it is derived, we have the SQL, it's coming in, no problem. We get the lineage back to our Athena database. However, when it's not a derived table, we're using this commented out feature in LookML that says, if you're in a dev environment, then pull from this table. If it's a prod environment, pull from this other table. But we can't get DataHub to read that comment. So we get no source definition and no lineage. Is there a workaround for that?
Okay, so this is I think like LookML calls it like liquid
variables.
Liquid variables. Is that
okay.
Is that what this is? Or
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We don't support them right now. Just because like we didn't have a mechanism to automatically like figure out what the variable's actual value is.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't have support for it right now. In the code, like it's like marked as a to-do. One of the things that like I've been looking to understand is like how are people using liquid variable references, and then like is there some subset of cases that we can kind of handle?
Okay.
Yeah, so that's kind of where we're at with that.
Okay.
So Harshal, would it be useful to would kind of getting a closer look at how they're using it? Would that be helpful?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be helpful. And then Like from the comment, it looks like you're just kind of swapping the schemas, but the table names are the same.
Potentially, yeah. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if it's the same case for across the board, but I think that's the majority of our scenarios.
Okay, got it. Yeah, it's tricky. I think like we don't have a great out of the box solution here. I think the thing I'll say is if we like probably the way we'll like, or I'd like to solve this is like having a user basically just say like, here's my variables and here's the values for them. And then we just do the substitution, assuming that those values are correct. Right. That's probably where like I think we'd want to go with this. I don't know if we can do that like quickly, or you know. So I think like this thing, if it's something that you're interested in contributing, that would be like fantastic. Otherwise, we can kind of it's been on my to-do list for a while, but can kind of revisit it at some point.
Yeah, so maybe we could follow up just like on a DM to see if there's a any coding that we could do in the short term.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
I'm curious, Janelle, with that, do you know if like for the prod, is there a consistent kind of resolution for that across your view files? Meaning, are you using that same logic across all the views and just saying if you're in this, you know, if you're in dev, do this, and if you're in prod, do that?
Yeah. Yep. I believe so. Where the table and schema names could be different, but like the general syntax of like if dev and if prod is the same across the board.
Oh, so the schemas would change, but then that would be passed into that variable.
Right.
I just remember, and granted, it's been a very long time since I've done anything with liquid variables, like a very long time. But I also feel like there is some materialization of how it's resolved or like how it how they're passing it, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to remember. I feel like there was some place where it was actually like you could actually see what was happening, but it might just be when you're actually in an Explorer using it.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not being very helpful here, but
all good. Yeah, my only thought was like writing some sort of separate script to look at the LookML code and just parse that out. But then I wasn't even sure, like, even if we did that, how do you then pass that back to DataHub to store it in a way that gives us the rest of the source definition and lineage without having to manually assign lineage and everything?
I mean, Herschel, could we like programmatically emit lineage?
We could. I think in this particular case, like it's probably easier to just like add a little snippet to the existing source.
In LookML, you mean?
In the LookML source.
Yeah.
Like I can actually point you to exactly where we have the to do, where we're parsing this like SQL table name field, and we're saying like, oh, we have a LookML or liquid reference. We don't know how to handle this. Let's skip it. We have some like basic things where, you know, if there's a liquid, we have some like basic regexes and things to kind of guess if we can, even if it is a liquid reference. But like in the worst case, we just say, oh, we don't know what it is. We can't generate lineage here. So adding some clauses there.
Yeah, that'd be awesome if you could provide that documentation that you already have for it. And then if you happen to have it handy, like, would you be able to provide what the adjustment would be to the lookml code where it would work.
Yeah, I don't know what the adjustment would be. I think basically it'd just be like looking at the SQL table name that is passed in, and like just running a string replace basically.
Yeah.
On like the bracket user attribute with whatever the value you want it to be.
Got it.
All right. So Herschel, let's follow up in that thread in Slack so we kind of have some continuity there across or outside of the session. Oh, you already did. Look at me, just
thank you.
backseat driving over here. All right, Janelle, anything else on your mind, ingestion related or otherwise?
I think that was it. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah.
All right, Ryan, if you are willing, so I think Andrew and or Herschel should be able to help with the browse path v2. Well, we'll see what happens, but they're knowledgeable about browse path v2. So would you mind kind of synthesizing again what the issue you're seeing?
Yeah, I actually messing around with a couple things. I think I'm kind of narrowing in on what the issue with the original issue with that might have been, in terms of them showing up in one environment and not showing up in a different environment. So I guess for context, the original issue was had a local deployment DataHub laptop 0.12.1, and ingesting a test schema. Browse path v2s are created at the ingestion source and ingested correctly for all of the data sets in there. And then in a different environment deployed on Kubernetes, ingesting them from running the CLI ingestion on like just a Linux container, at ingestion time, the browse path v2 classes were not being created. You can see in the like source report, they were not one of the aspects listed as being created. And that caused them to be backfilled to like the default browse path v2 aspects when they get ingested, and it's fills in the missing aspects based on the container key. So ones that were backfilled during the upgrade from the backfilled job, there was like a duplicate tree, one with container urns and one with just the IDs from the keys. I think I've just like backsourced that or dialed that part down to some plugin that I have to talk to somebody else about on my team that they were using to mess around with SQL Alchemy package itself to add some functionality. I think that might be the issue in terms of like upgrading the version of SQL Alchemy might be related to that plugin. But I did have a different question that's also related to this. So it all comes back. So one thing that I noticed was during the ingestion time of browse path v2, specifically for like a SQL Alchemy source, which is what we're using here for connecting to like Greenplum. When it lists like the number of aspects, so it'll say, ingested 114 here. I can put this in, I'll put this output in the Slack channel so you guys can see what I'm talking about. But it'll say, ingested 114 data sources. And can I format this better? Code block. Yeah, it's nicer. All right, so yeah, I just put it in the chat there. So there's like 114 different tables that were ingested in this test schema. And you can see the number of aspects that were emitted for each for type data set. So 114 containers, 114 status, one for each. But then the browse path v2 is always double whenever I run these. It's always twice the number of those. And it's when I look at the backend, it looks like it gets like emitted once for like the basic ID browse path and then another one with the earns field used. So I was just curious, like, why? What happens there?
Yeah. So browse path has kind of been annoying on our end as well. So the context here is when we first added it, we would emit them once, and it turned out that there was like a race condition in our backend where, let's say it receives like the schema metadata aspect or some other aspect, it will try to run the default browse path generation because it's a new entity. And then in parallel, it will then subsequently receive the actual browse path v2 aspect. And whichever one, the default generation or the actual aspect wrote second, would kind of win the race.
Okay.
And so we'd see cases where like you run ingestion and like half of them have the proper container path and half of them have the default. So initially you're like, okay, we don't want to deal with this. We're just going to re-emit all of the browse path v2 aspects at the end of the ingestion run.
Okay.
And so that's why the number is double. Now, since then, like that's not really a proper solve. And so since then, we've actually solved it correctly by serializing per earn how we send aspects to our backend, so that like, for a new entity, we send the schema metadata or whatever, it generates a default browse path. And then after that is fully done and processed, then we send the browse path v2. That way we're guaranteed that the actual browse path v2 that we send from ingestion wins.
Okay.
So we don't actually need to emit them twice anymore, but in the migration, we're adding the fix and then we'll remove the hack after a bit. So that's why you see the behavior that you see right now.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I was curious. Like, why is that? Okay, but that makes more sense. So I appreciate the explanation. But I think that's all I had actually.
Awesome. Ryan, I'm DMing with Miko. And she told we had a miscommunication. But I am so excited to let you know that you're the winner of our swag for the for last hour.
Oh, thank God. This is huge for me. This is big. Oh.
Oh my God. Sorry, she told me before I joined, and so I assumed she had already told you. So I apologize for that. So congratulations. We'll get you some swag.
Let's go.
All right, there was a question over in our YouTube live. So this person says, I'm a bootcamp graduate. How can I utilize DataHub in my portfolio to get a job in the industry? I think this is fascinating because it provides so much exposure to modern tech, but I don't know what type of project one could do without like, I don't know. I mean, like what would like a fun, what would an exciting personal DataHub project be? I mean, I guess you could just use like public data sets, right? I mean, it's kind of similar to what we do with like ingesting from like public BigQuery projects. I think Snowflake has some public data as well. I don't know. Do you guys have any ideas?
Are you thinking more like setting up a DataHub instance or like making a contribution to DataHub?
I think it's just more like, so they graduated or they finished a boot camp. So it's like, how do you kind of create a project to demonstrate, some technical aptitude within maybe like your like personal portfolio, right? Where like just kind of showing, I know how to use this tool. I'm trying to get a foot in the door.
Hmm.
Ooh, Steve had a great suggestion to use data sets from Kaggle. That's a great suggestion.
Yeah, I do in my personal time, I do like some of the hackathons or challenges that they do. It's a great way to expand your skills. And I think that the way that, excuse me, DataHub can display some of the outputs would be good to not only show that, hey, I can use a data governance and data discovery tool, I can also code or whatever, you know, whatever they were, I don't know what the person is like working on overall.
Yeah. That's a great call. Kaggle is like what a wonderful resource. Yeah, great call there. All right, hold on. I think we had another question. So trees 9112 on YouTube. Hopefully that gives you some ideas to work with. You're also encouraged to join us in our in DataHub Slack, and we can, you know, kind of point you to some more resources as you start building. Very exciting stuff. I personally, so this quick side anecdote, when I first joined the Acquil team in, I don't know, 2.5 years ago, whatever that was, I had a spurt of inspiration to create a DataHub instance that was mapping out all of our various dogs and their like potential genetic lineage and like how all of our dogs could be related. And I literally, to the point that I bought datahub.dog, the domain, which I continue to pay $40 for every year and have done nothing, nothing with it. But if anybody wants to team up on that, that would be fun. All right, so Sham, you had a question around metadata ingestion for superset and OAuth. So if you want to go, if you don't, go ahead and tell us a little bit about what you're trying to accomplish.
Yes, I have a data is running over Kubernetes and also a superset running on the same environment. And my superset is configured with OAuth. It's also possibly to configure it with OIDC. But when I try to ingest data from superset with DataHub, I need to provide or LDAP authentication or just username password authentication, and then I can't pull any data dashboards or charts from superset or even connect to pull the metadata.
So I know a while back we ran into this issue where Superset didn't have a mechanism for like using their APIs when you had SSO set up. I haven't looked in probably like a year and a half at this point if they've actually like built like access tokens or something like that, so that we can actually use their APIs when you have SSO set up. So I think we'll just need to kind of look at that and see if they have support for it, and if they do, then it's probably pretty easy to add to our integration as well.
Superset now doesn't support generating any access token or something like that. I thought about maybe doing the mechanism of the OAuth and provide the data about the information he needs to connect to the identity provider and then pass the token to Superset, but I don't really know how to do it, or I need more guidance or something like that to check it and maybe contribute it after that.
Yeah, I think we need to look at exactly what Superset is doing in a little bit more depth, to kind of understand what is their SSO setup. Like, is there a way that we can kind of automatically run through SSO? The thing I'm worried about is like it might be different for like each different SSO backend, let's say, that you can use Superset with. There might be some other creative things we can do, like taking the cookies from the browser session and using those or something like that. But I just don't know right now.
Okay, thanks.
All right. It sounds like maybe we can follow up in Slack. I'm not entirely sure what the next steps would be there.
Yeah, that will be great.
Okay, wonderful. All right, Pankaj, you are up. You have 2 questions around. Are you here? Where did you go? There are 2 questions in Slack. I think they may have left. One moment, please. For the folks that are hanging out, if you have any other questions or anything top of mind, feel free to jump on in. Okay, Aruna, you had a question around the smart assertions and ACRL's validation. Any insight on what type of ML or AI? Let me see if we can get John in here. Give me 1 second. We'll see if we can get him to join. So John is one of our founding engineers, and he's been kind of taking the lead on all of our observability work on the ACRL side. Tomasz is not here. Okay, so John's in a meeting. But I'll try to loop him in. Generally those are about 50, like he's in stand-up, so generally it's about 15, 20 minutes. Hi, Pankaj, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, hi, Maggie.
All right, let's dig on in. I know you had a couple of questions, so feel free to jump on in.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. So one is when we do a UI based ingestion, should I go ahead with my question? Or?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
So if we are doing a UI based ingestion through using executor, so every time ingestion runs, it tries to set up the virtual environment in the temp directory. So /tmp/datahub/ingest /vnv folder. So in my case, what is happening is after VM restart, some of the files are getting deleted. Due to that, the ingestion is not working unless I do the setup again.
Can you post in the marathon Slack what error you're getting when you're running ingestion, if you have that?
It says that it is unable to find the /bin/activate binary file, basically. So in my case, what happened? The VNV folder is present, but all the files got deleted. So when I delete the VNV folder itself, it is creating the VNV, but I have to do that manually. So if I can use on a different directory so that the files are not getting deleted, in that case, I will not be facing this issue.
Wait, so something is deleting all of the files in the temp
Yes.
directory, but not the directories.
Yeah,
in the temp
but when I check that code, it is just checking for the folder if it is present or not. Then it is trying to activate the virtual environment. But in my case, the folders are present. That's why it is not creating a new virtual environment.
Interesting. Yeah. How are you running
So
DataHub Actions? Are
basically,
you using Helm or like something else?
no, I'm just directly running using the DataHub CLI. So DataHub Actions, then -c executor.yaml I am passing. DataHub actions, and then the executor.yaml. So once that is running from the UI, means after passing the Kafka topic name, from the UI, if I do a ingestion, it goes there, it checks the VNV is present or not. If not, if the folder is present, it continues, else it creates the new VNV.
Okay, got it. And like, I guess I'm trying to understand what is deleting the files in the temp directory.
In our organization, so we have regular system patchings. Due to that, we have VM restart. So we have VM restart, and during restart, it is deleting the files in the temp directory, but not the folders. So that is what is causing the issue. To overcome this, if I delete the folders, then it starts working again. But I have to do a manual intervention in this case. If I can externalize the path, that would solve.
Got it. I don't know if the path is configurable right now. I think the one thing that I'll say is it's probably easier is, you probably have it configured somewhere to start running DataHub Actions when the system reboots.
Okay.
Right. And
when I checked the code, it was hard coded. When I checked the code, it was sending /tmp/datahub as a hard coded string while running the ingestion.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. So I think like wherever you have it set up to restart, or like run the DataHub action service after restart, just add a thing in there that says like just rm/tmp/datahub/whatever, and restart the service.
Sure. I was also thinking of the same. The other way, I thought if I can modify the actual that runingest.sh file, else I can go ahead with this manual auto cleanup at restart.
Yeah. Modifying the script is just going to be a little bit more brittle, because then if you upgrade or something, it might get overwritten.
Yeah, sure. And my second question, so when I was doing a setup on a different machine, DataHub Actions, so I was getting an error where it says cannot import name get Boolean environment variable. So I had posted this on the Slack with the error message.
Got it. Yeah, so two options there. Basically, this is a mismatch between the Acro DataHub Actions and Acro DataHub package.
Okay.
So the solve there is we actually just released a new version of DataHub Actions today, v0.0.15. So that should be on like PyPy fairly soon. So you can use that, or you can try downgrading Acro DataHub. But I'd recommend the first one, just upgrading.
Sure, I'll upgrade it because I started facing this today itself. I didn't check whether a new version was released or not.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Thanks a lot for answering.
Thanks for jumping back in. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a few threads. Arun, I'm still waiting to hear back from John to see if he can join. So thanks for your patience there. So Steve, you have a question around, or curiosity, not a question, around exploring the idea of a read-only version of DataHub accessible via mobile.
Yeah, yeah. The idea just stems from sometimes we get alerts, depending on the time. It may be sometimes 12, 1 a.m., depending on the frequency of the assertion that we have. And it would be nice if we could just follow the little hyperlink that we get in our Slack channel to like a read-only version of DataHub, so we can check to see if, okay, this is expected or expected or not, I guess.
Yeah.
But again, maybe wishful thinking.
It is an interesting idea. And I know there have been a handful of times where I open a DataHub link on my phone, and it's just a poor, like, it's just not built for a mobile browser at all. Andrew, I'm curious. I know you've been kind of getting more into the front end of it all. Do you have any thoughts about how we could make DataHub more mobile friendly?
Yeah, so designing something like DataHub for a phone, I think we'd probably have to redesign, or like we'd have to build separate pages for every single page, just because there's so much information we're displaying. You just can't really build a layout that works well for the computer and well for the phone. So I don't think right now we have any plans for that. We could probably try to target like certain functionality. Like maybe you could just search and like click on entities or something like that, and we could start with that. But I don't think we have any plans right now to make DataHub mobile friendly.
Oh, we certainly don't have plans. I know that. I'm just more curious, like from the feasibility, like it's
feasibility,
not
it would have to be like a very select number of pages if we were to do it.
I mean, it'd be interesting, especially for pages that are kind of more closely aligned with alerts or kind of like notifications that we send out. That could be really interesting, right? Like, what does a kind of like incidents page look like? Or a test page? It's a good question.
For what it's worth, actually, like the AWS mobile app, it's basically that. It's just like a read-only app where you can see your CloudWatch alarms and like health stuff. So that you get like an incident or something, you can open and have a very quick read-only view, like, oh, those are the alarms firing. And so you can basically decide whether you want to get your laptop or not.
Well, here's another option, and I'm just putting it out there. If you're getting alerts at 1 a.m., why not just keep your computer open and next to you all night?
You might be out on something, but anyway.
Just saying.
Yeah, my wife wouldn't like that.
I don't know if this that doesn't show up, but this is what the AWS app like. So basically, CloudWatch alarms and health, and that's it. It's basically like very read-only app.
Yeah,
shows like some basic information, and then you might go fetch your laptop or something.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, definitely. So, Steve, keep us up to date or keep us posted if I think we just recently announced that we're rolling out or introducing incidents into the open source project. And so, I'd be super curious to hear kind of like how frequently this is happening and like what information would be useful there, right? Like if there's an incident that's raised, what informs you if it's something that you need to like actually wake up and address or not. So yeah, would love your thoughts there.
For sure. Yeah, I'm actually on the test team for WBA. So yeah,
cool.
I'll be glad to continue to give feedback for sure.
Yeah. Very cool. All right. We had Josh. You had a question and Chris sent you here. Josh, Mr. Garza, if you are, I can't actually open the link that you sent for some reason.
Hey, Maggie, let me check here. You caught me grabbing a cup of coffee.
Busted.
Busted. Okay, here, let me, can I tag you in Harshal, I think, on that? Let's see. Forward to tagging. And I just forwarded it to you guys. So what I did was I took, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. I've got like never-ending audio problems. So what I did is I took the GMS debug log as well as the ingestion log, and they are both around the same time. Actually, yeah, right within seconds of each other, but we keep getting these sporadic null pointer exceptions, regardless of whether it's DBT or Snowflake or whatever.
Yeah, just perusing the logs right now.
Josh, is this the same thing? I think you were in office hours with the same issue before. Is that right?
Yeah, but
something else?
we weren't able to get to it.
Yeah.
Just looking at the logs, it's like kind of hard to read the GMS logs because we print the entire Python log side of there.
Yeah. I told let me see here. I think I showed Chris where it was happening. Give me one sec. So on the GMS debug log, I saw an error on line 2647. And then on the ingestion log, I saw a very similar error on line 216. So GMS debug, I'm gonna go to line 2647.
What was the GMS line number again?
2647. And then I'm going to open up the ingestion line 216. And they look like they're related to the same table, calendar dim.
I have a feeling that we may need GMS logs from even earlier. Because it looks like what I'm seeing in the logs is like we send the ingestion, like that log, the Python ingestion log to the backend to store it and then like show it in the UI. And the log message that we see in the GMS side is we have a debug message that like when we get when the UI asks for the log from the backend, it also like prints out the Python ingestion log in the Java GMS log. And so we're just seeing the same message across both.
Oh, so that's
the actual stack trace from GMS. I don't see that in the log anywhere.
Okay, so how do I get to the stack trace from the GMS?
Let's see. So it probably is just like earlier in the GMS logs.
Okay. Like, not this log exactly, or just earlier in this same file?
Yeah, earlier in the same file.
Got
the
it.
other possibility is actually no, we should like error messages should be showing up in the info level log. So I don't think we need to look at the debug log for GMS.
So I see on line 545 of the GMS log. Same, it looks like it's the same. Looks like maybe it was a prior ingestion. So that's 2024 at 10:23.
You said 545?
545, correct.
Yeah.
Hey Taylor, give me one sec.
Yeah. So it looks like these are all Python logs. The Python logs, I guess, have this like bracket timestamp error in all caps and then like a Python line number.
Okay.
If you scroll up a little bit, at the very start of that on line 30, it says upsert batch item. This is a DataHub execution request. And the aspect is going to be the response, basically, or like the execution report. And then it
And
says
which
report
line are you looking at, Harshal, on the GMS?
on line 330.
330, gotcha. Let me look. Turn off order up. Okay, yeah.
What that's telling me is this is just like our backend reporting the Python logs.
Okay.
But it's not actually when ingestion sent the requests that failed. Like we need that stack trace.
Yeah, and that stack trace is because I can actually pull that. But so is that just like tailing the logs on the GMS when I'm or should I do this on the actions container?
So it would be on GMS.
Okay.
It will look different. Like I guess the log message will not have a line number, maybe is the way to say it. Like Python logs will have DataHub dot something colon a line number. The Java logs will just say like, C.L.M. A bunch of stuff, and then just like a class name as the last
Yeah,
name.
which is what I see on line 330, right?
Yeah.
CLBC. So that right there is not a Java or a Python log. What is that? That's just like your.
That's the proper Java log.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just confusing because we have the logs kind of, one is printing the log from the other.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do, what is my next step then for us to help get to the bottom?
Yeah, I think we just need to, for the same ingestion, we just need to look at the GMS logs even earlier. And
Okay.
we just find the Java log that shows the stack trace.
Okay. Let me look for that, and then I'll be poking around while you guys move on to something else, and then I will let you know.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Sounds good. All right, we have 3 minutes left in this session. So what that means is it's time to choose a swag winner. And Steve, I am so excited for you to welcome you to our DataHub swag testing program.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
If you want to DM me your email either in Slack or just in Zoom chat, and we'll get a email sent out to you with some more information. All right, so Josh, I know that you're going to be digging into that a little bit. Our next session is going to be on, I think, just getting started. So kind of a grab bag of all questions. Let me see here. No, I'm wrong. Next session is troubleshooting. I can't read the own calendar that I created myself, so that's wonderful. We should have Ryan and David joining soon. Steve, I'm curious, speaking of data sets, that's a very weird sentence to say, speaking of data sets. Have you ever heard of that resource called Data is Plural, where it's just kind of like an index of public data sets?
I've used that on on like a project before.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. I feel like I stumbled upon it. I mean, maybe like 6 or 7 years ago at this point, and it's literally like one of my favorite emails to get. It's like the most random data sets.
No, it is pretty cool. I used it on a project I was doing for like COVID data.
Oh,
They
for
got some
sure,
of the stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, they got some of the stuff from like the U.S. Department of Health.
Mm-hmm.
And it was pretty good. It was like untainted, if that's the right word. Like it was the
Sure.
raw data. Yeah.
Yeah. The one that stood out to me, like when I first heard about it, I like didn't really, I wasn't really sure like what it was all about. And I opened up the kind of digest for that week or whatever. And it was like the range of data sets was like, police reports in Detroit, Bigfoot sightings all time, like just the range of like seriousness of it was pretty fascinating.
That is funny.
Yeah. Hey, Ryan. All right. Siva, I'm so sorry. I just saw your question here and I completely missed it. I am so sorry about that. So you had a question around deploying to Kubernetes and GMS not coming up?
Yeah, hi Maggie. Yeah. Sorry if I'm sound or I have a lot of cold.
That's okay. You sound great.
Yeah. So we have 0.11 installed and working. So our environment, we are in Comcast and it doesn't have the internet access. So what we do is we do Helm template and get the template and download the images and then upload into our own repository, and we'll deploy the YAML without the Helm. That's how we practiced it for 0.11. It worked, and now we're trying for the 0.12. In the values.yaml, even if I change the tag, I don't see the template getting updated with app version 0.12. So I manually downloaded all the 0.12 images and then edited my YAML and then deployed. But the GMS doesn't come up and it throws this error.
And the error is for the team, the error is posted in the Slack channel.
Yep.
Which Slack channel?
The
Marathon QA.
Yeah, DataHub Marathon QA.
Looks like what invalid replication factor, which is odd. But those are just warnings. Are there any other error messages?
No, continuously it keeps printing the same.
Have you made sure to upgrade the DataHub upgrade image as well as GMS?
Yeah, everything 0.12.1.
Can you share the logs from the what is it? The system update job?
System update job. Okay.
Yeah. So then I'd like to take a look at that, make sure that published the message that we're expecting. And then I would want to see all of your GMS logs, not just this little part here, like earlier before these messages.
Sure, I'll upload.
All right, so there's another question from Vitor, and I just replied in that thread. I want to see if we can have him join us live. And for other folks who have joined, if you have any questions, feel free to post them in our channel, and we will work through them. Just realized I didn't finish my sentence. Oh, I think Miko just told me that Vitor's on YouTube. Sorry about that. Vitor, are you on YouTube Live? Thanks for joining us, Jay. Have an awesome remainder of your day. We'll talk to you later.
Thanks, you as well.
Okay, so Vitor, you are on YouTube. That's fantastic. So we can go ahead and take that one. Was there anything else that we were working on? Or like any open threads? Not right now, right?
Yeah, I'm just waiting to hear back about the isolated environment.
Okay.
Yeah. The weird thing about that is so invalid replication factor implies that like the configuration is set to more partitions than the broker has. So I mean that's a topic configuration issue. So it may be a Kafka setup thing too. It's also like the warning messages for one of the topics in there is a deprecated topic, which I wouldn't think would be fatal.
So David and Ryan, Siva just added GMS and system pod logs.
Yep, I'm taking a look now.
Awesome. Do we still have Herschel here? No, I think he dropped. I'm curious. Ryan, are you familiar with the so I'm just looking at Vitor's question on shift left strategies, push-based approach using GitHub Actions.
I can take a look. No promises.
Yeah, I know that Herschel's done a bunch with GitHub Actions.
Yeah.
So definitely Zendesk did this with protobuf schema.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, so I'm based on the previous log that was shared, looks like the system update job was never able to actually produce the required message. I'm also responding in chat. Its Kafka configuration does need to be fixed. Those are warnings, but that is what's preventing things from moving forward there.
So the system update went to completed stage, but still it didn't do the message. It didn't post the message.
Yeah, so you have to take a look at your Kafka cluster and adjust the replication settings so that it is equal to or less than the number of nodes in your cluster. So depending on your hardware, I don't know if you have like MSK or like who's running Kafka for you. But there's a replica setting, and that setting has to be less than or
Bumped
equal.
up. Oh, less. Yeah, now I see only one Kafka pod.
Okay, so then the replica has got to be, I think 0 or 1, one of those two. The default Helm chart should be set up for a single prerequisites Kafka broker. So maybe you increase the replica count in your values?
No, I didn't.
No. Okay, let me check the values, the defaults, to make sure that hasn't changed. Values, let's take a look at it. Replicas. Looks like...
Yeah, I see replica 1 in the... Just try to describe the stateful set of Kafka. Just one replica.
So then the topic replica count. So there's multiple replica counts involved here. One is obviously the stateful set, which is running your brokers, but then the other side is like when that topic is created, it is possible that the replica count was not set to 1 when the topic was created. Do you have actual data in those topics that you need to preserve?
No, just fresh installation.
Okay. So I would check to make sure that, I'm going to drop this in chat here, that in your values that this is still commented out. So the default replication factor is going to be 1. And then what I would do is I would try removing the topics and having the Kafka setup job rerun with those Helm chart values to recreate the topics with the expected replication count of 1.
Okay.
Alternatively, you might be able to adjust the topic replication count. Actually, I don't think you can make it lower. I think you can only increase it, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Sure, I'll try that. I'll clean the topic and then I'll again run the setup job.
So our goal is to get rid of those warning messages where it's saying invalid replication factor. Once those are cleared up, then what I would do is, make sure that system update job runs without those errors, and then restart GMS and make sure that those errors are gone on the GMS side as well. And then your GMS
should I look for any specific message from the update job?
Yeah, so a successful update. Let me see if I have an example of a successful. The message is going to have, I'm going to drop this in here too. Basically, it's going to refer to two things. It's going to basically say that initiating startup for version, it'll hit like V0 something, and it'll have a dash and then a number. That's indicating that it's publishing that message for GMS to pick up, make sure that the version is in alignment, and then GMS will start.
Okay.
Should actually look like, I'll give you a couple more lines. It should be like 3 lines. It's like executing the step, running it, and then successfully completed.
Okay.
Okay, so going back to the shift left, let's see, were there follow-up questions? Okay, so I'm taking a look at the question. So Zendesk was using this with protobuf schema. So the Git repository would contain the raw protobuf schema. That schema would be annotated with additional metadata. Whenever the change was made to GitHub, those changes would be pushed into DataHub using the GitHub action. It would, build those schemas and then, do all the linting and stuff like that. But then there would be a process that would essentially just emit that to DataHub's APIs. Could you read something from YAML and do the same thing? Yes. So, so the other part of this question was, how do you reconcile changes to the GitHub source, like that you're generating that metadata from versus the UI edits? And it comes down to like, so it depends on what field you're talking about specifically. Certainly the UI edits for like descriptions, things like that were considered more important. And so we had that basically just not generate descriptions unless there was there might be a default description, right? But then the UI edited description would override it. And then it comes down to like that script that you're writing to push that metadata in there. So let's say you're having it create tags, right? So just make sure you're doing a patch operation so that maybe the UI edits are adding and removing one set of tags, and then the automation is the source of truth for another set of tags or glossary terms or whatever it may be. I would really like say, okay, what's the sort? What do you want the source of truth to be for this particular metadata or that particular metadata? And then just either have your GitHub action emit that or not, is really what it came down to for us. In some cases, like, it makes a lot of sense to have that information close to the source, the schema source, because that's naturally where that was being defined. So the engineers, for example, would build that schema and put in a lot of the technical metadata. But then later the business users would come in and add glossary terms or things like that. And so it was really a kind of a division of who was responsible, who was the source of truth for that particular piece of metadata.
The other thing I know that we are, I don't, and I'll be honest, I don't have a strong grasp of all of the kind of details or how all of this relates. But I do know that we are planning on investing more in kind of bi-directional syncing between GitHub and DataHub, and actually backing a lot of our kind of like logical, well, basically anything that you could, any entity that you could create in DataHub via YAML, we would want to back that with GitHub. So you can actually kind of like capture your version control and just make sure that those changes, well, for one, that those changes are synced from the UI back into your GitHub repo, but then also kind of dealing with those conflicts as well. So it's definitely something that's on our radar, and I don't have a good timeline of when it will be. But it is something that we want to tackle this year for sure. And as always, we always love folks to contribute to those projects, either through giving us feedback and use cases or kind of teaming up on development as well. So yeah, let us know if that sounds interesting at all. So Vitor, I'll keep an eye on that thread to see if you have any other follow-up questions, but hopefully that gives you some direction. All right. Was there anything else, Siva, on your thread that we need to follow up on?
No, Maggie, I'll try the session notes.
Okay, wonderful. All right, then we have our next question. We noticed something odd recently, messages from the UI, which is a GraphQL API. Harsimran, do you want to tell us a little bit more about what you're seeing?
Sure. So what seems to be happening is that any message which uses the GraphQL API, it gets committed to Elasticsearch before the MCL generation and the processing via the MAE consumer. So let's say there is an update to a data set using the GraphQL API, and a parallel update or even like an earlier update to the same data set using the Open API. So if the MAE consumer is, let's say, down for some time and the MCL has not been processed, the UI update shows up in the Elasticsearch index. But when the MAE consumer comes back up, it will process an older message and sort of update the Elasticsearch index to an older state. And the newer update never actually replaces the older update because it is ignored by the MAE consumer. So
So
it seems like a fairly niche scenario, but it seemed sort of weird that we are choosing to uh, explicitly ignore a later update at the MAE consumer.
so the way it works is when you make a change on the UI, it does
Yep.
do that initial operation to Elasticsearch synchronously right away. But it also drops a message into that same Kafka topic. And so if
Yep.
your MAE consumer was down, it would be out of date up until the MAE consumer comes back up, and then those messages would be replayed in order. But
Yeah.
as far as like which one wins, it really depends on the order of
No.
those messages in Kafka.
So actually, what we saw was that the GraphQL message is explicitly ignored in the MAE consumer code.
Yeah.
So it never actually becomes eventually consistent.
Oh, is that true, Ryan?
Yeah, it's set to skip that hook so that it's not replayed. We can change that though if we want.
Yeah, I think that doesn't seem correct.
So
I
can
mean,
we-
you still have a race condition either way, I guess,
Yeah.
right? So like,
Not really, because the Kafka consumer is always going to play messages in order unless the Kafka service itself is down. So because the Kafka messages are played in order, the later message will always reach later, and Elastic will always be accurate as long as all messages are committed.
it is true. It is going to replay them, but even in that, so the time sequencing will be correct. But as a
Yep.
user, if you're editing something and like it just missed, or it was just before an ingestion job ran, you might expect your change to be there, and then it's gone again, right? So like, to say that they're still like the race
Fair enough.
condition,
Yeah.
yeah. So
I
it's
mean,
like user expectations might not be still what you expect.
I guess at the very least, it probably makes sense for it to be configurable instead of it being always ignored. Probably like a use case driven approach in this case, as you said.
Yep.
For us, I feel like the eventual consistency would always win out.
I did make it configurable. Let me check.
Oh, nice.
But
Oh, is it? Oh,
it might be. I'll check and respond. But yeah.
yeah. Thank you.
All right. So Ryan, you're looking into that now?
Yep.
Cool. Oh, that sounds great. Any other questions folks have? Feel free to drop them in chat or in our Slack channel. We can get through them. We're nearing the end of our third marathon. I mean, I guess we still have a half hour, but we're making it through. Aruna, just so you know, I'm still bugging John every like 20 minutes or so to get him to join the call so we can give you more information around smart assertions.
So I have one question.
Sure, Deepak.
Yeah, so I'm a colleague with Harsimran. I'm also from Visa. So what we have seen right now is that, for example, when we attached a glossary, for example, let's say to the data set, and if we hover over the glossary, we see a view related entities button there, which actually takes us to the glossary page, and we can see the related entities of the glossary. So what is happening right now is that we see that this functionality is dependent on the URN being present in the data set of in the index of the data set. So when glossary is being attached to the data set, inside the index of the data set, glossary URN is there, right? And only then this functionality is view related entities functionality is being working. It is dependent on the URN being present in the index of the data set. What it should be, it should not depend on actually on the index part. My first question is why is this, what's the motivation behind this of putting the URN in the index of the data set and then this functionality is working?
We found out that this functionality should only depends on the graph, graph service. What's the motivation behind this?
So I guess to sort of reframe the question, we saw that in order for related entities to work as designed, you need the entity to be recorded both in the associated Elasticsearch index as well as in the graph layer. Whereas, like to our minds, it would make sense for it to only require the graph relationship. Is there any specific motivation behind it also having that additional Elastic requirement?
Mostly it comes down to performance at scale. Basically, getting Elasticsearch to act like a graph database doesn't work so well, especially on that read. So basically, what we're doing is we're representing that relationship as that earn on the entities index because it scales. As you scale up to 10 million, 20 million data sets, doing that graph walk from the other index doesn't perform as well. But that is
even if we are using Neo4j as a graph engine, like if we use Neo4j as a graph engine,
yeah, because so again, it comes down to search, right? So like the Elasticsearch index for entities is involved with any kind of bulk queries essentially. So whether or not you have a search term, so even like exploring all data sets with a filter, for example, or a view, all of those queries are still returned by Elasticsearch, even if you have Neo4j. Could it be implemented in a different way? It could.
Oh, I mean, like I'll sort of explain where the question is coming from. We are looking to extend the graph essentially, like adding custom entities, which is something we've discussed extensively with the actual team as well. We are, let's say, a couple of weeks away from raising a PR to add the concept of like a logical term or a business term and raise that PR. As part of that process, we ran into this scenario specifically as something which seemed unusual, like especially if you're using Elastic as your graph engine, then I actually see what you're saying. It makes sense. If you have a dedicated graph engine in Neo4j, related entities would probably be better driven by the graph layer, right?
Sure.
Or yeah, okay.
So, so what I would say there is like we would need to basically have a search service implementation that for at least some searches would leverage the Neo4j. And so that's that code doesn't exist, but could you swap that out?
Fair
Sure.
enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it would require some significant code changes to, well.
Yeah. Understood.
I mean, maybe
so
if you're
it's basically just
niche case.
Go ahead.
It actually might not be that hard to do, but it would require forking or submitting a PR to the project, and then we can pull that in. So like if for those related queries, you actually want to search. So the thing that you lose with Neo4j though too is like the ability to do like full text search across your. So if you just want to walk the graph, yeah, it makes perfect sense. If you also want to do a full text search, that does still require Elasticsearch. So you still eventually have to tie those two together, I think. But maybe for your case,
but I thought like related entities is a pure graph walk, right? So we're specifically talking about related entities.
The expectation is that let's say you have a view or something, or actually like the glossary term is also used in search, right, as a filter.
Fair enough. Yeah.
And so like those queries, if you're okay with like not having that work, I think that's fine. I'm not sure that would be ideal for most people.
Yeah. So basically, because we need it as a part of the filter, we would need it in the Elastic index for the filtration purposes any which way.
Right.
Okay.
So for your custom entity, You should be able to define a PDL model, which I assume you're defining a PDL model to represent your custom entity. Like
Yeah.
So there are searchable annotations that you can add. And so the idea would be to add, I forget, I think it's called like the aspect for glossary terms is, it might be glossary terms, but I have to look. So you
it's associations, but yeah.
You can add that to your custom entity, and then the Elasticsearch document should be populated with those urns.
Yeah. I guess the question was less about glossary terms. Glossary terms are more like an example. But yeah, I think Deepak, we have probably got the response right. Like, if nothing else, at the very least, to be able to use it on the filtration layer, we definitely need the urn to be there in the Elastic Index.
Okay. Sure.
It's a good question, though.
I'm curious. So I know that we made Neo4j optional, a couple years ago. What are some of the what are the trade-offs in doing that, right? So like I know we've had a lot of conversations around the complexities of like displaying related entities or kind of walking that graph within kind of like nested glossary terms or term groups. So I'm curious, I don't know, like what are the trade-offs? Like what do we lose by not deploying with Neo4j?
Well, I think from one area that I know is a limitation is the lineage graphs, right? So like Neo4j should allow us to scale to larger lineage graphs for sure. Than what we can do in Elasticsearch because of the way that we have to query Elasticsearch to basically populate that graph structure. So that's a known limitation. Like Elasticsearch lineage graphs have a scalability limit.
Ryan, I saw you maybe disagree.
It's so we used Neo4j back when I was like Expedia. So most of it kind of depends on like what the query is doing and how the structure of the data is. So for very deep relationship queries, Neo4j will do better because it's a graph database. It's designed to do like very deep and widespreading things versus what we do in Elasticsearch, which is just your standard breadth first search. And it does it in kind of an inefficient from a like network perspective way. The big downfall that at least we saw whenever we had Neo4j was the ingestion speed. So graph databases really don't like deletes. And
I would
are
argue that Elasticsearch also doesn't like deletes.
yeah, but it's worse. The architecture is set up where it's harder to scale out that processing power because it's master slave architecture. So all of the writes are going through a single instance. So what we saw is that like our ingestion speed crawled with Neo4j set up. So like we were pretty much always dealing with Kafka lag. Granted, this was like 3.5 years ago, maybe longer. So there's been a lot of changes in everything since then. So I haven't used it since then because we use Elastic for all of our stuff. But
Visa team, I'm curious if you, and no pressure to answer this, but I'm curious if you've seen any kind of like performance issues or downsides of using Neo4j as the search as that graph.
We've not really done a comparative analysis necessarily, but definitely with the scale we run at, it's not been the fastest thing. We are there is an active thread actually within the team for solutions on how to improve that. And there are a couple of really interesting ideas which we were hoping to pitch to you guys maybe a month or two from now as
Awesome.
RFCs.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Is there ever a time, and now I'm just like, now I'm like way beyond my depth of technical understanding, but would we ever explore decoupling ingestion and lineage like generation?
So yes, but that doesn't solve the need to ingest the data into the graph data store. So even if you're
fair
building those
enough.
connected graphs, like for lineage, right? So lineage is actually like taking a look at that graph structure and saying, well, we're going to take look at all these edges, and any one of these edges represents what we conceptually think of as a lineage edge. It could be a bunch of different kinds of edges, right? So building that connected graph across multiple edges, we could do that in a different way, for sure. But the data still needs to exist in some store, the graph database at some point. So ultimately, we have to write the data.
That makes sense. Okay.
I think that for some things like the asynchronous ingestion is fine. If it's not changing very frequently, right? So like if I run this ingestion process and it's not expected to change for the next day, okay, then maybe we can deal with a slower graph database. But maybe not. Maybe that's not acceptable. Maybe this graph structure, this metadata has to be updated, within minutes. And that's just the way the requirements are for the system.
I do wonder like how often that would change, and if we could also kind of look at, because I mean, I imagine for the most part it's relatively static, except maybe when you're like going through kind of like development stages or kind of iterating on a data set. But once it's kind of like just being repopulated again and again, those connections or those relationships don't really change all that much. And so I wonder if there's like a similar approach that we could do like with our stats profiling, where you can kind of configure that separately from just the general ingestion, with the assumption that running column level profiling on a daily basis doesn't actually yield a lot of value, because those like it's a processor heavy exercise for something that isn't actually expected to change all that much. The other thing is that we have our operational events, right, where we're looking at data sets, kind of like create or insert or delete or drop or whatever. And so I wonder if we can kind of tie or be more selective about which lineage edges to omit based off of changes in the operational event log.
Yeah, I think certainly the ingestion of those relationships could be optimized by taking a look at like what already exists. Like, let's not read
Yeah, for sure.
I think the ingestion generally kind of errs on the side of just emit all the data all the time, right? Just re-emit
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
One thing that we do capture is timestamps on those edges. So that like in our lineage graph where we have that time slider where you can kind of time travel back and say, okay, what did that lineage graph look like yesterday versus today? And it's actually down to like the second granularity. So you like, this hour of the day versus that hour of the day. And so that was kind of built into that feature. But we also end up actually heavily caching that lineage graph as well, to the point where we will potentially cache that for a day anyway. Just because like keeping all those edges up to date all the time is expensive, even for Elasticsearch, Neo4j aside. Do I think that we could do a better job of like having some like solve for that? Yes, absolutely. And updating things less frequently or updating things only when needed makes a ton of sense, for sure.
Yeah, I have one more question.
Sure.
Yeah, so it's just about a little bit improvement which we see. Like for example, again, I have taken the glossary example. So let's say glossary is being attached to the data set, more precisely to the schema field of the data set, right? And let's say if there are a lot of glossaries being attached to the data set, and if we delete one of the glossary, now that kind of leaves the dangling pointer condition, in the data set page. So in the dataset page, you just see the, UUID of that particular glossary. And so what happened is that, so again, what's the motivation behind this? That because glossary is getting deleted, hard deleted from the system, but its value, its UUID being persisted in the aspect, in the editable schema field aspect of the data set, and that shows as a UUID there. um, uh, so what's the motivation behind this? And also, can it be improved that we can put the check in the remove gloss remove resolver of these entities, so that we can first check, okay, if there is any deleted entities present, anyone should not be able to delete these kind of entities.
So Ryan, I might need to. I thought that there was a recursive delete. Does that not apply to glossary terms?
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It rarely works. Most of the time it leaves the the UUID there.
Gotcha. So the
It rarely
intent
works. Mm.
would be to basically do the hard delete initially of the glossary term from as an entity. Then there would be an asynchronous process. Again, this is ideally, and I thought it had some code to do this, maybe not, to go back and find all references to it and clean up those references. Ryan, do you recall any details around that process?
So it exists. There is a remove with references. I would say that it is a part of the code that hasn't gotten as much love that it probably should. It's one of those things that we kind of put it in, and I think that we could probably shore it up a little bit better, have better testing around it, and make sure that it's really covering all use cases, and doing so in a consistent way. But I know that it is there, and the logic should be sound, but I have also heard that I feel like this is a thing that has come up a few times where it isn't removing everything. People will find a reference that still exists somewhere.
So interestingly enough, I did find the hard delete an entity, and as of DataHub 010, hard delete tags, glossary terms, users, and groups should also remove references to those entities across the metadata graph.
Yeah.
But maybe that is the graph only and not the Elasticsearch indices.
That might be the case. It might not be going into the Elastic documents. It might just remove the graph reference.
But if it deletes the graph reference, yeah, I think there's probably a gap here. So the expectation, of course, I think it makes perfect sense that it should eventually clean that up. I do have a backlog ticket to look at this kind of scenario for structured properties. Structured properties, if you haven't heard about what they are, it's very similar to tags in the sense that you have one entity that represents a structured property, and if that's deleted, we have to go through and clean up a bunch of other things. Structured properties, values that are attached to data sets, for example, just like glossary terms. The first kind of draft of that process is actually kind of like a soft delete where I'm going to soft delete the the definition, the entity, or the glossary term in this case. And then at read time, when I read that, say in this case, this would be the schema field. I would filter that out at read time. And so that's kind of like a soft delete variation. But there's also another incremental version of that, which is the actual hard delete, and that is going to be an asynchronous process that's going to run in the background. If Kubernetes, it might be a Kubernetes job, and Docker, it might be just a thread on GMS or something. And it would basically then go through all of those Elasticsearch indices, find references to the glossary term or the structured property, and clean those up. And then have a task tracking or a way to track the progress of that, because it could take some time. Let's say you have 10 or 20 million data sets and they all happen to have this glossary term or structured property. Doing those deletes, even Elasticsearch, could take an hour, could take multiple hours, depending on your Elasticsearch cluster and the number of documents. So having a way to track the progress of that kind of hard delete cleanup. So I think there's definitely room for improvement here in general, not just for the structured properties.
Yeah, and that might be where like the problems have come up is for deployments at scale, whereas for smaller case deployments, the logic does work. It just maybe times out for a larger scale deployment or something. Could be what's happening there.
It gets a little tricky too, because like let's say you perform that hard delete and you recreate it, right? So like you delete the structured property, and then the async delete kicks off, and then you recreate it. Well, that async job is still going to run and remove all those things where you might not expect it. So we need to figure out how to make that clear. Like maybe we block the creation of like the same glossary term. Like if you hard delete it, a job is deleting the references to it, and you try to recreate the exact same glossary term with the exact same URN, that we block it at least temporarily and say, well, we're not going to allow you to recreate this term until the async job is finished. So there's some things that we need to figure out there. And I don't think that is not going to be ready, that async delete process is not going to be ready for the next release. But I do think it's something that we need to tackle here probably in this quarter.
Sure enough, David. And one last question from our side is like that we, as we said, that we are introducing one custom entity. So while implementing the Open API support for that entity, we have found that there is no patch support is being generated when we because this is just simple file changes being there, and we just need to introduce our entity, and then Open APIs has been generated. But we have found that there is no patch support. We have get, head, delete, and post. So for example, we have found that, for example, if there is an already I have created one aspect for my entity. Now if I want to patch that aspect, I don't have that support. If we post that aspect, it just override all the information in that aspect. So are we going to have support in the Open API also in future?
Yeah, actually, I have, again, structured properties is kind of driving a lot of these features. It's not released yet, but I did write up a guide on how to, there's a, I'll term this as experimental, but there is a generic patch endpoint that I created where you should be able to use that. It's Open API only. It's very, like I said, experimental at this point, but you should be able to patch any aspect using that endpoint. And the example I go through is for structured properties. Let me find that link in the documentation. It is in master, but it's not released in the open source version yet. But I do have the documentation there for how that would work. Let me find it.
It does require so if your custom aspect has arrays, arrays are a little bit complicated to patch, and they're part of the reason why the initial patch logic only applied to certain aspects and it's not generically applied to everything. So under the hood, it's getting like mapped to a map style structure. So whenever you're patching arrays, you have to provide some keys. And I think there's some examples in your generic patch thing that you've got, David, right? For like how to specify the keys.
Yeah, so the structured properties, I just posted it in the channel, so hope you can take a look at it. For structured properties specifically, if you're, say, have a list, you have an array of structured properties on a data set, and you're interested in adding and removing one of those properties without replacing the entire array, that's exactly what that example is. If you're familiar with how JSON patch works, it doesn't particularly support arrays other than index-based operations. So you basically have to say, for this array, what is the primary key or the primary identifier in this list or array? So for structured properties, it's the structured property earn. For glossary terms, it would be the glossary term earn. And then you can do add and removes on those individual things without having a official backend support for that, because it pushes that kind of information on the client to know, what's the structure of this array. And then if you're not doing operations on those kinds of complex arrays, then you can still do a normal JSON patch.
Sure. I actually not able to find that documentation. Have you just posted it?
Yeah, I'm in the DataHub Marathon QA in Slack.
Okay, sure. Okay.
I'll see if I can ping you directly.
So, are you planning to, put this patch feature for all the entities in near future in coming releases?
So it is a generic endpoint in the sense that you can use this with pretty much any.
Okay, sure.
So any entity. So what I don't know is I haven't tested this with a custom entity, but if you're forking the project anyway, you have updated the PDL models and are running that whole process to generate the OpenAPI specification. So it should come out, right? So like as long as you're building those PDL models, that entire like stack.
Sure, yeah, sure, David. I will try. Yeah, go ahead.
If they're doing it with the patch entity registry, does it still work for this? I think as long as they use the generic one, it does, right? Like they just wouldn't get the specific entities endpoints.
Let me think about this. Let me find the code that I wrote. I believe I created a generic endpoint, a generic patch endpoint, not just for structured properties or not just for things that are the OpenAPI kind of objects.
Just to clarify, Deepak, so whenever y'all say you have a custom entity, are you using like the patch entity registry where you're using the metadata model extensions, or do you actually have a separate running fork?
So no, we are not using metadata model extension. What we are doing is that I have created my fork from DataHub, and we are planning to, raise the PR to merge into the actual project.
Got it. Yeah, then it should do it either way, I think.
Okay.
But yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I will try it. So I have merged the current master code into our PR, and yeah, I will try it.
So I dropped another link in the channel. There is basically generic aspects endpoints where you can patch any arbitrary anything that's in that entity registry should work.
Sure, David. Yeah, we'll check it.
And it is experimental. I think there's some debate about whether or not we want to be able to, or basically wants to have the client specify that information, right? Maybe at the end of the day, maybe we add something to the PDL model where you can annotate, this is the primary key, or this is, the key value in this array of things, so that we can push that back into when you're defining the schema versus at runtime when you're querying the API. So I think there's some debate there. I'm not sure that this is the best way to rely on the client to have to provide that information. It does happen to be a quick and easy solution, though.
All right, folks, we have about 5 minutes left, and Gustavo had a question around profiling configurability.
Do you have any ingestion folks or install?
Let me see.
Because this would mainly be like Tomasz is asleep.
Yeah, Tomasz is asleep.
Offline,
Partial and so Andrew dropped recently. Gustavo, do you know, you said that you had talked about it we talked about it in the last marathon. Do you remember what
it
the
was
team
in
had shared?
December, I think.
Basically,
what I remember on my mind was it was planning to do it on Oracle, I think, but not on SQL Server.
Let me take a look through our.
Yeah, but no worries. If you can ping me back on Slack, that's okay. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a look through our PR or our PRs, recent PRs. See if we've done anything in Oracle.
It was for SQL Server.
Yeah, my goal is for SQL, but in the same way we need for Oracle, SQL, Postgres.
Oh, okay. Multiple. Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wait, so we do.
Sorry. Just to explain, basically, what we see is when we are running profile, sometimes the small server is not so heavy on capacity. It takes a long time. Some columns are strings, and they have spaces on that, so it takes a long time. If you could avoid some tables that don't have rows, that will be okay.
I see. So an optimization to basically say, well, don't scan this table if it doesn't have any rows.
Exactly.
It makes sense to me. I think the row count would either need to come from actually performing a select star, or potentially some databases have row counts in like a secondary metadata table.
Yes, because for example, some commercial ERPs like SAP could have more than 2,100 tables, or locals ERP here could have 20,000. So it's not smart enough to scan everything. I'm pretty sure it's smart to scan if they have a table with a new metadata, but if don't have, it's not good.
I also know that I remember seeing like regexes. So if there's a pattern in the table names, you can include and exclude. I typically see that for profiling optimization. But yeah, like some improvements to kind of detect like, where do I need to do the profiling? Like, what's the most out-of-date profile? Like, doing that in an intelligent way. I think it certainly makes sense, especially for huge systems, right?
Yeah. So that's it, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, folks, we made it through another marathon. It's amazing. For our final round of swag, I wanted to give a big shout out to Vitor, who was joining us from YouTube Live for, I think, a good chunk of the day. So Vitor, I'm not sure if you are still watching, but I will reach out to you in the thread and do my best to make sure that we get connected and get you that swag box. So yeah, folks, we did it. Another 6 hours on the books. Thank you for your wonderful questions and your time. Arun, I was just in the process of writing a message to you, or kind of the feedback that I heard from John. So are you still around?
Yes, I'm still here.
Perfect. Okay. So he's been in meetings nonstop, so he wasn't able to jump in. But basically what he said is that so the AI kind of like the modeling work that we're doing is proprietary. So we're not he's not giving me too much information there, but he basically said that the time series metric models, he's using time series metric models trained on table history to predict normal ranges and metrics for future time slots.
Okay. Cool. I just wanted to get a little bit of insight on that because I was curious.
Yeah. I'm more than happy to. I know that's like very little information, right? Like that's not, I don't know how helpful that is, if I'm being honest, for your use case, but I'd be happy to connect you with a team if that's something that you'd like to talk to them about it in more detail.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we made it. Happy Thursday. Enjoy the remainder of your week, and see you later.